Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 2481, Fortress of Astronomical Value. Chapter 2481, Fortress of Astronomical Value. Quick look. The Starlight Fortress is open. It's finally open. I've been waiting for this moment. The various superpowers and independent players in the nearby forest immediately noticed the dazzling glow that enveloped the Starlight Fortress. They had been waiting for the fortress to open to the public, especially the independent players. They all had great expectations. Independent players were unaware of Netherworld Empire's agreement, but some of Divine Tribe's members had leaked information about the situation within the Starlight Fortress. When they finally got to see the fortress's many benefits, the various independent players caused an uproar. Aside from the fortress's mana-dense environment, which would help them quickly recover from exhaustion, the fact that they could improve their mana control just by visiting the fortress made it far more impressive than any NPC city on the western continent. Furthermore, the Starlight Fortress was located within Star Valley. Now that they could enter the fortress, they could grind in the Forbidden Land, boosting their leveling speed and resource acquisition. Naturally, they couldn't miss the opportunity to set up a base of operations within the Starlight Fortress. Although the various superpowers had dispatched many of their players, they were no match for the number of independent players eagerly waiting to enter the fortress. The independent players, who had been resting in the forest, charged toward the Starlight Fortress like a flood of madmen. Despite their imposing might, not even the various superpowers experts reached the fortress before the tide of independent players. However, the scene didn't enrage the superpowers. They were actually overjoyed to see it. I hadn't expected to find so many Tier 3 experts in the area. I doubt Netherworld Empire and Divine Tribe expected so many players either. This is going to be interesting. Even Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion would be helpless against so many Tier 3 experts. When the various superpowers' upper echelons saw the independent players swarm toward the Starlight Fortress, excitement flashed in their eyes. They had begun to believe that they had no hope of causing chaos within the fortress. After all, Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion was not just for decoration. They hadn't expected a situation like this, and they had never imagined that independent players would be so interested in the Starlight Fortress. There were already more than 5,000 Tier 3 independent players, not to mention the Tier 2 players. There were more of them than those in the various superpowers combined. Even if Netherworld Empire went all out, they had no hope of defending the fortress against such a force, let alone Divine Tribe. Before the superpowers' upper echelons could celebrate, however, a dragon with silver scales flew out of the Starlight Fortress and landed beside the front gate, quietly observing the approaching horde of independent players. The excited independent players froze on the spot when they saw Auerbach. None of them dared to move. The sudden development even stupefied the various superpowers watching from afar. They were talking about 5,000 Tier 3 experts, and yet every one of them acted like a mouse before a cat. Of course, the various superpowers experts could sympathize. Auerbach's aura was just that frightening. Even from far away, they felt as if the weight of a mountain had rested on their shoulders. Needless to say, the independent players, who were much closer to the Silver Divine Dragon, felt an even stronger pressure. Is that really just a Tier 4 dragon? The various superpowers experts were at a loss for words as they stared at Auerbach. They had realized that Auerbach was exceptionally strong after the Hell Legion had fled from it, but seeing the Divine Dragon in person, they understood how mistaken they had been. This was not a matter of strength. No one should be so foolish as to provoke Auerbach. The Starlight Fortress is now open to the public. If you wish to enter the fortress, listen carefully. All combat is prohibited within the fortress walls. Not only will you be slain if you break this rule, but you'll also be imprisoned for 8 days in the fortress prison, Macafrey, who stood on the wall above the main gate, announced as he gazed at the players below. If nobody has any questions, you may register to enter the fortress. As Macafrey finished his statement, the nearby players' expressions changed. The announcement dumbfounded the various superpowers members in particular. Fortress prison? What is he talking about? The superpowers' upper echelons, who had laughed at the Starlight Fortress's latest predicament, could no longer muster the strength to laugh. They were familiar with the concept of God's domain's prisons. Once players were jailed, they'd have to serve their time unless someone destroyed the prison from the outside. It was this moment when the various superpowers understood, more or less, why Netherworld Empire had decided to compromise. With a fortress prison around, who would dare cause a scene in the fortress? The various superpowers began to despair when McCaffrey began to speak once more. Due to the fortress's limited space, players may only remain inside for one natural day. Each consecutive day you spend in the fortress will cost one magic crystal. In addition, all basic services the fortress offers cost magic crystals. If you fail to pay for the services you've requested, you will also spend 8 days in the prison. Please keep this in mind during your stay. After listening to McCaffrey's speech, every player in the area was stunned again. Normally, the various powers did everything they could to increase a fortress's player population after capturing one, which in turn would transform the fortress into a trade hub. This would also give the ruling power access to a huge amount of resources, yet the Starlight Fortress's owner had decided against that. They showed no regard for attracting players to the fortress. The entrance fee alone cost a whopping 20 silver per person, and players were only allowed to spend a day in the fortress. Once that day was up, every additional day would cost a magic crystal. To make matters worse, they had to pay magic crystals for the services within the fortress. This was basically daylight robbery. Only a fool would enter the fortress. On the Western continent, magic crystals were incredibly rare, which made them far more valuable than coins. Moreover, most high-value transactions involved magic crystals. Tier 2 experts would be fortunate to earn 3 or 4 magic crystals per day, and Tier 3 experts only earned around a dozen after deducting daily expenses. They'd be lucky if they kept half of their remaining magic crystals. With how the Starlight Fortress operated, Tier 2 experts had no hope of setting up a base within the fortress. Are the fortress's managers insane? Their greed for magic crystals certainly is. It's already obvious that no one on the continent has a chance of taking the fortress. The fortress can slowly develop and grow without worry, and yet they're chasing people away. I can't wait to see how they'll survive against the demonic creature armies. The situation even stunned the various superpowers. They couldn't fathom what Shi Feng and the others were thinking. If they had so many magic crystals to spare, they might as well spend them in the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. Moreover, players could afford a luxury meal, which would help them recover from exhaustion far faster than within a mana-dense environment with 20 silver to spend. In truth, the pricing had left McCaffrey speechless when he had heard it, but Shi Feng had insisted that the fortress would only conduct business using magic crystals, so he couldn't do anything about it. The Starlight Fortress belonged entirely to Zero Wing after all. Divine Tribe was only helping manage it. While some powers and players left in a huff, a 500-man team watched the events unfold from a short distance away from the main gate. "Are we still going in, Commander?" A ruthless, level 106 man asked the robust man in leather armor next to him. The robust man was Crow, the Stormheart Adventurer Team's commander. "Of course, we might as well take a look since we're here," Crow said, gritting his teeth. The 20 silver entrance fee wasn't a major concern for Stormheart, but the fact that the fortress's basic amenities cost magic crystals wasn't something Stormheart could afford to play with. But Crow's curiosity was too strong to ignore. Thus, he decided to go in and look around. At worst, they'd have paid the entrance fee for nothing. Having given his answer, Crow led his team toward the Starlight Fortress's front gate. Chapter 2482, Mana Changes. Chapter 2482, Mana Changes. Once Stormheart's members paid the exorbitant entrance fee, they carefully walked through the front gate under Auerbeck's watchful eye. What? Some players are actually willing to pay such a fraudulent fee. Maybe they've decided to do some sightseeing since they've already gone to the effort of reaching the fortress. The players that had been preparing to leave the area watched Crow and his team with contempt as they entered the Starlight Fortress. A 20 silver entrance fee was unheard of on the Western continent. With 20 silver, a player could fully repair their weapons and equipment in an NPC city. Some Tier 2 players only made that much after a full day of grinding. Yet, Stormheart's members were investing so much money just to sightsee or experience the fortress's mana-dense environment. Moreover, they could only spend one day in the fortress. They were foolish to waste their money like that. After spending a moment to ridicule Stormheart, the surrounding players packed up and left. It wasn't long before 90% of the players around the Starlight Fortress left the area. Now, less than 10,000 players remained in line at the front gate. They've already secured their hold on the Starlight Fortress, yet they're chasing away customers. We won't have to lift a finger to ensure the fortress's demise. They want to charge magic crystals for all basic expenditures made inside the fortress. They certainly know how to dream. How foolish. Do they really think they can squeeze players for all they've got, just because the Starlight Fortress is the only open fortress in Star Valley? The various superpowers' upper echelons couldn't help but laugh when they saw how few players were willing to enter the Starlight Fortress. They had been afraid that the fortress would make some bold move to widen the gap between them, but it seemed their concerns had been meaningless. 20 silver to enter a fortress was a high price to pay, but many expert players could tolerate the cost. With the resources available in Star Valley and the Starlight Fortress's benefits, they could easily earn back the coins and more. However, the Starlight Fortress had crossed the line by charging magic crystals for its basic services. On the Western continent, magic crystals were players' foundation. Without magic crystals for their combat runes, players' combat power would decrease significantly. Unfortunately, as luck would have it, magic crystals were painfully rare in the West. Obtaining a single magic crystal was a challenge. If it weren't so difficult, the continent's various powers wouldn't fight so desperately over ore veins that had a chance of producing magic crystals. Although players could obtain magic crystals by grinding in Star Valley, it wasn't easy. Star Valley was still a level 100+ forbidden land and far more dangerous than other maps where magic crystals dropped. If a player decided to focus their development around the fortress, they'd only be cheap labor for the ruling power. Only a fool would accept that burden. Following which, the various superpowers' upper echelons commanded their teams to turn around and leave. They had no intention of entering the Starlight Fortress. They had learned of the fortress's situation from the spies they had planted in Divine Tribe before the Starlight Fortress had opened to the public. They had no reason to enter the fortress to verify the reports. They'd only be handing over their hard-earned coins by doing so. McAfee felt frustrated as he watched so many players walk away from his position on the fortress's wall. Those players were potential money and resources. Shi Feng could have easily transformed the Starlight Fortress into a prosperous trade hub by lowering his prices, yet he had insisted on charging magic crystals for all basic services. That condition alone had deterred the majority of players from visiting the fortress. While the various superpowers walked away from the Starlight Fortress, the Stormheart Adventurer team had made it inside. So, this is the Starlight Fortress. The mana density is so high. It's no wonder why the entrance fee is so exorbitant. This environment is certainly worth the price. Stormheart's members were mesmerized when they sensed the ambient mana within the Starlight Fortress. They were not members of the various superpowers, just independent players. Even if they were a part of a top adventurer team, they could only get their hands on limited resources. The resources Stormheart possessed couldn't even compare to that of first-rate guilds. Needless to say, they didn't have access to mana-abundant locations either. They had to rely on their exceptional talent and hard work to develop slowly. We'll only be able to rest here from time to time. We can't afford to go bankrupt, the ruthless man beside Crow said as he glanced at the pricing boards outside the nearby hotels. Even in NPC kingdoms and empires' capital cities, the most expensive, luxurious hotel room only cost 10 silver per night. However, not only were the hotel rooms in the Starlight Fortress small, but they were also astonishingly expensive. A room actually cost 1 magic crystal per night. Their team currently had 500 players. If they rented hotel rooms for the night, they'd have to pay a total of 500 magic crystals. The rest of Stormheart's members could only nod in agreement. Not even first-rate guilds could afford such a costly expenditure, let alone Stormheart. Only superpowers would have the funds to rent these hotel rooms. Wait. The mana here is different somehow. a Tier 3 female elementalist, suddenly spoke up. Different? Curious, the ruthless man began to pay more attention to the mana around him. But he failed to find anything unusual about it. How is it different? No, she's right, Crow exclaimed. To be precise, this area has different types of elemental mana. I can sense the 3 supreme elements, and the mana is growing even denser, the female elementalist explained. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would likely struggle to sense the differences in the ambient mana, but she had a special mana legacy, which allowed her to notice the minute oddity. The 3 supreme elements? The ruthless man was stunned. Excitedly, he asked, "Doesn't that mean that this fortress's environment is similar to the environment of ancient times?" Experts constantly researched and tried to understand more about God's domain's current affairs and history every day. The information hid many opportunities and for independent players and adventurer teams who lacked resources. This was one of the few reliable ways to encounter fortuitous opportunities. Naturally, Stormheart and its members were no exception. In fact, their knowledge of God's domain was vast, especially regarding the ancient area when gods had still roamed the land. The ancient era had been the peak of God's domain. Humankind had been far more powerful then. Ancient human civilizations had developed their individual strength and technology to unbelievable levels. In comparison, current humans hit their limit after reaching Tier 5. Moreover, most Tier 5 powerhouses nowadays were far weaker than those of the past. The biggest difference between the past and the present was the composition of ambient mana. During ancient times, ambient mana had been composed of all 7 elements, but now it only included the 4 major elements. The remaining 3 supreme elements could only be found in certain locations and in almost negligible amounts. This was why God's domain's creatures couldn't fully comprehend and control mana, which made it harder to reach new tiers. And yet within the Starlight Fortress, the 3 supreme elements had gathered, creating an environment reminiscent of ancient times. This was a heaven-defying opportunity. Chapter 2483, Hidden Madness. As soon as the ruthless man finished speaking, excitement flashed in his Tier 3 comrade's eyes. If the Starlight Fortress's environment were reminiscent of ancient times, consisting of all 7 elements, it would be a true paradise for players. Not only would players have a much easier time controlling mana in such an environment, but it would also help them unlock their mana bodies. After giving the matter some thought, Crow turned to the Tier 3 female elementalist beside him and said, "Rose, return to headquarters and gather all of the magic crystals we have. Send someone to ask around about renting a hotel here as well. We'll be using it as Stormheart's temporary base. From now on, Stormheart's Tier 3 members will develop out of the Starlight Fortress." Although living in the Starlight Fortress was costly, if the benefits allowed one to improve their mana control and unlock their mana body's potential with ease, it was worth the price. It would even be worthwhile if the adventurer team had to invest every magic crystal it had earned thus far and would earn in the future. Levels weren't the top priority for Tier 3 players right now. Rather, unlocking their mana body's full potential was far more important. A Tier 3 player could only exhibit the true strength of Tier 3 once they did so. Residing in the Starlight Fortress would accelerate the process of unlocking their mana bodies, which was a unique, massive benefit. The rest of God's Domain's players hadn't realized this yet, which gave Stormheart the opportunity to establish a base in the fortress. If they waited until the various guilds noticed, finding a place and developing in the Starlight Fortress would become far more difficult for the adventurer team. In terms of money and resources, Stormheart wasn't even a match for first-rate guilds, much less superpowers, understood. "I'll have someone look into it immediately." The female elementalist in blue, Ice Rose, replied before breaking away from the rest of the group, while Stormheart secretly took action. Other Tier 3 independent players who had entered the fortress and were particularly sensitive to mana did the same. For a time, something strange took place within the nearly empty Starlight Fortress. Despite barely any players visiting the fortress, its hotels were booked one after another. Moreover, all of the rooms were rented long-term, stunning the ignorant visiting players and McCaffrey. Players could earn a 10% discount when renting hotel rooms long-term, but they'd have to reserve the room for a minimum of 10 days. This meant that players had to pay 9 magic crystals per room, with each day normally costing 1 magic crystal. Including the fact that all of the fortress's basic amenities cost magic crystals, the cost was even extravagant to Tier 3 experts. Regardless, nearly 100 players had rented rooms in the Starlight Fortress long-term. Some players had even rented out an entire hotel. As a result, the fortress had earned nearly 5,000 magic crystals in less than an hour after its grand opening, and the crystals continued to roll in. Meanwhile, inside the Star Tomb, Shi Feng and his team ventured farther into the Star Tomb, and the Hell Legion faced one bitter battle after another. Even Tier 3 experts struggled to move within the regional dungeon, their mobility reduced to that of Tier 1 players. Fortunately, their basic attributes hadn't been affected. The reduced mobility had, however, considerably limited everyone's individual combat power. In the outside world, every member of the Hell Legion could solo a level 105 Great Lord, but in the Star Tomb, they could barely defeat a level 105 High Lord. The earthen giants in the regional dungeon's outer region typically moved in groups consisting of several hundred, with each having at least 100 Great Lords. These small armies were an extraordinary challenge for the Hell Legion. Every time they encountered a group of monsters, the Legion spent over an hour to defeat them, and once the battle was over, they had to retrieve their tents to recover their lost stamina. If they didn't take the time to rest, their chances of defeating the next monster army would plummet. Naturally, this slowed their leveling speed to a crawl. However, the Hell Legion members had to admit that the God Mode regional dungeon was a wonderful location. Not only was the monsters' drop rate impressive, but the loot they acquired was top quality as well. One would have to slay Grand Lords for the slightest chance of obtaining secret silver weapons and equipment in the outside world, but in the Star Tomb they could slay Great Lords to acquire the same ranked items. Furthermore, the dungeon's Great Lords had a chance of dropping level 105 secret silver set equipment. After over 20 hours of battle in the Star Tomb, the Hell Legion had completed 2 secret blue sets and 1 thorn set. The secret blue set was a set equipment for magical classes, while the thorn set catered to plate armor classes. Although both were only 6-piece, level 105 secret silver set equipment, they were definitely considered top tier in an era when most guild experts hadn't yet reached level 105. Even the Hell Legion's members coveted the set equipment. Although the weakest piece of equipment among them was level 105 secret silver rank, with a few players having level 105 fine gold and dark gold equipment, the benefits of a complete secret silver set equipment were slightly greater than the items they currently wore. If they were willing to part with the set equipment, they could easily demand astronomical prices. Star Tomb's monsters also dropped plenty of magic crystals and mana stones. The Legion had even acquired 3 combat techniques and Tier 2 skill books. Unfortunately, the Hell Legion had entered an agreement with Shi Feng before they had entered the regional dungeon. Since Shi Feng had employed the Legion for this expedition, all loot they acquired would belong to him. The Hell Legion would only gain EXP within the dungeon. Guild leader Black Flame, we've found the path to the Star Tomb's 2nd floor ahead, Hellrush reported, gesturing to a massive tunnel not far from the team. The monsters in the area are too concentrated, however, and there are a few Grand Lords in the mix. Pushing past them is impossible. I'm afraid we'll be limited to this area. The Star Tomb's interior had a similar structure to a tower separated into multiple floors. Each floor was the size of a level 15 map in the outside world was more difficult to clear than the last. As players ascended, they'd also be subjected to higher gravitational force. None of the various superpowers had made it past the central area of the Star Tomb's 1st floor, near the passage to the 2nd. Reaching the 2nd floor proved almost impossible for current players. To make matters worse, players couldn't use summoning tools or war weapons in the Star Tomb. They couldn't even activate their berserk skills. Combined with the intense gravitational force, the Hell Legion was limited to taking on a few dozen Great Lords and a Grand Lord at a time. If the Legion tried to take on 3 or 4 Grand Lords at once, they'd be eliminated. They wouldn't even have the chance to flee. With their suppressed movement speed, they were considerably slower than the earthen giants. Their only option for survival was to slay the monsters. That won't do. Our goal is on the Star Tomb's second floor, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. The Star Tomb had a total of 11 floors, and the first couldn't even be considered the outer region's outer area. They'd barely make it to the dungeon's outer region once they made it to the second floor, and they'd only have a chance of securing a Star of Light by slaying the monsters in that area. It's not that we don't want to reach the second floor, Guild Leader Black Flame. We just can't make it that far. If we start a fight near the tunnel, we'll attract all of the earthen giants in the area. Not only will we have to face nearly 1,000 earthen giants, but there are also 5 Grand Lords. We're no match for them with our current combat power, Hellrush explained. The various superpowers had tried to reach the second floor as well, but even after trying various methods, none had succeeded. The 5 Grand Lords were especially challenging. Even a 1,000-man Tier 3 team would struggle to defeat them, much less 300 Tier 3 experts. Rest assured, Commander Rush. I can't make any promises regarding the rest of the earthen giants, but you can leave the Grand Lords to us, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he gave the 8-meter-tall earthen giants an anticipatory look. You'll deal with them? Hell. Rush swept his gaze across Shi Feng and his companions. Their team only included 10 of Zero Wing's members, and although he hadn't seen these players fight yet, he recognized that they all had extraordinary combat power. If these 10 players worked together, they might be able to take on a Grand Lord-ranked earthen giant by themselves. Unfortunately, 5 Grand Lords guarded the passage ahead. No matter how Hell Rush thought about the idea, it seemed like a joke. That's right. Do you think you and your legion can take out the rest of the monsters? Shi Feng asked, nodding. If you can stop the Grand Lords, the rest won't be a problem, Hellrush said, flashing a confident grin. But are you sure that you can defeat the 5 Grand Lords? Don't worry about them. Shi Feng then turned to Yan Tianxing and the others and asked, You guys can deal with the Grand Lords, right? No problem. Leave it to us. After watching the Hell Legion, we've been itching for a fight, Yan Tianxing replied with a wide smile. All right, let's lure the 5 monsters away from the rest of the group first, then, Shi Feng decided. 5 of his companions then walked away before charging at the 5 Grand Lords guarding the tunnel. They're just going to do it? Are they insane? Watching Yan Tianxing and the others rush ahead without waiting for the Hell Legion, Hellrush was dumbfounded. Chapter 2484, Unlocked Mana Body. Hellrush wasn't the only one dumbfounded. The rest of Hell Legion's resting members were stunned as they watched the 5 Zero Wing members charge toward the Grand Lords. There were nearly 1,000 earthen giants near the passage, and the weakest was a level 109 High Lord. There were over 100 Great Lords as well, and if they surrounded a 100-man Tier 3 team, the players would be done for. The earthen giants weren't affected by the Star Tomb's gravitational force, and thus, both their movement and attack speeds were higher than Tier 3 players. As a result, players had to rely on their basic attributes to block the earthen giants' attacks and their techniques to minimize the damage. The Hell Legion could only take on 3 or 4 earthen giants at one time. Even if they had superior combat standards, they wouldn't be able to face a larger group and emerge from the battle unscathed. Yet Yan Tianxing and his 4 comrades charged towards so many of these monsters with no hesitation. Just as Hell Rush came to his senses and turned to tell Shi Feng to stop his players, what he saw next left him flabbergasted. Yan Tianxing, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Yi Luofei were simply too fast. Despite the Star Tomb's painful gravitational force, those 5 players closed the distance of several hundred yards in 5 seconds, reaching the monsters guarding the tunnel. Impossible. How are they so fast? Did they find a bug? All of the Hell Legion's members were surprised and confused by Yan Tianxing and his party's movement speed. Even with superior basic attributes, attaining such speed in this environment should be impossible. The increased gravitational force had a massive impact on players' speed. Even if a Tier 2 player had double or triple their basic attributes, the Star Tomb's gravitational force wasn't something that could simply be overcome. The Hell Legion's members even suspected that reaching Tier 4 would only boost their speed to the Tier 2 standard. And yet Yan Tianxing's group moved as easily as they did outside of the regional dungeon. It was unbelievable. Wait, why is the mana around them so dense? Hell Rush watched Yan Tianxing's group carefully for a moment, and a thought popped in his mind. Could they have already unlocked their mana bodies? Even as he wondered if it were possible, he found the idea laughable. Most of the various superpowers experts hadn't even begun to unlock their mana bodies, much less to their full potential. The Hell Legion member who had progressed the furthest had only unlocked 20% of their mana body. They still had a long road ahead to reach 100%. They'd likely need 1 or 2, perhaps even 4 or 5 months to accomplish the task. One couldn't simply unlock their mana body's full potential overnight. Players would have to continuously try to understand and control their mana bodies, starting the process from the very beginning. Hence, it was a long and arduous process. However, the mana surrounding Yan Tianxing's group was so strong that it puzzled Hell Rush. Thus far, Yan Tianxing and the others hadn't participated in any of their battles, so Hell Rush hadn't noticed anything different about the mana around them. He had assumed that they used some special weapon or equipment piece that made the mana around them so dense. Now that these players were on the move, however, the mana around them grew denser, and it wasn't a result of attracting ambient mana. Rather, this mana felt as if it originated from the players. Before Hell Rush could shake the thought, however, Yan Tianxing and his companions reached their targets. Earthen Chieftain, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, Level 112, HP 330 million, an Earthen Chieftain was already an incredibly tough monster in the outside world. Elemental creatures had high magic resistance after all, and the Earthen Chieftain's body was composed of solid stone, which gave it a defense that could rival inferior dragons. There was also the fact that the Earthen Chieftain's HPs were so high. A 100-man team with 30 Tier 3 players would struggle to raid an Earthen Chieftain in the outside world at this stage of the game, and every team of that caliber was considered first-rate in God's domain. Ordinary powers didn't even have enough experts to form such a team. The instant Fire Dance reached her Earthen Chieftain, the Grand Lord, which had long since detected the assassin, raised its fist and slammed it down on her. The Earthen Chieftain was 8 meters tall, and its fists were as massive as boulders. Watching its fist descend toward Fire Dance was like watching a small mountain fall on her. There was no way she could dodge the attack. She'd have to block it. Finally, I can test my mana body's strength properly. A hint of excitement flashed in Fire Dance's eyes as the Grand Lord's fist fell. She immediately unsheathed 1,000 transformations, countering the Earthen Chieftain's attack with a normal strike. When she had emerged from the Legacy Gate, she had only been a small step away from unlocking her mana body's full potential, and after using the Legacy Room, she had resolved that issue. She had spent some time experimenting with her mana body, finally unlocking its potential to 100% a day ago. However, she had been busy with the Starlight Fortress's matters and hadn't had time to test out her mana body. Now that she had the perfect opportunity to, so she wouldn't waste it by relying on her more powerful skills. Is she insane? She's only an assassin, yet she's trying to tough it out? The Hell Legion's members thought Fire Dance was overestimating her strength when she hadn't used a skill to dodge the Grand Lord's attack. With her speed, evading the blow shouldn't be hard. She was a Void Realm expert, after all. She should have recognized the Earthen Chieftain's attack trajectory immediately. And yet the assassin was trying to counter the Earthen Chieftain's blow. She had to be suicidal. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the area, and the ground trembled. The impact's shockwave threw dust into the air. Once the dust settled, the scene before the Hell Legion's members stunned them. She blocked it. An assassin, a class known for its speed, had successfully blocked the Earthen Chieftain's attack. Crap, she actually blocked it? Is she really an assassin? The Hell Legion members felt their worldview crumble when Fire Dance had emerged from the exchange without injury. Not even Thunderbeast, who had the highest strength of any Hell Legion member, would be a match for a monster like the Earthen Chieftain. He'd have to rely on the Legion's healers to tank the Grand Lord. And yet Fire Dance had countered the attack without taking any damage. Sure enough, an unlocked peak gold mana body is amazing. Even a normal attack is so powerful. If she can learn a mana technique, she'll likely be able to solo mythics. When Shi Feng saw Fire Dance dominate the Earthen Chieftain, he couldn't help his desire to unlock his own mana body. God's Domain's players would only be considered true experts once they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. If they didn't, they'd only be considered pseudo-experts even after reaching Tier 4. Take the Star Tomb, for example. If players entered the dungeon without fully unlocking their mana bodies, they'd struggle against the regional dungeon's suppression. Hence, the first thing all experts needed to do upon reaching Tier 3 was unlock their mana bodies. Levels and tiers had to be set aside. Until they succeeded, they wouldn't even qualify to explore God's domain. While Shi Feng admired Fire Dance's display, the assassin used shadow steps to appear behind the Earthen Chieftain. "It's my turn." Fire Dance raised 1,000 transformations, aiming for the back of the Grand Lord's head. Absolute strike. Darkness immediately surrounded Fire Dance. 424,538. A damage of over -400,000 appeared above the Earthen Chieftain's head, and silence fell over the Hell Legion. Chapter 2485, Inhuman Battle. Over 400,000 damage. Is she even human? Every member of the Hell Legion wondered if they were hallucinating when they saw the bright red numbers above the Earthen Chieftain's head. For a moment they even wondered if Fire Dance was an NPC disguised as a player. Even they, experts who stood at the pinnacle of God's domain, could barely cause over -70,000 damage to the Earthen Giants with Tier 3 skills and spells. Hell Rush, one of the Legion's strongest players, could only deal around 150,000. These monsters' ridiculously high defense and magic resistance could practically rival archaic species of the same rank. And yet, they had just watched a Tier 3 assassin deal over -400,000 damage to the Grand Lord ranked Earthen Chieftain, and she had only used a Tier 2 skill. Even a Tier 3 assassins didn't have many options for raising their attack's power. Most of their skills focused on speed, increasing their total DPS, but Fire Dance had obliterated what they had known about the class. How could she even be considered an assassin with that kind of raw power? She was even more of a berserker than actual berserkers. Before the Hell Legion members could recover from their shock, Yan Tian-Sing and the other 3 Zero-Wing experts started their battles with their own Earthen Chieftains. Yan Tian-Sing effortlessly evaded his Grand Lord's straightforward attack, circling to the Grand Lord's back. He then brandished his daggers and sent several beautiful silver arcs slicing into the Earthen Chieftain's back. 134,324, 2074th, or 33,635. A series of damages appeared above the Earthen Chieftain's head, and although each of his hits didn't deal as much damage as Fire Dance's, the total amount was frightening. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Yi Luofei, all magical class players, caused an even greater commotion. As soon as Aqua Rose finished her spell's incantation, a towering tidal wave manifested before her, devouring the Earthen Chieftain and several dozen Earthen Giants nearby. In one move, Aqua Rose heavily injured the Earthen Giants and Earthen Chieftain, which boasted high magic resistance. She also dealt over 1,000,000 damage to each of them. Meanwhile, Yi Luofei summoned 5 flaming meteors, casting them down on her Earthen Chieftain. 1, 2, 3 meteors. As each meteor struck the ground, the dungeon's first floor trembled violently. By the time all 5 had landed, they had created a crater that was over 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep around the Grand Lord. Of the 3 Earthen Chieftains that faced these magical class players, however, Violet Cloud's target was in the worst state. 300 shadow blades danced around the Grand Lord, each with enough force to make the monster stumble. When all 300 attacked as one, the outcome could only be described as a tragedy. How does Zero Wing have so many monstrous players? At this point, every member of the Hell Legion believed that Yan Tian-Sing's party could slay the 5 Earthen Chieftains, let alone keep them distracted. They only might need some time to defeat the monsters. Even so, their combat power was astonishing. The 5 Zero-Wing experts single-handedly suppressed the Star Tomb's Grand Lords, and not one of them was an MT. Guild leader Black Flame, have they fully unlocked their mana bodies? Hell Rush could not help but ask as he watched Fire Dance and the others fight. He couldn't think of any other reason that would allow those 5 players to display such incredible speed and power. Not even the various Super Guild's experts had unlocked their mana bodies' full potential. All of them were still exploring. It hadn't been long since these experts had reached Tier 3, after all. They have. All 5 have reached 100% of their mana body's potential, Shi Feng confirmed with a nod. He had no intention of hiding the fact, nor could he. He couldn't explain away the strength Yan Tianxing and the other 4 displayed as higher basic attributes. Even if they had double or triple their basic attributes, they wouldn't exhibit such impressive combat power. Players could only accomplish this feat by unlocking their mana body's full potential. It was a pity that Shadow Sword, Kola, Turtle Dove, and Alluring Summer hadn't progressed this far yet. Even Alluring Summer had only unlocked 98% of her potential. If she had been able to bridge that final gap, their team would have had a much easier time exploring the Star Tomb. All 5 of them have fully unlocked their mana bodies. Hellrush and the vice commanders around him gasped when they heard Shi Feng's answer. They had suspected this might be the case, but they couldn't help their astonishment when Shi Feng had confirmed it. Even the strongest player in Netherworld Empire had only unlocked 20% of their mana body's potential. They'd still need another month or 2 to reach 100%. They would still need at least 1 or 2 months to reach 100% potential. Yet, Zero-Wing, a guild that had started from nothing in God's domain and wasn't supported by any major corporation, had nurtured 5 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. It was unbelievable. Would you be willing to offer some guidance regarding mana bodies, Guild leader Black Flame? If you are, I can represent my guild in offering to garrison 50,000 experts in the Starlight Fortress long term. Netherworld Empire will also supply Zero-Wing with various rare materials from the Western continent, Hell Rush proposed, trying to contain his excitement. Everyone's mana body was different, and players would gain very little from others' experiences, but the fact that Zero-Wing had nurtured 5 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies proved that it could help players accomplish the feat. Anyone that said otherwise was either lying or a fool. Players would see huge differences in their accomplishments, depending on how soon they unlocked their mana body's potential. The difference between the combat power Zero-Wing's members displayed and that of the Hell Legion made that much obvious. After Hell Rush presented his offer and request, the rest of his comrades grew restless, watching Shi Feng. They all wanted to hear his answer. Before this, they hadn't realized how effective a fully unlocked mana body would be on one's combat power. But after seeing Yan Tianxing and his companion's performance, they were sure of one thing. Tier 3 players that hadn't unlocked their mana bodies were pests in comparison. Many of the Hell Legion's members had just as high combat standards as Fire Dance and the others, but if they had to fight any of those 5 players, they'd refuse. The difference between their overall combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. They even suspected that Fire Dance and her party could take on 30 Hell Legion members simultaneously. The more Hell Legion's experts thought about it, the more restless they became. Rather than their earlier prideful attitude, they all watched Shi Feng with anticipation and hunger. Weapons and equipment were secondary concerns for experts like them. Their individual strength was far more important. In fact, they had joined their guild in the pursuit of greater strength. Don't worry about the 50,000 experts. Shi Feng dismissed the offer. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw everyone's eager looks. Offering guidance for unlocking your mana bodies isn't necessarily impossible, but in exchange, I'd like Netherworld Empire to help me with another matter. In exchange, I will offer some advice. Although I cannot help all of you unlock your mana body's full potential in a short time, I can help you complete the task with a little more speed. Hell Rush had to calm his heart again when Shi Feng had agreed. He responded immediately. Guild leader Black Flame, please, state your demands. If I have the authority to agree to them, I can do so on my guild's behalf. It's very simple. I need 1 month. I want Hell Legion under my command for 1 full month. Shi Feng raised a finger and swept his gaze across the Hell Legion members. Chapter 2486, Earthen Chieftains, Loot. Chapter 2486, Earthen Chieftains, Loot. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Hell Rush and the others revealed astonished expressions on their faces. You want to employ us for a month? Hell Rush could not help hesitating upon hearing Shi Feng's demand. Had the swordsman asked for financial assistance, he could have easily approved the request with his authority. However, hiring the entire Hell Legion for one whole month was a different story. The Hell Legion was one of Netherworld Empire's trump-card legions. The Legion's first priority was the improvement of its members' strength and level, which was why the Guild would invest tons of resources in the Legion. It might be fine if Shi Feng wished to employ the Hell Legion for 1 or 2 days, but an employment period of 1 whole month was something else altogether. A month might not be particularly long, but it wasn't particularly short either. Netherworld Empire might be willing to use money and resources to exchange for the improvement of its members' combat power, but not a large amount of its trump-card legion's time. After all, the reason behind Netherworld's considerable investment of resources in the development of its members was to buy time for itself. To be precise, it was to save time and gain an advantage over their competitors. Selling the time of one of its trump-card legions would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. Moreover, the Hell Legion had plenty of tasks it needed to handle. If it operated under Shi Feng for a month, these tasks would have to be set aside. You can rest assured that during this 1 month your level won't fall behind others in the slightest. In fact, your equipment standard won't fall behind either. You'll also be free to do whatever you want for most of this 1 month. I will only need your help during certain times, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the hesitation on Hell Rush's face. Most importantly, you will get to receive guidance on how to unlock your mana bodies ahead of everyone else. I can guarantee that all of you will unlock your mana bodies within this 1 month. Shi Feng understood Hell Rush's concerns. After all, the Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump-card legion. Although the Great Super Guild invested the best resources it had in the Legion, that did not mean the Legion would automatically grow stronger. The Legion still had to cherish every second available to improve itself, so that it could compete and surpass the teams and legions of other superpowers. No guild would be willing to let its strongest legion waste 1 whole month working for someone else, even in exchange for the method to accelerate the process of unlocking one's mana body. I'm afraid I don't have the authority to decide on this matter. I need to report this to my superiors first, and leave the decision to them, Hell Rush said. Although Shi Feng's words were tempting, he still shook his head and did not give a definitive answer. The Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's trump-card legion. The resources Netherworld Empire could obtain and invest in the Hell Legion were not something Shi Feng could possibly get his hands on. Moreover, Netherworld Empire might not have any methods to accelerate the unlocking process of a player's mana body now, but that might not be the case a few days later. If the Great Super Guild happened to come across such a method soon after signing a contract with Shi Feng, the Hell Legion would waste 1 month of its time for nothing. With the Hell Legion's capabilities, the opportunities it stood to lose out on from 1 month's idleness were massive. All right. I'm not in a hurry to settle this deal. You can think it over once you return, Shi Feng said, not the slightest bit surprised by Hell Rush's reply. After all, this was no longer a decision Hell Rush could make as the Hell Legion's commander. Only Netherworld Empire's guild leader and grand elders could thank you for your understanding, Guild Leader Black Flame. We will give you a reply as soon as possible, Hell Rush said, nodding. Inwardly, though, he felt that the likelihood of his higher-ups approving this transaction was minimal. After all, a month was simply too long, especially with the number of Tier 3 players in God's domain rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, Kola, who had overheard the conversation, looked at Shi Feng in confusion. Guild leader, are you really planning to let them enter the Legacy Gate? Kola asked in a quiet tone, a pained expression appearing on his face. Kola had personally experienced the Legacy Gate's benefits. It was undoubtedly the best place to improve one's mana body. However, the number of slots to enter the Legacy Gate each month were limited. Zero Wing barely had enough for itself. He felt that giving the slots to Netherworld Empire would be a huge waste. After all, a Tier 3 expert with a fully unlocked mana body brought plenty of advantages. Moreover, letting the Hell Legion use the Legacy Gate would expose the Starlight Fortress's true value. Although the Hell Legion indeed possessed a lot of Tier 3 experts, Zero Wing wasn't weak either. Zero Wing might not be capable of producing 300 Tier 3 experts in the next 10 or 15 days, but producing up to 200 Tier 3 experts should be no problem. By then, Zero Wing should also have a few more experts that had fully unlocked their mana bodies. I have an important use for the Hell Legion's experts, Shi Feng said, nodding. An important use? Shi Feng's words confused Kola. He simply couldn't understand what Shi Feng would need the Hell Legion for. In terms of combat power, the Hell Legion's experts were far inferior to Fire Dance's group of 5. In fact, the 5 could beat up the entire Hell Legion handily. At best, the Hell Legion would be useful for raiding dungeons. Fire Dance and the others are indeed very strong after unlocking their mana bodies, but there are many things that cannot be solved with just a handful of players, Shi Feng said, chuckling at the look of disdain Kola was giving the Hell Legion. Fire Dance's group of 5 might be capable of suppressing the Hell Legion now, but once the Hell Legion's members fully unlocked their mana bodies as well, Fire Dance's 5 wouldn't even be able to flee for their lives. Moreover, the Hell Legion's Tier 3 experts fully unlocking their mana bodies was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, what Shi Feng needed was the Hell Legion with its members' mana bodies fully unlocked. Although the Silver Divine Dragon was already his companion, that was only temporary. He still had to complete Auerbach's trial within 4 months to make the contract permanent. Auerbach's trial was no trivial matter. He needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible in order to clear it. Meanwhile, of the methods he could think of to boost his strength, the best one was to complete Solomon's Sword. However, the locations of the remaining fragments of Solomon's Sword were simply too dangerous. The risk of failure was incredibly high if he went to these locations by himself, and even if Fire Dance and the others accompanied him. Hence, he needed the help of the Hell Legion. Moreover, after obtaining the Hell Legion's help, Zero Wing would no longer have to fear the various superpowers on the eastern continent. It could clash with them head-on and contest for the truly important resource points. Zero Wing would not have to rely on just a handful of guild towns and cities to secure resources, which would, in turn, prevent the superpowers from easily suppressing its resource income. Currently, the main source of weapons and equipment was still monsters. However, this would shift to lifestyle players as players reached ever higher levels. If Zero Wing did not secure the necessary resource points early on with the guild's current scale of development, the various superpowers would eventually rip it to shreds by the time Shi Feng and Kola's conversation was over. Fire Dance and the others had lured the 5 earthen chieftains away from the main group of monsters. Upon seeing this, Hell Rush immediately led his team into action and started clearing out the weaker earthen giants. As the earthen chieftains were gone, the strongest monsters before the tunnel were merely level 112 Great Lords. For the Hell Legion members, whose basic attributes rivaled those of Great Lords and even Grand Lords of the same level, these monsters were a piece of cake. The only inconvenience was their reduced mobility, which slowed their clearing speed by a significant margin. However, with Fire Dance and the others occupying the earthen chieftains, the Hell Legion did not face much pressure during battle. The Legion systematically defeated the earthen giants, chipping away at their numbers. Roughly 2 hours later, all of the earthen giants blocking the tunnel had fallen. Only the 5 earthen chieftains remained standing. At this moment, however, each of the earthen giants had less than 70% of their HPs remaining. The Hell Legion members could not help but gulp audibly at the sight. Although they knew that Fire Dance and the others could solo the earthen giants, they still could not believe their eyes when they saw that each of the earthen giants had lost so much HP already. "All right, quickly get rid of these earthen giants," Shi Feng commanded when he noticed the Hell Legion members staring dazedly at Fire Dance's group. Others might not be aware of the condition of Fire Dance's group, but Shi Feng was. Fire Dance and the others might have burned a considerable portion of the earthen chieftain's HP already, but they had also expended a significant amount of stamina. With their remaining stamina, finishing off the earthen giants all by themselves would be impossible. Ultimately, a group was still necessary to defeat monsters like the Earthen Giants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered hiring the Hell Legion at all. Shi Feng's command promptly snapped everyone from the Hell Legion out of their daze, and they sprang to assist Fire Dance's group with the 5 Earthen Chieftains. Fire Dance's group of 5 tanked the 5 Earthen Chieftains, while the Hell Legion members helped deal damage from the sidelines. With the participation of the Hell Legion, the Earthen Giants lost HP rapidly. In the end, all 5 Earthen Giants fell within 30 minutes. The Hell Legion members had a much easier time with the Grand Lord-ranked Earthen Chieftains than with the Great Lord-ranked Earthen Giants. When all 5 Earthen Giants collapsed simultaneously, the players' experience bars started filling up rapidly. The amount of EXP the Earthen Giants awarded was much more bountiful than that of Grand Lords of the same level in the outside world. In just 3 seconds, their experience bars had increased by 15%, far more EXP than they normally would gain after grinding for half a day. Moreover, after the 5 Earthen Chieftains died, they had dropped several dozen items. The abundance of their loot surpassed even that of mythic monsters in the outside world. For a moment, everyone from the Hell Legion was stupefied by this scene. Chapter 2487, Flaming Steel Set. Chapter 2487, Flaming Steel Set. The Earthen Chieftains' loot is actually so abundant. The number of items they dropped is at least triple that of the Grand Lords in the outside world. The Hell Legion members' eyes glowed when they saw the 5 Earthen Chieftains' loot. There were plenty of level 100+ Grand Lords in the outside world, including Star Valley. Killing just one would net players a significant profit. If players were lucky, they might even obtain a piece of dark gold equipment. At this stage of the game, level 105 dark gold equipment was considered one of the best equipment available even to the various superpowers experts. As for level 100+ epic weapons and equipment, they were things that could be obtained only by killing level 100+ mythics, an incredibly difficult feat. Moreover, the drop rate wasn't 100% either. Usually, all level 100+ epic items a guild obtained would be allocated to the guild's elders. Even the guild's peak experts would not get any. Hence, for most experts right now, level 105 dark gold equipment was the best equipment available. Now, the 5 Earthen Chieftains had dropped loot equivalent to that of 15 Grand Lords in the outside world. This was simply a jackpot. Moreover, the Earthen Chieftains also granted much more EXP, equivalent to that of a mythic monster in the outside world. While the Hell Legion members were quietly discussing this matter among themselves, Aqua Rose and the others quickly collected the Earthen Chieftains' loot. Guild Leader, we're quite lucky this time. These 5 Earthen Chieftains dropped a total of 7 pieces of level 110 fine gold equipment and 12 pieces of level 110 secret silver equipment. Among the secret silver equipment is a pair of plate armor gloves that belongs to an 8-piece, level 100 secret silver set equipment. Aqua Rose joyfully reported to Shi Feng after organizing the loot. In regard to this situation, Shi Feng wasn't surprised in the slightest. Although they were currently on the Star Tomb's first floor, this place was still a God Mode regional dungeon. Such loot was very normal. Moreover, nobody had defeated these Earthen Chieftains before. The fact that these Grand Lords dropped level 110 fine gold equipment and level 110 secret silver set equipment was nothing special at all. Level 110 fine gold equipment and level 110 secret silver set equipment. Hell Rush was astonished when he overheard Aqua Rose's report, because the weapons and equipment the Earthen Chieftains dropped were slightly better than even some of the items he had equipped. His equipment already ranked among the best available in the entire Netherworld Empire. Only a select few in the guild had better. Moreover, if not for the several pieces of level 100+ epic items on him, then his equipment might have gotten surpassed altogether. Here, take a look, Aqua Rose said, smiling as she shared the attribute panels of the equipment they obtained with Hell Rush, not bothering to hide the item's attributes. After all, everyone from Zero Wing had much better equipment. Isn't this flaming steel set a little too powerful? If one of our MTs were to equip it, they could most likely tank an Earthen Chieftain all by themselves. Hell Rush exclaimed, a passionate flame burning in his eyes as he stared at a pair of plate armor gloves. Although the current Hell Legion's MTs were already well equipped, with some even possessing 2 pieces of level 100+ epic equipment, the overall standard of their equipment would still be inferior by a large margin when compared to the Flaming Steel set. Just the bonuses from the set's 5-piece and 8-piece set effects alone could already rival those from being fully geared in level 110 fine gold equipment. The 5-piece set effect increased not only the user's defense skill by 3 levels, but also the user's defense attribute by 25%, while the 8-piece set effect increased the user's HP and physique by 25%. These bonuses allowed MTs to become sturdier with much greater mobility. An MT geared in the Flaming Steel set would have no problems tanking level 110 mythic monsters in the outside world. Upon thinking up to this point, Hell Rush had the urge to have the Hell Legion continue grinding in the Star Tomb even after working for Shi Feng. After all, if the Hell Legion secured a complete Flaming Steel set, it would have a much easier time raiding level 100 super large-scale team dungeons. However, Hell Rush soon shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although the temptation was strong, nobody in the Hell Legion was capable of tanking the Earthen Chieftains right now. If not for Aqua Rose and the others keeping the Grand Lords in check, the Hell Legion would have been helpless against the monsters. If Commander Rush likes this Flaming Steel set, once we collect a full set, I don't mind selling it to you, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw Hell Rush fall silent after seeing the Flaming Steel set's attributes, Guild Leader Black Flame. Are you serious? Hell Rush reflexively sought confirmation. The Flaming Steel set was top-tier set equipment for MTs, which definitely could not be bought in the outside world. In fact, even the various super guilds did not possess such excellent set equipment right now. Moreover, one could use the Flaming Steel set up to level 115. Actually, although the set could grow only up to level 115, with how excellent its attributes were, players should still be able to use it even after reaching level 120. Only epic equipment could surpass the Flaming Steel set. Of course, I never joke. In fact, if the Hell Legion accepts my condition, let alone one Flaming Steel set, even obtaining 20 or 30 sets of set equipment on par with the Flaming Steel set wouldn't be a problem, Shi Feng said, nodding. The Flaming Steel set was indeed excellent for current Tier 3 players. However, as more players fully unlocked their mana bodies, such set equipment would become very common. Not to mention, after a certain point, experts should only be geared in dark gold equipment or set equipment at the very minimum, because past level 100, only dark gold equipment or better could adapt to players' mana bodies. If players with fully unlocked mana bodies fought using equipment at the fine gold rank or below, they would rapidly deplete the durability of their equipment. In fact, after reaching Tier 4, players couldn't even consider using secret silver weapons and equipment since such low-caliber weapons and equipment couldn't endure the power of a Tier 4 mana body, becoming useless after the execution of one skill or spell. This was the eternal pain that all expert players that had fully unlocked their mana bodies faced. Only, very few players in God's domain had fully unlocked their mana bodies, so players were still unaware that having an overly powerful body was also a problem. 30 sets. Hell Rush could not help being tempted. Previously, he had felt that the 1-month employment period Shi Feng proposed was too long. However, he started wavering after hearing that the Hell Legion could get its hands on 30 sets of set equipment that was on par with the Flaming Steel set equipment. After all, even if the Hell Legion desperately grinded for 1 month, few of its members could reach level 120 in that period. Meanwhile, the Flaming Steel set equipment was top-tier set equipment that could still be used even after players reached level 120. In other words, even after working for Shi Feng for a month, the Hell Legion would retain an edge over the teams of other superpowers when it came to equipment standards. Now he felt that he needed to have a proper discussion with his superiors in the guild. Since we've taken care of the monsters already, we should head to the 2nd floor. If we continue resting here, the monsters might respawn, Shi Feng said after seeing that everyone was sufficiently rested. Everyone promptly stood up from the ground and entered the tunnel leading to the Star Tomb's 2nd floor. The tunnel was long and narrow. Not only did it not have any monsters, but the ambient mana inside was also incredibly dense. This situation allowed everyone to relax their mental states considerably. Meanwhile, after walking for around 5 minutes, the team arrived on the Star Tomb's second floor, where a strong pressure greeted everyone. "Why is the gravity here so much higher than on the first floor?" Aqua Rose immediately felt uncomfortable when she stepped onto the second floor. On the first floor, she had barely felt the effects of the increased gravitational force. Now, however, she could actually feel her body growing significantly heavier. Even her mobility was negatively affected. "The gravity here is twice as strong as that of the first floor. It seems this floor will be our limit." When Shi Feng sensed the gravitational force on the second floor, he too felt a little surprised. He never thought that the gravity here would be so powerful. From what he knew, the gravitational force players experienced inside the Star Tomb would grow ever higher with each floor they climbed. Hence, ascending the Star Tomb was incredibly difficult. After reaching the fourth floor, even Tier 3 players that had their mana bodies fully unlocked would be incapable of combat without anti-gravity equipment. However, anti-gravity equipment had always been considered incredibly rare in God's domain. In fact, lifestyle players couldn't produce it, as its creation involved ancient technology. Following which, Shi Feng and the others started clearing out the monsters outside the tunnel's exit. Although the gravitational force on the second floor had doubled, the monsters' strength and levels had barely increased. The only obvious difference was the larger number of Great Lord-ranked earthen giants in each group of monsters. However, this change did not affect Shi Feng and the others at all. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the monsters here granted at least 3 times more EXP than the monsters found on the first floor. As a result, everyone's leveling speed was now at least 50% faster than if they grinded in the outside world. In addition, the loot the monsters dropped was also much better. Even the Great Lord-ranked earthen giants occasionally dropped level 110 fine gold equipment. Aside from having better loot, the Star Tomb's second floor had much thinner mana than the first floor. Hence, everyone could actually improve their control over the mana inside their mana bodies as they fought, which inspired everyone to fight much more fervently. In such a way, the team grinded on the second floor for 2 whole days, moving from the outer area to the inner area. Many players on the team leveled up from the abundant EXP. Unfortunately for Shi Feng, as he had reached level 111 already, the amount of EXP he received from the second floor's monsters wasn't particularly abundant. Hence, he did not manage to level up. As if to rub salt in the wound, despite killing numerous Grand Lords, he still didn't obtain a Star of Light during the past 2 days of grinding, contrary to his expectations. "Guild leader, I discovered an inferior legendary treasure chest over here." Fire Dance, who was scouting ahead of the team, reported excitedly through the team chat. An inferior legendary treasure chest. Shi Feng was stunned when he heard Fire Dance's words. How is this possible? According to his memories, the Star Tomb shouldn't possess a single treasure chest, much less an inferior legendary treasure chest. Chapter 2488, Demon God's Temptation. Could it be a pioneering benefit? After giving the matter some thought, this was the only possibility Shi Feng could think of. In his previous life, there was never any news of anybody discovering a treasure chest in the Star Tomb, despite the many teams grinding there back then. Any treasure chest opened in the Star Tomb would definitely have caught the attention of others. However, nobody had ever seen any signs of a treasure chest being opened in the Star Tomb. Everyone had always believed that this regional dungeon did not spawn treasure chests, and that players could only obtain resources and treasures from killing bosses there. However, Shi Feng did not put too much thought into the matter after all. That was an inferior legendary treasure chest they were talking about, an opportunity that was incredibly difficult to come by. He immediately led Kola and the others toward Fire Dance's location. At the same time, Fire Dance's report in the team chat had set the team abuzz. Crap. There's actually an inferior legendary treasure chest here? Zero Wing has struck gold this time. It might even get a fragmented legendary item. Only our guild leader has a fragmented legendary item currently. Zero Wing is truly lucky. The several vice commanders of the Hell Legion grew incredibly envious upon hearing about the discovery of an inferior legendary treasure chest. If not for Zero Wing being their ally, they would have most likely done everything they could to contest for it. Currently, in the opinion of most experts, epic weapons and equipment were the highest-ranked items available in God's domain, while fragmented legendary items and the like were mere rumors. After all, items of such caliber had yet to appear on the market. In fact, the majority of the various superpowers still didn't have any concrete information relating to fragmented legendary items. According to Netherworld Empire's investigations, there shouldn't be more than 10 fragmented legendary items in the hands of players right now. Moreover, only a few in the guild's upper echelon knew about this information. As for the strength of fragmented legendary items, the guild upper echelon, like themselves, had personally witnessed it before. It was not something epic weapons and equipment could hope to match. Fragmented legendary items allowed players to undergo a qualitative transformation. If they could obtain just one fragmented legendary item, they would instantly soar to the apex of God's domain. Most importantly, fragmented legendary items could be used forever, continuously growing stronger as players reached higher levels and would never fall behind the times. Netherworld Empire had always been frantically searching for clues to fragmented legendary items, and would go all out in following any clues it found. In fact, the guild wouldn't even mind letting the entire Hell Legion suffer annihilation if it meant obtaining a fragmented legendary item. However, according to Netherworld Empire's research, the chances of getting a fragmented legendary item from epic treasure chests were minimal. Only inferior legendary treasure chests had a significant chance of awarding such an item. The Star Tomb's pioneering benefits are this excellent? Hell Rush also could not help growing envious in this situation. It seems we'll really need to go all out in exploring the Star Tomb after this job. Although he knew that the Star Tomb definitely contained bountiful resources and treasures as a God-mode regional dungeon, he never imagined that it would be to such an extent. They were only on the Star Tomb's second floor, yet they had already come across an inferior legendary treasure chest. If even the second floor had such amazing treasures, he simply could not fathom how amazing the treasures on the higher floors would be. After the Hell Legion's members discussed this matter briefly among themselves, they quickly followed Shi Feng toward Fire Dance's location. The environment of the Star Tomb's second floor was a tropical rainforest. However, unlike the rainforests in the real world, the rainforest here was home to colossal trees. Entering this place felt like entering a land for giants. Ordinary humans would look incredibly small here. After traveling through the forest for around 20 minutes, the team arrived before a barren hill, which actually had an ancient temple erected on it. A dark fog enveloped this shrine, evoking an indescribably gloomy sensation. Through the open gates, one could see a gigantic treasure chest sitting in the middle of the shrine. This treasure chest gave off the distinctive orange-red glow of an inferior legendary treasure chest. "Guild leader, we've struck the jackpot this time. It really is an inferior legendary treasure chest," Kola said, excitement surfacing on his face when he spotted the gigantic treasure chest. This was no longer Kola's first time seeing an inferior legendary treasure chest. Although he didn't think that Fire Dance would make a mistake, after verifying Fire Dance's claim with his own eyes, he still could not help his surprise. After all, he had personally experienced the strength of a fragmented legendary item before. At this moment, aside from Kola, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members present also revealed excited expressions on their faces. After all, so long as they managed to obtain a fragmented legendary item from the treasure chest, Zero Wing would have another Apex expert, something the guild lacked the most right now. However, unlike the Zero Wing experts, the members of the Hell Legion did not reveal any joy or envy upon seeing the inferior legendary treasure chest. On the contrary, they even started shaking their heads in disappointment. What a pity. It's actually a demon god's temptation. Hellrush sighed as he gazed at the gloomy temple. After calming herself, Aqua Rose turned to Hellrush and asked curiously, "Demon god's temptation? What do you mean, Commander Rush?" Previously, she had clearly sensed Hellrush and the others' passionate response to the discovery of the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now, however, after seeing the treasure chest itself, they were suddenly indifferent toward it. This was truly strange. "You arrived on the Western continent not long ago, so you might not know about this. but strange temples randomly appear in some of the dangerous locations on the western continent. Not only are these strange temples filled with dense dark energy, but these temples also house incredibly precious treasures, Hellrush explained. However, these temples are merely traps set up by demon gods. If players fail to resist the temptation and get lured into these temples, they are forced to undergo a trial and challenge the phantom of the demon god that set up the trial. Meanwhile, these trials are simply impossible to complete. To make matters worse, if players don't complete the trial, they not only fail to obtain the treasure, but even have their level returned to 0 and half their soul devoured, which would place them in a weakened state for a very long period, at which point players have no choice but to remake their accounts. Hence, we have labeled these temples as the demon god's temptation. As Hellrush finished speaking, many of the Hell Legion's members revealed grim expressions. This was because several of the Hell Legion's members had fallen for these traps and were forced to remake their accounts, an irrecoverable blow. Moreover, Netherworld Empire wasn't the only guild that had fallen for these demon gods' temptations. Many other superpowers had too. Many famous experts had disappeared from God's domain, victims of these traps. Hence, whenever the demon god's temptation was mentioned, the various superpowers experts would turn pale with fright. So, that means we came here for nothing. Aqua Rose grew dejected upon hearing Hellrush's words. Although she still had the urge to challenge the demon god's temptation even after hearing Hellrush's explanation, reason stopped her. Her current combat power might be far superior to Hellrush's and the others, but some trials in God's domain did not just test players' combat power but also their combat standards. Players would need to meet the requirements for both to pass those trials. Meanwhile, when it came to combat standards, Hellrush was leaps and bounds above her, and considerably superior even to Yan Tianxing, who was a domain realm expert. If even an expert of Hellrush's caliber had given up on the demon god's temptation without hesitation, how could someone like herself possibly succeed? Don't even think about it. The greater the treasure stored inside a demon god's temptation, the more difficult the trial would be. Previously, a trial that housed an epic treasure chest already forced players to go up against a demon god's phantom of the same level and tier. With the reward being an inferior legendary treasure chest right now, I'm afraid the phantom summoned will be at least 1 tier higher than the challenger, Hellrush advised. He too was tempted by the prospects of obtaining an inferior legendary treasure chest. If there were even the slightest possibility of success, he would most likely give the trial a try. However, that was not the case for the trial before him. Challenging it would be akin to making a bet guaranteed to lose. After all, the opponent summoned would be a Tier 4 phantom of a god. The other members of the Hell Legion also agreed with Hellrush's words. With their current strength, they could only admire the inferior legendary treasure chest from afar. They had to be tired of living to try to obtain it. No, we're not completely without options, Shi Feng suddenly said. Chapter 2489, Circumventing the Rules. Chapter 2489, Circumventing the Rules. Hellrush and the Hell Legion's other members gave Shi Feng a strange look after he spoke up. They had already explained the demon god's temptation to the Eastern players. They hadn't expected that Shi Feng would still aim to claim the inferior legendary treasure chest. Trying to take that chest would be the equivalent of trading one's life for wealth. Guild leader Black Flame, you won't be able to use your berserk skills or any magic tools once inside the temple. You'd have to face the demon god's phantom by relying on your own power. Although the phantom isn't a true demon god, a demon god did create it. It's far stronger than a hero of the same level and tier, Hellrush explained. If you fail, you'll have to remake your account. Hellrush could sympathize with Shi Feng's desire. An inferior legendary treasure chest was just that tempting. That treasure chest had a very high chance of bestowing a fragmented legendary item to whoever opened it. But Shi Feng didn't know how powerful a demon god's phantom was. Hellrush might have considered the task of obtaining the chest, too, if he hadn't seen a demon god's phantom for himself. But he had. The Hell Legion's members nodded in agreement with their commander. They acknowledged Shi Feng for his strength, but the man wasn't powerful enough to challenge a demon god's phantom and survive. Guild leader, Shi Feng's statement even made Aqua Rose a little nervous. He hadn't even unlocked his mana body's full potential, and in the Star Tomb he had slightly less combat power than she did. If Shi Feng failed the trial, he'd take Zero Wing down with him. The man was the symbol of Zero Wing, and if he were forced to remake his account, the guild would quickly crumble. You misunderstand? I have no intention of challenging the demon god's phantom directly, Shi Feng explained, noticing his comrade's anxious expressions. I'm just saying that obtaining that treasure chest is possible. Obtaining the treasure chest without challenging the demon god's phantom. Hell, Rush gave Shi Feng a confused look. He thought the man must be joking. Once players entered the temple, they couldn't leave until the trial, until they completed it. If Shi Feng didn't defeat the demon god's phantom, how would he claim the treasure chest? Yes, though it will be somewhat difficult, Shi Feng answered, nodding. He then turned to Aqua Rose and said, "Set up a starlight-gathering magic array around the temple. Then I want you to stand guard and prevent any monsters from approaching." Shi Feng knew far more about the ancient gods and their phantoms than anyone in God's domain. Not even a dragon of the same tier would approach an area guarded by an ancient god's phantom. The phantom's strength was on par with that of a divine dragon. As he was now, he wouldn't last 3 or 4 hits against a demon god's phantom of the same tier, much less against a phantom that was 1 tier higher, while he might not be able to defeat a demon god's phantom. However, obtaining that treasure chest was a different story. Many confident experts had challenged demon god's temptations during his previous life, but they had all been forced to set up new accounts. Not even Apex experts had succeeded. However, one independent player had secured the treasure within a demon god's temptation at some point, and that independent expert had posted about his victory on the forums. The incident had shaken God's domain to its core, inspiring curiosity in every player. The various superpowers had even tried to recruit this independent player, offering an elder position, even a grand elder position within their guilds. When the superpowers had finally located the player, however, what they had found had left them dumbfounded. That independent player had only been an ordinary expert. He hadn't even reached the refinement realm at that point. No one had expected the outcome. So many experts, including domain realm experts wielding fragmented legendary items, had tried to clear demon god's temptations, yet none had lasted more than 10 seconds against the demon god's phantom. Naturally, they hadn't secured the treasure either. After detailed interviews, the various superpowers had learned that the independent player hadn't actually challenged the demon god's temptation. Rather, he had found the treasure hidden within the temple. To claim the treasure for himself, he had merely decoded the magic arrays that had protected the temple. Once a player decoded the magic arrays, they could use magic tools within the temple. This made it possible to pin down the demon god's temple long enough to flee with the treasure. Astounded, none of the various superpowers had considered that there was a way to bypass the system's rules. Every player in God's domain had long since memorized the main God system's various rules and determined that players simply couldn't challenge these rules. However, the main God system had never indicated that challenging existing rules was impossible. Players had simply convinced themselves that the concept was fact. Of course, the method the independent player had employed wasn't easy. Decoding the temple's magic arrays required a lot of time, and demon god's temptations didn't exist for long, with most only lasting 2 days. Although the independent player hadn't been an amazing expert, he had been an advanced master magician, only 1 step away from grandmaster rank. Hence, he had been able to decode the magic arrays within the time limit, obtaining the treasure. Unfortunately, of the many powers that had attempted to use the same method, very few had succeeded. Demon god's temptations appeared at random, and even if players found one, challenging it would be pointless if they couldn't decode the magic arrays before the temple vanished. Even if they succeeded, they'd still have to escape the demon god's phantom. If they couldn't last 20 or 30 seconds, escaping with the treasure would be impossible. Now that Shi Feng was a master magician, albeit only at basic rank, he had a chance of decoding the temple's magic arrays. The time limit was the only problem. But Shi Feng couldn't care less. Since he had stumbled across a demon god's temptation, giving up without trying would be a waste. Meanwhile, confused, Aqua Rose and her companions did as they were told, setting up a starlight-gathering magic array around the temple. As they did, the magic arrays concentrated the ambient mana, which skyrocketed around the temple. Now that the mana density is higher, I should be able to decode the arrays faster. Next, I'll have to race against time. Sensing the gathering mana, Shi Feng took a deep breath and approached the stone pillars around the temple. He then began to decode the magic arrays that protected the temple. The several ancient pillars suppressed space around and inside the temple. Essentially, they were the core magic arrays that sealed the temple. If he could decode them, he could enter and leave the temple freely until the magic array's auto-repair completed. He would not have to worry about being trapped or not having access to magic tools within the temple. Commander, Black Flame has gone insane. Those are the system's magic arrays, yet he's trying to decode them. Thunder Beast was stunned as he watched Shi Feng approach one of the stone pillars and get to work. "I don't know," Hell Rush said, shaking his head. "However, he hired us since he wants to try decoding the magic arrays. We can only comply with his wishes. In any case, we can use this opportunity to get some rest." Hell Rush assumed Shi Feng had already submitted to the temptation and become obsessed with the inferior legendary treasure chest. But Shi Feng must realize that defeating a demon god's phantom was impossible, coming up with another method to tackle the demon god's temptation. Although Hell Rush thought the swordsman's idea was even less feasible than confronting the phantom directly, he had no reason to stop the man since this method wasn't dangerous. The Hell Legion began to relax as they kept an eye on the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, excitement welled within Shi Feng as he examined the temple's magic arrays. It turned out that they weren't as powerful as he had assumed, only somewhat complex, consisting of a series of linked master magic arrays. These weren't nearly as formidable as the magic arrays that had entrapped the Silver Divine Dragon. Given enough time, decoding these arrays wouldn't be a problem. Shi Feng frantically decoded the core magic arrays engraved on the ancient stone pillars as time flew by. 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. The harder Shi Feng tried to decode the magic arrays, the more impressed he became. These arrays offered a lot of insight into magic arrays' structure and manipulations. Unfortunately, the more magic arrays Shi Feng decoded, the slower his progress became. Not only were the engraved arrays more complex than the last, but they also required more mana and more precise mana control. In the end, Shi Feng had only decoded half of the magic arrays after more than a day had passed. He began to feel a little dejected. It's no wonder why only a few powers had ever successfully obtained the treasures, even after learning how to secure them without facing the phantom. The last magic arrays aren't testing players' knowledge of magic arrays, but their mana control. Shi Feng gave the next magic array a bitter smile. It seems that I won't be able to claim the treasure chest after all. Guild leader, your mana control is too rough. Like combat techniques, mana operates within certain rules. It's easier to control if you work within those rules, Aqua Rose interrupted, watching Shi Feng work while staying out of his way. Combat technique? Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he suddenly realized something. That's right. He then gritted his teeth and retrieved the memory crystal that contained the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique. He had wanted to save it until he had unlocked his mana body's full potential. Wielding the technique would involve his mana body after all, but a mana technique was at its core a way to use mana. Even if he couldn't execute Eliade's mana technique just yet, learning it should grant him a boost to his mana control. I can only try it. Shi Feng then squeezed the memory crystal until it shattered, and a stream of purple-gold light flowed into his head, forming a virtual space within his mind. Chapter 2490, Mana Technique Legacy. Chapter 2490, Mana Technique Legacy. So this is a Mana Technique Legacy. Shi Feng was shocked when a virtual space manifested within his mindscape. Within the virtual space, his body performed the 3 sword strikes Eliade had used against him in the Legacy trial. It almost felt as if someone were controlling him, yet he could feel the flow of movement and mana inside him. He could also sense how his body and mana were controlled. This simulation was far more effective than watching someone else perform the technique. It's no wonder why so few people learned mana techniques in the past. This isn't something you can learn by watching someone else. Not only did one have to master the 4 major elements to use a mana technique, but they'd also have to master the 3 supreme elements. Even master magicians struggled to create magic arrays that manipulated all of the 4 major elements. One would have to familiarize themselves with each of the 4 mana types' movement patterns and create an array based on these patterns. The Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique, however, was even more complex, requiring one to understand all 7 elements. Moreover, one would also need to guide all 7 through their mana body to execute the technique. Executing the mana technique, Holy Annihilation, was many times more difficult than performing the bronze combat technique, Lightning Flash. Executing Lightning Flash relied on physical movement, an action that players could become intimately familiar with. Physical control was natural, both in the real world and in the virtual world, but controlling mana and one's mana body was a different story. Both were foreign sensations. Becoming comfortable with one and gaining rudimentary control was already an incredible challenge. Trying to understand them completely and gaining precise control was even more difficult. Fortunately, this memory crystal has recorded some basic information on how to manipulate the 7 elements. Even if I knew how to execute Holy Annihilation, it'd be useless without these details. After watching himself complete Light Shadow and his breakdown analysis of the mana conduction, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't allow himself to relax, however. Rather, he started to focus on learning mana's basic patterns. The memory crystal's simulation wouldn't last long, usually only 3 to 4 hours, while some didn't even last that long. One would be dreaming if they thought they could study within the simulation for a full day. Players could only try to learn as much as possible during the limited duration. The memory crystal didn't care how successful a player was. Time passed quickly while Shi Feng immersed himself in his own mindscape. 1 hour, 2 hours. From an outsider's point of view, Shi Feng had sat by one of the ancient pillars to rest. He wasn't doing anything interesting. How much more time is Black Flame planning to waste, Commander? We've been in the Star Tomb for 4 days now. Are we really going to let him continue to waste our time as well? Thunder Beast asked Hell Rush, glancing at Shi Feng's motionless form by the pillar. At least they had been able to grind monsters when they had first arrived, although they hadn't obtained any loot. The monsters had awarded an abundance of EXP. They had gained a bit more mana control during their fights on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, helping Shi Feng hadn't been a complete waste, but now. They had spent over a day in this area already, just resting, aside from killing the occasional group of earthen giants that had wandered too close to the demon god's temptation. They hadn't done a thing. All of the various superpowers experts were frantically grinding and leveling right now, yet the Hell Legion was stuck here, doing nothing. Let's wait a little longer. We agreed to accompany Black Flame into the Star Tomb for 5 or 6 days, whether or not he finds what he's looking for. The 5th day isn't over quite yet. After the agreed-upon time, if he wants to remain, we'll retreat, Hell Rush said. He wasn't pleased about the situation either. If the Hell Legion were one of Netherworld's ordinary expert legions, this wouldn't have been a major issue, but that wasn't the case. The Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump-card legion. Every member was an expert among experts. They did not have a ton of time to waste with Shi Feng. Black Flame is stubborn. Not even the various superpowers have found success in a demon god's temptation. What can he possibly accomplish by himself? Thunder Beast grumbled, glaring at Shi Feng. When the two had finished speaking, Shi Feng's eyes fluttered open, and he returned his attention to decoding the magic arrays engraved on the stone pillar before him. This time, the magic arrays were much easier to decode, and the surrounding mana began to gather around Shi Feng. What did he do? Thunder Beast was shocked to feel more and more mana gather around Shi Feng. The mana became so dense that it actually became visible. The layer of mist that had formed around Shi Feng was incredibly thin, and one could miss it if they weren't paying attention. But there were so few locations in God's domain that had dense enough mana for it to condense in such a way. Naturally, the various superpowers coveted every one of these locations. His mana control has improved. Hell Rush couldn't believe his eyes. And it's improved quite a bit. You can actually attract so much mana with better mana control? Thunderbeast gave his commander a skeptical look. With enough control, it is possible. I've met a Tier 4 magical class NPC that gathered a ridiculous amount of mana just by manipulating the mana around him. He hadn't even used any skills or spells. The female elementalist beside Hellrush contributed. Black Flame is just a swordsman. How can he have so much control over mana? Thunderbeast glanced at Shi Feng again, astonished. Matching a Tier 4 magical class NPC's mana control should be impossible for players at this stage of the game. Yet not only had Shi Feng accomplished the feat as a Tier 3 player, but he had done so as a non-magical melee class as well. Is this why he's so confident that he can help others unlock their mana body's potential? Hellrush wondered, recalling Shi Feng's previous declaration. Although Hellrush had seen that Aqua Rose and her companions had unlocked their mana body's full potential, he had assumed it was a result of some means Zero Wing had to accelerate the process. He had had his doubts about whether this method could help the Hell Legion's several hundred members do the same within 1 month. Every player had a different mana body, and unlocking their potential would differ as well. Seeing Shi Feng with mana control to rival that of a Tier 4 magical class NPC, however, the swordsman's claim seemed more plausible. A player's mana control played a huge part in unlocking their mana body, which was why magical class players found the task much easier than physical class players. And yet even Zero Wings members, especially Aqua Rose and the other magical class players, stared at Shi Feng, dumbfounded. Their mana control had been much greater than Shi Feng's, especially after they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. After resting for 3 short hours, however, Shi Feng had gained far more control, pulling leagues ahead of them. Just what was going on, but before anyone could regain their senses, the glow from the magic arrays on the stone pillar began to fade. As it did, the faint layer of black fog around the temple began to dissipate, and the gloomy atmosphere vanished completely. Chapter 2491, Basic Mana Control. Chapter 2491, Basic Mana Control. He decoded it. Something like this is actually breakable. As the black fog disappeared, silence fell over the group of players as they stared at Shi Feng in astonishment. They were 100 times more shocked than when the mana density around Shi Feng had increased due to his mana control. The demon god's temptation temples had survived since ancient times, and the main god system had set the rules that governed them. Players had no choice but to follow these rules if they wished to complete the demon god's temptation. Not even the various superpowers could manage to get around these rules. None of God's Domain's players would even dream of breaking these rules, since they had already accepted the main god system's rules as an integral part of their lives. However, Shi Feng hadn't just refused to follow these rules. He actually broke them. He had shaken their very understanding of God's domain. He succeeded? How is this possible? Thunderbeast stared at Shi Feng in shock. He could hardly believe what was happening. Yet with the results of Shi Feng's efforts before him, he couldn't deny it. Is he really a player? Thunderbeast began to suspect that Shi Feng wasn't actually another player, but an NPC in disguise. First, Shi Feng had displayed mana control that rivaled Tier 4 magical class NPCs. Then he had successfully decoded the magic arrays that sealed the temple. Neither feat should be possible for current players. It's no wonder why Divine Tribe was willing to work with him, even without demanding some of the Starlight Fortress's shares and going as far as to station so many of its members in the fortress. Is this his true trump card? Hellrush could not help his bitter smile as he watched the magic arrays around the temple lose power. Hellrush had assumed Zero Wing had gotten extremely lucky to obtain a dragon and a fortress prison after capturing the Starlight Fortress. These factors were the very reasons that the Hell Legion hadn't been able to cause trouble for the fortress. Still, he hadn't felt particularly threatened by Zero Wing's small group. The guild's foundations in the West were pathetically weak, even with 5 experts that had unlocked their mana body's full potential. A handful of players wasn't enough to influence a guild's standing in the overall competition between God's Domain's many guilds, especially in the competition between the various superpowers. The various superpowers might not have the strength to take the Starlight Fortress now, but they could rely on another method, stealing the Fortress Lord's token. Although the Fortress Lord's token was heavily guarded, it couldn't be removed from the fortress. Normally, the ruling individual could only store the token in the Fortress Lord's mansion behind heavy security. All the various superpowers needed to do was send enough experts to siege the Starlight Fortress and its Fortress Lord's mansion. Not even a dragon could stop an army of hundreds of thousands or millions of experts. Furthermore, the various superpowers had tools they could use to pin the dragon down for a short time. Stealing the fortress from Zero Wing was entirely possible. It would be costly, but as long as the superpowers were willing to cooperate, they could accomplish the feat. Seeing the swordsman before him now, however, Hellrush doubted that even the various superpowers' combined forces would be able to take the Starlight Fortress from this man. With Shi Feng's mana control and knowledge of magic arrays, no player could threaten his hold on the fortress at this stage of the game. God's domain's automatic magic arrays and those under a player's control had different effects. The various superpowers had conducted their own secret experiments to test this concept. Unfortunately, controlling a city's defensive magic array was incredibly difficult. Not only did players need sufficient understanding of magic arrays, but they also needed sufficient mana control. This was why NPC cities were so difficult to capture. Ordinary players might assume that major NPC cities' defensive magic arrays were simply stronger than those in guild cities, but that wasn't truly the case. The defensive magic arrays in NPC cities were only slightly stronger than those in guild cities, but because NPC cities were guarded by Tier 4 NPCs, there were NPCs that were responsible for manipulating the city's defensive magic array. These NPCs would strengthen the array until the barrier could even withstand Tier 5 NPCs' attacks for a long time. If the Starlight Fortress had someone to control its defensive magic array, what chance did the various superpowers have to break through it? While the Hell Legion's members were confused and stunned, excitement overwhelmed Shi Feng. Thank goodness I made it. After 3 hours of desperate study, he had finally grasped the profound concepts of the 7 elements. He still couldn't execute any of Holy Annihilation's 3 moves, but he now had basic mana control. He could now draw master magic arrays based on the 4 major elements' movement patterns. Normally, only Tier 3 magical class NPCs could perform the task. He was still far from having the mana control to rival Tier 4 magical class NPCs. To reach that standard, he'd have to draw simple magic arrays with the 3 supreme elements. Once one could do so, they'd be able to create their own mana domains, which were far more powerful than using a skill or spell to form a domain. Even so, Shi Feng was satisfied with his progress. Only a small number of the Tier 6 mage gods from his previous life had reached this standard at Tier 3. Most had only made so much progress after reaching Tier 4. Fortunately, he only needed to possess basic mana control to decode the magic arrays protecting the temple. As an additional bonus, he was now on the brink of becoming an intermediate master magician thanks to the Holy Annihilation legacy. Decoding these arrays proved far easier than it had been, and he completed the task in no time. His success also excited Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing experts. Now that the magic arrays had been decoded, they had a chance of claiming the temple's inferior legendary treasure chest. If they could get their hands on that treasure chest, Zero Wing might gain another fragmented legendary item, which meant the guild could gain another Apex expert. Before Aqua Rose and her companions could celebrate, however, a 7-meter-tall figure in pitch-black armor and wearing a horned helmet appeared within the temple. This figure also wielded a pitch-black axe ready for battle. The moment the figure appeared, the temple began to radiate an intense amount of divine might. Even Hellrush and his legion, who stood over 300 yards away from the temple, were overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Demon God Atlock, God's Phantom, Mythic Level 120, HP, everyone gasped when they saw Atlock's attributes, Level 120. Even Shi Feng stared at Atlock with a grim expression. NPCs weren't like players. Every 5 levels, they received a massive strength boost. A level 120 NPC's combat power was in a completely different league than that of a level 110 NPC. Right now, Atlock was even stronger than the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbeck. "Are you really going in there, Guild Leader?" Aqua Rose asked worriedly. She had been confident of their chances of securing the inferior legendary treasure chest before she had seen Atlock. But after witnessing the demon god's phantom for herself, she realized how wrong she had been. She wouldn't last more than 5 seconds against the phantom. Even from so far away, the demon god's divine might reduced her combat power by at least 30%. She'd lose even more once she was within attack range. "I've already gone this far." "I have to try," Shi Feng said, gritting his teeth. The demon god's temptation appeared at random. One would have to be incredibly lucky to encounter one. If this demon god's temptation had only housed an epic treasure chest, he would have dismissed it without a thought. But he'd be wrought with regret if he gave up on an inferior legendary treasure chest without trying his best. Even after a decade in God's domain, fragmented legendary items had been extremely rare, and every one was a priceless treasure. Although Shi Feng remembered a few clues that would lead to fragmented legendary items, whether or not he could claim them was another matter altogether. Since he had a high chance of securing a fragmented legendary item now, how could he walk away without putting up a fight? His opponent might be a level 120, Tier 4 demon god, but he still had a chance of victory. He didn't actually have to fight the phantom. He just needed to buy enough time to take the treasure chest and get out. After giving his answer, Shi Feng approached the temple. "What? He's really going in?" Thunder Beast gaped in shock. Words were no longer sufficient to describe the demon god's strength. Just having the courage to enter the temple was impressive, not to mention fighting Atlock. That demon god could likely even instant-kill Tier 4 NPCs, let alone current Tier 3 players. There was no way to buy time with such an opponent on one's heels. Shi Feng had decoded the temple's outer magic arrays, allowing players to enter and leave the temple freely and use magic tools. But the temple's inner magic array remained intact. The inner magic array ensured that only one player could enter the temple at a time. In other words, Shi Feng would have to face the Tier 4 demon god by himself. How much time could he possibly buy himself? "Puny adventurer, you are capable and brave. You've decoded the magic array I had set up outside, and you even dare to enter my temple after seeing my phantom," Atlock addressed Shi Feng, a hint of recognition lacing his tone. However, his words also contained a trace of anger. "But this ends now. Since you have dared to break my trial, I will eliminate you from this world." After saying so, the intensity of Atlock's divine might skyrocketed, and it felt as if a 1-ton weight had been dropped on Shi Feng's shoulders. Even walking became a challenge. Sure enough, taking on a Tier 4 god's phantom won't be easy. Shi Feng flashed Atlock a bitter smile as the phantom's divine might swept over him. "I can only try my luck." Following which, Shi Feng pulled a summon guard scroll from his bag and called Anna to his side. Chapter 2492, Apex Battle. Chapter 2492, Apex Battle. Now that the temple's outer magic array had been disabled, players could summon personal guards inside the temple. As Shi Feng activated the summon guard scroll, a summoning array appeared before him, and as it completed, a blonde woman in luxurious crimson robes emerged. The moment this woman appeared, the mana, which had frozen due to Atlock's incredible divine might, began to relax and move. Shi Feng also felt some of the pressure on him subside, making it far easier to move. "What a high-leveled personal guard," Thunder Beast exclaimed when he saw Anna. Anna had already reached level 119, while the strongest personal guard in Netherworld Empire had only reached level 115. Anna was undoubtedly the highest-leveled personal guard Thunder Beast had ever seen. Although the gap only consisted of 4 levels, the amount of EXP those 4 levels required was astronomical. What is he trying to do? Is he planning on throwing away his personal guard's life as well as his own? When Hellrush saw Shi Feng summon Anna, he was sure the swordsman had gone mad. Anna's level was high, but Atlock was level 120. There was a considerable difference between a level 119 NPC and a level 120 NPC. Most importantly, Anna was only Tier 3. whereas Atlock was Tier 4. Factoring in the difference between their life ratings, Anna didn't even have a chance of serving as a distraction to buy time. The demon god would kill her instantly. Shi Feng was simply insane for summoning his personal guard here. Before Hell Rush and his companions could say more, however, Anna began to chant an incantation. A gigantic, threefold magic array then appeared on the temple's ceiling, illuminating the dusky temple and surrounding area with its dazzling golden glow. After a moment, a woman in silvery white armor with 3 pairs of pure white feathery wings slowly descended from the golden magic array. How is that possible? A Tier 4 higher Valkyrie. Every member of the Hell Legion stared at the Valkyrie with wide, shocked eyes. Players on the Western continent were quite familiar with the concept of Valkyries. The continent's major NPC cities generally summoned these beings when they fought powerful demonic creature armies. Valkyries were considered major NPC cities' trump cards. Higher Valkyries, on the other hand, had the life rating to rival dragons. They were nigh invincible among those of the same tier. Dark Dragon had once assaulted a border city in the west, and the War God's Temple's branch temple master had stepped up and summoned a higher Valkyrie to save his city. Facing both the branch temple master and his higher Valkyrie, the Dark Dragon had been forced to retreat, and now Shi Feng revealed that he too could summon a higher Valkyrie, even if he did so by relying on his personal guard. The fact that he had this ability would shock all on the Western continent. A Tier 4 higher Valkyrie was even stronger than a Tier 4 hero of the same level, and the Valkyrie would have no issues destroying a minor NPC city by themselves. Moreover, unlike the Silver Divine Dragon, Shi Feng's higher Valkyrie wasn't chained to the Starlight Fortress L. He could take this Valkyrie wherever he went and summon her to aid him in battle. Just how many trump cards does he have? Hell Rush was at a loss for words. Not only was Shi Feng's mana control and combat power extraordinary, but he could also summon a higher Valkyrie whenever it pleased him. He was practically a one-man army. If the various superpowers that wanted to assassinate Shi Feng found out about this, they'd likely abandon any such thought in an instant. Once the higher Valkyrie had joined the battle, Shi Feng activated the Ring of Gospel's miniature world and Ring of Brilliance. The projected world extended its power to suppress the demon god, while Ring of Brilliance boosted the higher Valkyrie's attributes. A higher Valkyrie and world projection? A hint of interest flashed in Atlock's gaze when he saw his new opponent. "It seems you are quite capable, adventurer. Unfortunately, all your efforts are useless against my phantom doppelganger." Suddenly, Miniature World's power stopped 100 yards away from the demon god. Not even Miniature World's projection can suppress him? Shi Feng was astonished to see Miniature World prove ineffective against Atlock. As expected of a god's phantom, this won't be easy. He had known that a god's phantom wasn't an ordinary NPC. His only hope in activating Miniature World was that it would barely suppress Atlock. However, Miniature World's power couldn't even reach the demon god, much less suppress it. Fortunately, Shi Feng had prepared for this, and he immediately activated the hero's tome. A pillar of light then rose within the temple, and a man in white clothing and wielding a golden sword stepped out of the light. Arslet, hero, Tier 4 Sword Saint, level 131 HP, 1112 million, 1112 million. This was the main reason Shi Feng had dared to challenge a demon god's phantom. A Tier 4 hero's life rating couldn't compare to that of a demon god's phantom, but with Arslet's higher level, he could be able to mitigate much of Atlock's advantage. Meanwhile, Arslet's arrival had rendered the Hell Legion speechless. First, Shi Feng had called forth a Tier 4 higher Valkyrie, and now a Tier 4 hero. He was practically out to decimate both heaven and earth. Go. Once Arslet had joined the battle, Shi Feng didn't hesitate to give the command to attack. The higher Valkyrie and Arslet attacked the demon god simultaneously, moving so fast that not even Tier 3 experts could keep up. Only Fire Dance and the others who had fully unlocked mana bodies barely caught sight of the two Tier 4 beings as they moved. While the two NPCs began their assault, Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and charged toward the inferior legendary treasure chest in the core of the temple. Normally, the combination of a Tier 4 higher Valkyrie and a Tier 4 hero would be a disaster wherever they went. But against the Tier 4 demon god's phantom, they were nothing. Short of enlisting the help of a divine dragon of the same level, stopping an ancient god's phantom would be utterly impossible. Shi Feng only hoped that the two summoned NPCs could buy him as much time as possible. He didn't need a lot, 20 or 30 seconds would be enough. Treasure chests within demon god's temptations were never locked, and inferior legendary treasure chests were no exception. Players would be able to open any treasure chest they found in a demon god's temptation, although activating the chest would still require 20 seconds. During his previous life, the first independent player to successfully loot a demon god's temptation had only succeeded because he had possessed an ancient magic crystal and the Tier 5 defensive spell it had contained. Although the ancient magic crystal had been a single-use item, the spell within had allowed the independent player to survive the 20-second activation time and retreat from the temple with the prize. If not for that Tier 5 defensive spell, the independent player would never have survived to claim the treasure, even after decoding the temple's outer magic array. Unfortunately, Shi Feng didn't have a Tier 5 defensive magic scroll or any tool that could protect him from a Tier 5 being's attacks. He could only rely on the higher Valkyrie and Arslet to distract the demon god's phantom long enough for him to escape. As Shi Feng slid up to the inferior legendary treasure chest, 2 explosions rang out behind him. 2 figures had been thrown into one of the temple's walls. The higher Valkyrie and Arslet both bore visible wounds. Obviously, the demon god's attack had repelled them, and they had each lost a significant chunk of their HPs. The difference between the two sides' combat power was clear. This was more of a one-sided slaughter than a battle. Every player outside of the temple gaped in shock after witnessing that first strike. The 2 NPCs could decimate a minor NPC city on their own, yet the demon god had sent both powerhouses flying with a single attack. None of them could imagine what kind of power a player would need to clear this trial. Shi Feng had already found a cheat-like loophole to tackle the demon god's temptation, allowing him to use magic tools in the battle, and yet he was still at such a despairing disadvantage. If one tackled this challenge normally, not even a Tier 5 player would survive, much less a Tier 4 player. Moreover, that was assuming the demon god's phantom would still be Tier 4. Fortunately, neither summoned being was a player. They had incredibly high HPs. Even for the demon god, killing them should take at least 20 seconds. "Foolish human, you dare to steal my treasure? I will obliterate you," Atlock bellowed when he noticed Shi Feng activating the inferior legendary treasure chest. A ball of silver fire then appeared in Atlock's free hand, and it grew as the seconds ticked by. After just 2 seconds, the fireball had grown to the size of a 2-story building. Once Atlock was satisfied with the size of his fireball, he hurled it at Shi Feng. Shi Feng felt the threat of death as the silver flames approached, and he immediately instructed the higher Valkyrie and Arslet to use their strongest moves to defend him. The higher Valkyrie responded by throwing her Spear of Thunder at the demon god, while Arslet executed a Tier 4 taboo skill, Dimensional Flurry. Boom! The temple shook violently when the attacks landed, and the silver fireball dissipated, saving Shi Feng from certain death. Despicable ant. Do you think your little tricks are enough to stop me? Atlock's rage grew after the higher Valkyrie and Arslet countered his fireball, and he raised his axe, swinging it at both summoned beings. Space before the demon god's phantom shattered, forming multiple spatial tiers that reached for Shi Feng's summoned guards. A mana technique? The attack felt unsettlingly familiar to Shi Feng. It was so similar to Eliade's third sword, Holy Annihilation. However, a Tier 4 god's phantom had used this move, not a Tier 3 heavenly blue saint. Neither the higher Valkyrie nor Arslet could counter this attack, and it sent both flying into the temple's walls once more. This time, the temple's solid walls began to crack. Both summoned beings were now heavily injured. "Foolish thief, now it's your turn." Atlock roared, sneering as he turned toward Shi Feng. Atlock then swung his axe at the swordsman, who stood over 50 yards away. Space before Shi Feng started to break, and spatial tears flew toward Shi Feng like a torrent of water. Realizing that the higher Valkyrie and Arsault couldn't come to his rescue this time, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and activated the Seven Luminaries' Ring's absolute domain. Block it. Chapter 2493, Holding Back a Demon God, It's Over. Just Chapter 2493, Holding Back a Demon God, It's Over. Isn't this demon god's phantom a little too strong? Everyone gaped as they watched Atlok's attack fly toward Shi Feng. That attack was as powerful as a large-scale destruction spell, and it didn't even have a channeling time. It was also the same move Atlok had used to injure the higher Valkyrie and the Tier 4 hero. If not even those two could endure the attack, what chance did a Tier 3 player like Shi Feng have of surviving it? Not even a powerful invulnerability skill could save the swordsman now. There was no such thing as a true invulnerability skill in God's domain. The game's so-called invulnerability skills and spells were merely defensive skills and spells that could block an opponent's attack and absorb the damage. However, if the opponent's attack were more powerful than the defensive skill or spell's damage tolerance, players would receive some of the damage. Based on Atlok's displays of power thus far, he definitely had Tier 5 strength. He might even be powerful enough to rival Tier 5 dragons. Not even an NPC's defensive magic array could handle that kind of power at most. Players' current invulnerability skills and spells could block Tier 4 attacks. They'd be utterly useless against Tier 5 attacks. The few horribly unlucky players to encounter Tier 5 beings had tried to use invulnerability skills and spells, yet they had died instantly. The shattered space within the temple rapidly reached toward Shi Feng, covering a large enough area that it was impossible to evade. Suddenly, however, golden divine runes appeared around the swordsman, radiating an indescribably sacred feeling. Boom! An intense explosion shook the temple, and the impact's shockwave even reached the Hell Legion. Atlok certainly had the power to decimate heaven and earth. Sure enough, this trial is a trap. There's no way players can clear it. Every member of the Hell Legion shook their head and sighed as clouds of dust obscured the temple. If Atlok hadn't used such an unbeatable move, Shi Feng might have secured the inferior legendary treasure chest with the help of his higher Valkyrie and Tier 4 hero. Unfortunately, the demon god's phantom was too powerful. Current players had no hope against it. Seeing this, Zero Wing's members wore grim expressions. Shi Feng and Zero Wing could recover if he suffered a normal death, but if he died in this temple, he'd have to remake his account. Wait, I see a golden light within the temple. Just as everyone assumed the fight was over, someone noticed a faint golden glow radiating from within the dusky temple. He blocked it. Hell Rush stared at the settling dust clouds and quickly spotted Shi Feng, still standing before the inferior legendary treasure chest. The swordsman was battered and had lost more than half of his HP, but the demon god's attack hadn't slain him. Is he even human? When the other Hell Legions saw this, they were beyond astonished. A Tier 5 dragon could destroy an entire city in one hit, but even after taking an attack of that caliber, Shi Feng had survived, only losing a little over half of his HP. His defenses were heaven-defying. You're quite lucky, puny adventurer. You managed to break through at the last moment and strengthen the magic array in that despicable ring of yours, Atlok said, glaring at Shi Feng. The mana within the temple then turned frosty. However, your luck ends here. That ring can only save you once. Do you think you can block my next attack? Atlok gripped his axe in both hands and raised it above his head. He closed his eyes and began to gather the ambient mana to his weapon. The gathered mana grew so dense that it soon took on physical form, black hole. With the axe as its core, a miniature black hole formed above Atlok, swallowing everything nearby. Its incredible gravitational pull twisted space around it, sparing nothing. He still hadn't used his full strength. Shi Feng could only watch the demon god's phantom with a bitter smile. Atlok had said Shi Feng had broken through to the intermediate master magician standard at the last moment and manipulated the Seven Luminaries' Ring's magic array. Even so, absolute domain hadn't been strong enough to block all of Atlok's attack. Worse yet, he couldn't use absolute domain again for another several minutes. Even if he could use the skill right now, it wouldn't be able to stop Atlock's miniature black hole. Run while the demon god is charging his attack, guild leader. If you let it hit you, everything we've worked for will be over. We'll have plenty of chances to acquire fragmented legendary items in the future. Aqua Rose shouted in the team chat. The demon god's prior attack had already been terrifying, yet the move Atlock was preparing to use had already increased the temperature within a 600-yard radius to a scorching high. This attack was far more powerful than the previous one. If it hit Shi Feng, not even ashes would remain. There's 6 seconds left. Hearing Aqua Rose's urgent advice, Shi Feng glanced at the loading bar hovering over the treasure chest. What he saw left him speechless. Atlock, Arslet, and the higher Valkyrie had already exchanged over a dozen moves, and Shi Feng had deliberately remained motionless after the demon god's last attack had struck, trying to buy even more time. And yet only 14 seconds had passed. Shi Feng realized that he could no longer rely on the higher Valkyrie and Tier 4 hero, since both had lost a significant portion of their combat power. Escape? Do you honestly think I'll let you? Atlock realized what was going through Shi Feng's mind when he saw the swordsman's expression. Sneering, he continued, "Since you've dared to plunder my treasure chest without passing my trial, only one outcome awaits you." The space around the miniature black hole froze, and Shi Feng could hardly move, let alone use teleportation magic. "Thief, begone from God's domain." Atlock's eyes began to glow with a strange crimson light, and he swung his axe in a downward arch, pushing the miniature black hole toward Shi Feng. The demon god's weapon crumbled and merged with the black hole in the process. As the black hole pulled away from Atlock, the gravitational pull within the temple increased by several fold, and the miniature black hole left only a void in its path. "Don't you dare think I'm that easy to kill." Shi Feng realized that escape was no longer possible as he watched the miniature black hole approach. He decided to go for broke, pulling the Crimson Dragon flying ship from his bag and using a Tier 4 defensive magic scroll to bolster the ship's defenses. The Crimson Dragon flying ship had upper-rank Tier 3 defensive capabilities, which was only slightly weaker than a major NPC city's walls. Normally, only Tier 4 existences could damage the flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's colossal hull manifested between Shi Feng and the incoming black hole. Once it grew to full size, a magic barrier appeared around the ship. "Block it." The miniature black hole that slammed into the Crimson Dragon flying ship. As the attack made contact, the Tier 4 magic barrier around the flying ship disappeared, melting like a candle in a firestorm. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon flying ship had fared better than that, although it rapidly disintegrated, losing durability by the hundreds. After 3 short seconds, the flying ship's durability had fallen from 5,000 to less than 2,000. Although the flying ship continued to lose durability, the loss slowed. It was clear that the miniature black hole had lost a considerable amount of power. "You must block it." Shi Feng's anxiety spiked as he watched the Crimson Dragon flying ship's durability fall to 500. If not even the flying ship could block the miniature black hole, it would kill him instantly with how little HP he had remaining. 500, 300, 100. Shi Feng thought everything was over the moment the Crimson Dragon flying ship's durability hit 0, but the miniature black hole began to fade away. A short moment later, space within the temple returned to normal. By the time the black hole had disappeared, the inferior legendary treasure chest's activation had ended. Colorful lights filled the entire temple, so dazzling that one could see them from anywhere on the Star Tomb's 2nd floor. Success. Shi Feng was ecstatic to see the treasure chest's lid open. He reached into the chest without any hesitation, grabbing the items and tossing them into his epic spatial bag one after another, not bothering to inspect them. Despite Shi Feng's speed, however, the treasure chest was too large, and the items within weren't organized. Moreover, the treasure chest contained over 20 items. By the time Shi Feng collected the 10th item, Atlock was mad with wrath. "You'll never leave this place alive, thief," Atlock bellowed. Shi Feng heard the sound of shattering chains, and the demon god's phantom grew from Tier 4 to Tier 5. The Phantom now exuded enough power that even Hell Rush and his Hell Legion, who had remained far away from the temple, shuddered in fear. Their instincts screamed at them to flee. "Crap! Everyone run!" Shi Feng gave Atlock, who was going berserk, a grim look. He hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. After he gave the command to retreat, he promptly used the Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll he had prepared beforehand. Chapter 2494 Legendary Event. Chapter 2494 Legendary Event. When Shi Feng disappeared, Atlox became even more incensed. "You think you can escape my grasp, thief?" The demon god's eyes narrowed as he shifted his gaze to the forest's southern end. With a cutting hand gesture, Atlock created a spatial gate, stepping into it and leaving only Anna, Arslet, and the higher Valkyrie in the temple. As Atlock left, the temple began to fade away. The players outside of the temple gasped as it did. They had never dreamed that Shi Feng would get away, accomplishing a feat that not even the West's various superpowers could overcome. Although Shi Feng had relied on a cheat-like method to do so, it was an undeniable fact that he had secured the treasure from a demon god's temptation. What surprised everyone more, however, was the fact that the demon god's phantom had reached Tier 5 at the very last minute. After witnessing the demon god's phantom's combat power at Tier 4, they all knew that it was practically invincible at this stage of the game, now that it had reached Tier 5. Destroying an entire empire should be a piece of cake for the being, much less an entire kingdom. Furthermore, the demon god's phantom had left the temple to chase down Shi Feng. The situation was simply absurd. "Commander, let's get out of here. If that demon god returns, it won't rest until every last one of us is dead." Thunderbeast urged Hell Rush once Atlock had left through the spatial gate. Even without Shi Feng's warning to flee, they knew how dangerous their current predicament was. Retreat. Hell Rush could only sigh as he glanced toward the forest's southern area. Although Shi Feng had secured the treasure, a Tier 5 demon god's phantom was now hunting him. Shi Feng's chances of surviving were practically non-existent. An enraged Tier 5 demon god was no trivial existence. Not even a Tier 5 dragon would escape Atlock's wrath. While the Hell Legion and Zero Wings experts pulled back to the passage leading to the Star Tomb's first floor, Shi Feng, who had fled by using a Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll, activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4. He then activated Gale Domain and flew toward the Star Tomb's exit with as much haste as possible, no slower than a flying mount. Before Shi Feng had made it 2,000 yards, however, a spatial gate opened in his path, and Atlock emerged. He teleported here directly. The sight of the demon god's phantom left Shi Feng speechless. He hadn't expected Atlock to be this vicious based on what Shi Feng remembered from his past. The demon god's phantom guarding the temple shouldn't chase after a player once they left the temple with the treasure. Yet not only had Atlock continued the chase, but the demon god's phantom had teleported to him as well. "I will eliminate every trace of your soul from this world, thief." The moment Atlock spotted his prey, he began to chant an incantation. The sky above Shi Feng shattered, and an endless torrent of fire descended, covering a 4,000-yard radius. Tier 5 curse, extinction flames. Normally, Tier 5 divine mages needed over a dozen seconds to cast this spell, yet Atlock cast it instantaneously. To make matters worse, players couldn't even use Tier 3 instantaneous movement scrolls within Extinction Flame's AoE. Noticing the inferno from a distance, the Hell Legion and Zero Wings members were astonished. Even from so far, they could see flames engulf the area above the entire southern forest, threatening to devour the wooded area. How could anybody escape such a terrifying attack? Suddenly, a spatial tear opened before the team, and a figure jumped through it. The figure was none other than Shi Feng, who looked incredibly miserable. His HP was already in the red. "Guild Leader Black Flame, you actually managed to escape?" Hell Rush was surprised to see the swordsman. The rest of the team could only stare at Shi Feng in shock. The demon god had clearly used a Tier 5 curse against Shi Feng, yet he had escaped with his life. It was unbelievable. "Everyone get ready. The demon god's phantom hasn't noticed me yet. I'll open a spatial gate that teleports us to the first floor. As soon as it opens, go through it. Shi Feng shouted his command when his teammates only stared at him. The only way to flee from a Tier 5 curse like extinction flames was to teleport out of range with a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll. Although Shi Feng didn't have one on hand, he had the 7 Luminaries ring, an extraordinary life-saving tool. With the 7 Luminaries ring's space movement, he could teleport to any location within a 600,000-yard radius. But when he had jumped into the spatial tear the skill created, the curse's flames had followed, scorching him and nearly taking his life. Fortunately, he had activated disintegration power, which temporarily granted him a Tier 4 player's defense and HP. If he had only relied on Heavenly Dragon's power's defense and HP, that attack would have been the end of him. However, space movement had a 3-minute cooldown. If the demon god came at him again, he wouldn't survive. He couldn't just leave the Hell Legion and his comrades here. And now that Atlok was so furious, the demon god's phantom would transform every inch of the Star Tomb into a land of death. Aqua Rose and the others could only survive if they left the regional dungeon now. Shi Feng didn't waste any time in summoning the spatial gate. The rest of his team realized that they were in a race against time as well, and they charged through the spatial gate the moment it was complete, vanishing from the Star Tomb's 2nd floor. By the time Atlok had realized what was happening and used space movement himself, everyone had fled through the spatial gate already. "Despicable thief! I will never let you get away with this," Atlok roared as the spatial gate disappeared as well. Meanwhile, once Shi Feng was outside of the Star Tomb, he received a system notification. System: you have triggered the legendary quest, Demon God's Wrath. You have stolen Demon God Atlok's treasure, and the Demon God has employed the Soul Curse against you in retaliation. Not only will Demon God Atlok and his kin hunt you, but you will suffer triple the death penalty. In addition, you will lose 1 level every 7 days. Once your level falls below level 100, the Demon God will find you. Quest content: kill Demon God Atlok's phantom doppelganger. No time limit. Quest reward unknown. As Shi Feng received the system notification, everyone else heard the sound of a system announcement. Star Valley Region System Announcement. A player has triggered Star Valley's legendary event, Demon God's Wrath. A Demon God's Shrine will activate in Star Valley in 1 day. Players will have the opportunity to receive the Demon God's legacy at that time. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and all players within Star Valley heard it clearly. For a time, an uproar shook Star Valley to its very core. Chapter 2495, Star Valley Shaken. Chapter 2495, Star Valley Shaken. Star Valley has a Demon God's legacy. What's going on? The system is releasing a God's legacy. Won't it make players invincible in God's domain? The Demon God's Shrine? I have to check it out. After the system announcement, many players in Star Valley practically glowed with excitement. They wanted nothing more than to charge toward the Demon God's Shrine to investigate the event. In God's domain, legacies were even more important than weapons and equipment. Legacies could transform players' foundations, setting them up with a more advanced starting point than others. With a powerful legacy, players could also learn stronger skills or spells. They could even obtain top-tier weapons and equipment that were specific to their legacy. An ordinary legacy could boost an ordinary player into the ranks of experts. However, legacies were incredibly rare in God's domain, even rarer than epic items. Most importantly, legacies weren't publicly available. Players could only obtain one through luck, and yet, not only did the Demon God's Shrine offer a legacy to the general public, but the system had also declared that it was a Demon God's legacy. This wasn't just some random legacy, barely related to the Demon God. Why wouldn't players go crazy over this news? God's legacies were the highest-ranking legacies in God's domain. Even the various super guilds' big shots dreamed of obtaining one. Unfortunately, God's legacies were so rare that players could only find them if they were truly lucky. While the players in Star Valley were in an uproar, news had reached the various superpowers. What? A Demon God's legacy. Someone has managed to uncover a Demon God's legacy? Look into this matter immediately. Find out who was responsible for activating the Demon God's Shrine. That player must have more details about the development. I want all of our guild's Tier 3 experts sent to Star Valley immediately. We must secure the demon god's legacy before the other powers. The various superpowers went mad when they learned of the demon god's shrine, dispatching organized expert teams to Star Valley. They also ordered investigations into the player responsible for activating the shrine. For a time, the various powers' experts and independent experts flooded Star Valley, while all of these players gathered, hunting for the demon god's shrine. Silence reigned over the Hell Legion, which rested a short distance away from the Star Tomb. None of them were sure whether they should congratulate Shi Feng or pity him. None were more familiar with the situation than they were. Shi Feng was responsible for activating the demon god's shrine in Star Valley and for the availability of a god's legacy. Yet he couldn't have anything to do with it. This legendary event was the main god system's way of ridiculing the swordsman. The situation also changed what they understood about God's domain. Shi Feng had already turned their understanding of the game upside down, yet this legendary event had gone beyond that. Despite contributing the most to this legendary event's activation, Shi Feng had the lowest chance of obtaining the event's reward. It almost seemed like the demon god, Atlock, were deliberately spiting Shi Feng for his wit. Although Shi Feng had acquired the inferior legendary treasure chest's contents, he had no chance of obtaining this god's legacy. Atlock was acting as vindictive as any human. Hell, Legion's members even wondered if the demon god was human, with human emotions, rather than a computer program. That was a god's legacy they were talking about. Such a legacy was many times more precious than a fragmented legendary item. The two weren't even in the same realm in terms of their value. Is it really necessary to go so far over an inferior legendary treasure chest? Shi Feng gave the system notification a bitter smile. Normally, the demon god's temptation should have ended the moment he escaped the temple. That was the outcome every player that had plundered a demon god's temptation had met with during his past life. But for some reason, his situation turned out to be wildly different. Not only had the demon god continued to chase him after he had left the temple, but Atlock had even posted a bounty on his head. He had even offered a god's legacy as the bounty's reward. This was just absurd. It's just a god's legacy, guild leader. It's not worth our time, Kola said, clicking his tongue as he read the system announcement. Right, we're strong enough that we'll have plenty of chances to obtain other gods' legacies in the future, Aqua Rose added, nodding in agreement. Although Kola and Aqua Rose tried to reassure their guild leader, the Hell Legion's members realized that they were simply putting up a strong front. They were talking about a god's legacy, after all. Only the most fortunate players had a chance to obtain one. Moreover, based on how this event had been triggered when Shi Feng slipped through Atlock's grasp, the requirements to obtain the legacy likely involved targeting Shi Feng. NPCs often hunted down God's Domain's players, but since the gods couldn't appear on the continent right now, Atlock was forced to post a bounty. Guild leader Black Flame, you don't need to be concerned about this. The demon god might be using a god's legacy as bait, but obtaining it will likely be a major challenge. This might even be another of the demon god's traps. At least you managed to get your hands on the treasures in that chest, Hell Rush said, trying to console Shi Feng. Thank you for your concern, Commander Rush. But I don't really mind the situation, Shi Feng said, smiling at Hell Rush when he saw the man's pity. He didn't actually care that Atlock had placed a bounty on his head. He was far more concerned about the tripled death penalty and weekly level reduction. But as long as he took extra care and maintained his leveling speed, the penalties shouldn't pose a problem. While the demon god's legacy might be more valuable than a fragmented legendary item, perhaps even more than a legendary item, he had no desire for it. Atlock's legacy was on par with Aqua Rose's Sea god's legacy. At most, it was a peak legacy. Moreover, Hellrush didn't know that Atlock wasn't the only demon god after his life. He had plenty of time bombs threatening his life in God's domain. What was one more? If offending a demon god meant that he could get his hands on a fragmented legendary item, he didn't mind offending a few more. None of the Hell Legion's members believed Shi Feng's claim, however. They had all witnessed the swordsman's strength. If anyone had a chance of obtaining the demon god's legacy, it'd be Shi Feng, but since the man in question had brushed the issue off, they could only nod and smile in response. Right. Guild leader, what did you get from the treasure chest? Kola eagerly asked, ignoring the Hell Legion's skeptical looks. Kola's question reminded Shi Feng that he hadn't inspected the items. He immediately opened his back to see what he had won. He had been too busy fleeing for his life earlier, so he hadn't had the time to investigate his loot. Once he had escaped the Star Tomb, his personal system notification and the regional announcement had demanded his attention. As Shi Feng inspected the items, he was stunned. It's no wonder why that demon god's reaction was so extreme. If I had been in his position, I'd have gone crazy too. When Shi Feng saw the crystal radiating divine might in his bag, realization dawned on him. Chapter 296, Inferior Legendary Treasure Chests Treasures. Chapter 296, Inferior Legendary Treasure Chests Treasures. What's wrong, Guild Leader? Aqua Rose asked, curious when she saw Shi Feng's odd expression. They had gone to great lengths to loot the shrine's treasure chest. If the items weren't valuable, they'd have suffered a great loss. It's nothing. I'm just surprised by how excellent our harvest is, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Not only did we obtain a few legendary materials and the Star of Light I was after, but we've also obtained an epic weapon set, a fragmented legendary item, and a dark gold set equipment forging design. Shi Feng then shared the information on the several weapons, equipment, and design he had obtained in the team chat. He had no intention of the items. Absolute Shadow, Dagger Main Hand, Epic Rank, Level 100, Level 150. Equipment requirement, Strength 2-3, their attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 6,325, level 100. Strength plus 422, agility plus 376, endurance plus 350, attack speed plus 18. Attacks carry the power of shadows during attacks. Reduce target's defense by 30% chance to cause 270% damage. 10% chance to trigger Shadow Raid, increasing user's attack speed by 40% for 3 seconds, when equipped. Main attribute increased by 10%. Secondary attributes increased by 8%. Reaction speed increased by 10%. All of weapon skills effects increased by 10%. Completion rate, with all weapon skills increased by 2%. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill, Shadow Strike. Every attack accumulates 1 point of shadow energy, independent from sub-absolute shadow. When 12 points of shadow energy have been accumulated, all shadow energy will automatically release, increasing user's strength by 100%. Set effect. When both main and sub-absolute shadow are equipped, main attribute increased by an additional 15%, secondary attributes increased by an additional 10%. Physique increased by an additional 15%. Gain the finishing skill, Dark Dance. Dark Dance, when activated, user enters stealth and attack speed increases by 20%, and movement speed increases by 30%. User leaves stealth if attacked or attacking. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Absolute Shadow, Dagger, Subhand, Epic Rank, Level 100. Level 150 equipment requirement. Strength 2,100 attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 5,725, level 100. Strength plus 385, agility plus 355, endurance plus 324, attack speed plus 16. Attacks carry the power of shadows during attacks. Armor penetration increased by 20%, chance to cause 300% damage. 15% chance to trigger Phantom Strike, creating an impact equivalent to 120% of user's strength to a 3 times 15-yard area. When equipped, main attribute increased by 10%, secondary attributes increased by 7%. Reaction speed increased by 10%, all of weapon skills effects increased by 10%, completion rate, with all weapon skills increased by 2%. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill, Frenzied Shadow. Every attack accumulates 1 point of shadow energy, independent from main absolute shadow. When 30 points of shadow energy have been accumulated, all shadow energy will automatically release, increasing user's attack speed by 30% for 3 seconds. Magic Light Pendant, Necklace, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, intelligence 2000, vitality 2100. Attributes adjust according to user's level when equipped. All attributes increased by 35%, obtain magic light body, increasing physique and mana affinity by 30%. Additional passive skill 1, mana draw, draws mana from the environment to recover user's mana. User regenerates 1% of their maximum mana every 5 seconds. Additional passive skill 2, mana heart. All spell effects increased by 30%. All casting time reduced by 25%. All spell completion rates increased by 5%. Additional active skill, mana recharge, forcefully elevates all spell effects by 1 tier to a maximum of tier 5 for 12 seconds. Coolbound, 3 hours. Dark Demon set forging design. Dark Gold rank set level, level 110, level 25 6-piece set. Dark Demon gauntlets, Dark Demon breastplate, Dark Demon helmet, Dark Demon leg guards, Dark Demon boots, Dark Demon bracers, class restriction, plate armor classes, set effect. 4-piece effect increases main attribute by 10% and all skill completion rates by 3%. 6-piece effect increases physique by 20%, upgrades physical armor to magic armor. When they saw the several items' details, both Zero Wing's members and the Hell Legion were stupefied. Aren't this inferior legendary treasure chest's items a little too awesome? They're more than awesome. If an assassin equipped those daggers, they could reach for the heavens. Not only would their attack power be off the charts, but they could kill other players undetected. Those daggers are impressive, but they're garbage compared to the necklace for magical classes. I bet I could even challenge my Tier 4 promotion quest as soon as I meet the level requirement with that necklace. That dark gold set equipment is just as incredible. The 6-piece set effect actually converts the set's defensive rank into magic armor. Opponents would have a hard time dealing damage to a player in that set. If an entire team could wear the Dark Demon set, they'd become an unstoppable army. Every member of the Hell Legion drooled when they saw the items. They had never dreamed that Zero Wing would gain such astounding items. Not only had Shi Feng secured a fragmented legendary item, but he had also obtained a top-tier epic weapon set and dark gold set equipment forging design. These items were likely as valuable as the demon god's legacy. Hell Rush was particularly jealous, especially when he saw the Dark Demon set. It was godly equipment for plate armor classes. For a moment, he even forgot about the demon god's legacy. Magic armor was closest to rivaling divine armor. Not only did it reduce the damage from non-piercing attacks of the same tier by 30%, but it also reduced magic damage by a significant margin. It even doubled the damage reduction from attacks of a lower tier. To put it simply, every plate armor class dreamed of obtaining such equipment. If he could arm the Hell Legion's plate armor members with Dark Demon sets, they'd become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Although the demon god's legacy was amazing, it wouldn't be as visibly effective at this stage of the game. Its effects would only become more apparent once players had reached higher levels and tiers. The Dark Demon set, on the other hand, could offer immediate results the moment players equipped it. After seeing these items, Hell Rush was certain that Shi Feng hadn't suffered from this transaction. Shi Feng might have lost an opportunity to gain a legacy, but with these items he could boost the strength of Zero Wing's main force. They'd be particularly helpful when Zero Wing raided super large-scale team dungeons. You're too impulsive, guild leader. You shouldn't have shared that information. Now, it won't be long before the various superpowers find out about those items. Some of them will try to take them from us, especially aiming for that magic light pendant. I'm afraid that the various superpowers' magical class experts will do everything in their power to get their hands on it, Aqua Rose scolded. She had felt a little exasperated when Shi Feng had shared the weapons and equipment's details with the Hell Legion's members. She realized that Shi Feng wanted to reassure that Zero Wing hadn't suffered, but exposing a fragmented legendary item like the magic light pendant was unwise. It won't hurt anything if they know. Besides, hostile powers will assume that we've gained something powerful even if we didn't say anything. I just opened an inferior legendary treasure chest, after all. Rather than let them guess blindly and target us in secret, they might as well know everything that way. We can reduce the risks, Shi Feng said, chuckling. All right, it's about time for us to head back. Hiding the details of his harvest wouldn't have been an issue if the Hell Legion hadn't watched him open the inferior legendary treasure chest. But they had seen everything. Hiding his harvest was impossible. He'd much rather reveal the items and use them to elevate Zero Wing's fame than encourage the various superpowers to hunt the guild in the dark to find out what he had obtained. Top-tier weapons and equipment were always a hot topic among players. As the public learned about these items, they'd come to know about Zero Wing. He had another purpose for revealing these items to the Hell Legion. He needed to conceal the crystal inside his bag. That crystal alone was worth more than the other items combined. Even high-tiered NPCs would try to take the crystal from him if they found out about it. He wouldn't even be surprised if an NPC attacked within an NPC city. This crystal was actually a god's heart, something even more precious than legendary items. The small crystal was enough to cause an uproar across all of God's domain. Shi Feng didn't even dare to appraise the crystal at the moment, much less take it out of his bag on the off chance that the crystal caused a commotion. He'd die from regret. With that said, Shi Feng retrieved a return scroll and teleported back to the Starlight Fortress. He had lingered in the Star Tomb for long enough. Chapter 2497, Changes to the Starlight Fortress. Chapter 2497, Changes to the Starlight Fortress, Star Valley, Starlight Fortress. As Shi Feng and the others returned to the Starlight Fortress, they were surprised by the sight that greeted them. Players now crowded the previously unpopular Starlight Fortress, and some hadn't even reached level 100 yet. These players hawked their wares from the fortress's streets, selling all kinds of resistance potions and equipment. Some of them even sold level 100-plus secret silver weapons and equipment. Such prosperity made it hard to imagine that the Starlight Fortress was a small fortress that had only opened less than a week ago. It looked more like a medium fortress that had been open to the public for several months. Why are so many players here? Thunderbeast was stunned and confused as he glanced at the crowded streets. He knew that very few players, other than Divine Tribe and his team, had been in the fortress before they had left on their expedition. The Starlight Fortress's entrance fee and general expenditures were exorbitant after all. Remaining in the fortress for one extra day alone cost players another magic crystal. Not even experts like him could tolerate such a high price, not to mention normal players, with how Shi Feng ran the fortress. Thunder Beast thought he would be fortunate to earn enough to sustain the fortress's daily operations. But contrary to his expectation, the Starlight Fortress practically overflowed with wealth, most of which came in the form of magic crystals. This fortress was almost more profitable than a Grade 3 ore vein. The situation even astonished Hell Rush. Even if the Demon God's Shrine has attracted quite a few players to Star Valley, the Starlight Fortress shouldn't have developed so quickly. What exactly happened here? Hell Rush watched the players wander the fortress's streets in confusion. He had expected the Starlight Fortress to become a popular location in Star Valley. Not many on the Western continent could resist the temptation of a demon god's legacy, and if they wanted to obtain it, they had to spend some time in the area. There was no denying that the Starlight Fortress was the best resting spot in Star Valley. The cost of living in the fortress might be incredibly high, but compared to a demon god's legacy, the cost was practically negligible. However, less than half an hour had passed since the system announcement. How had so many players gathered in the fortress in less than 30 minutes? Commander, I think the mana here has changed. Since we've arrived, my mana affinity has increased. A Tier 3 elementalist informed Hell Rush. I can even sense a significant amount of the 3 supreme elements in the fortress's ambient mana. The 3 supreme elements? Doesn't that mean that this environment can rival that of ancient times? Hell Rush couldn't help his growing excitement. Ordinary players wouldn't have a clue about the environment of ancient times, or its effect on players, but as the Hell Legion's commander, he understood much about God's domain. If the Starlight Fortress's environment resembled that of ancient times, The players resting in the fortress would have a much easier time unlocking their mana body's potential. Every player's mana body consisted of all 7 elements, and within an environment that lacked the 3 supreme elements, unlocking one's mana body was excruciatingly difficult. "What did you do, guild leader?" "There are so many players here now. Our daily income should be far more than 200,000 zero magic crystals," Aqua Rose asked Shi Feng when she saw the crowded streets. "With so many magic crystals, we won't have to worry about producing the Dark Demon set." Not only did the Dark Demon set's production require a lot of rare materials, but it also required a ridiculous number of magic crystals. Forging a single set required 10,000 magic crystals, and the other rare materials could only be purchased with magic crystals. Overall, crafting each Dark Demon set would cost at least 20,000 magic crystals. Not even some ordinary powers could afford such an insane production cost. Zero Wing had already spent almost all of its magic crystals on materials from Divine Tribe and during the Starlight Fortress's capture. With how few they had left, developing the Starlight Fortress would prove challenging, not to mention crafting the Dark Demon set. The Starlight Fortress operated like a giant machine that relentlessly devoured magic crystals. Just keeping the fortress's magic array running was a huge expenditure, to say nothing of the summoning tower and fortress prison. Overall, the Starlight Fortress cost a minimum of 30,000 magic crystals per day. Zero Wing had already been forced to borrow magic crystals from Divine Tribe to sustain the fortress. However, now that the Starlight Fortress's player population had exceeded 200,000, the fortress earned a minimum of 200,000 magic crystals per day. Even after deducting the fortress's various expenditures, Zero Wing would earn more than 100,000 magic crystals in daily profit. Over 100,000 magic crystals of pure profit. Zero Wing wasn't even capable of earning so many magic crystals per day, even with Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, and the guild's several ore veins. "I haven't done anything. Players are just becoming more perceptive," Shi Feng said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's excitement. The Starlight Fortress was an ancient fortress. Once it opened to the public, it would gradually attract the 3 supreme elements from its surroundings to recreate its original environment. However, this was a very long and arduous process. It would still take some time before the fortress had an environment that could rival that of ancient times. Even so, the feature was incredibly precious to God's Domain's players. The environment wouldn't only be useful to players trying to unlock their mana body's potential. It would also help as players tried to climb through the tiers. As players aimed for higher tiers, they had to have a basic understanding and control of the 7 elements. Without this control and knowledge, they'd always be weaker than others of the same tier. As for the matter of the Dark Demon set, he had been nursing a headache over the issue as well. Forging a few sets might not be much of an issue, but if he wanted to mass-produce the Dark Demon set, he'd need enough magic crystals to give the various superpowers heart attacks. Fortunately, the Starlight Fortress had been developing wonderfully while he'd been gone. Without this progress, he would have only been able to stare at the forging design. While he had solved the problem of materials, however, he still needed sufficient manpower. He couldn't do it all by himself. He would need at least 2 other advanced master forgers to ensure a reliable success rate when produce the Dark Demon set. The cost of failure would even be enough to put a first-rate guild in the red. Suddenly, a party of level 106 plus peak experts, led by a beautiful woman, approached Shi Feng. The graceful woman was none other than Fithalia, the Divine Hymn Legion's commander. Surprisingly, Fithalia had lost a level, falling to level 106, and a faint, deathly aura surrounded her, signifying that she was currently in a weakened state. The revelation shocked Shi Feng and the others. "I've finally found you, Guild Leader Black Flame," Fithalia said, with a somber expression. "Has something happened?" Shi Feng replied with a question. Communication between those within the Star Tomb and those outside of it was severed. To contact players on the other side, one would have to do so through offline means. However, Shi Feng hadn't been worried with Divine Tribe's forces and the Silver Divine Dragon protecting the Starlight Fortress, and as such, he hadn't left any of his guild's experts behind in the fortress. Mythology's people arrived. Not only have they demanded that Divine Tribe hand over the temporary residence, but they've also demanded that Zero Wing surrender 51% of the Starlight Fortress's shares, Vithalia said. What about your level? It didn't surprise Shi Feng that a super guild like Mythology had set its sights on the Starlight Fortress, but he was surprised to see that Vithalia had lost a level. It's nothing. I fought Mythology's people and lost, Vithalia explained. That's what I want to talk to you about. I don't know what kind of power Mythology's members have obtained, but they can completely conceal their auras. Even when they fought inside the fortress, the Divine Dragon needed some time to sense them. If Mythology causes more chaos in the fortress, I'm afraid that we won't be able to contain it. Even you weren't a match for them. Hell Rush was stunned to hear about the recent events. Hell Rush knew how strong Vithalia was. She was definitely as strong as he was. Even Mythology's old monsters should have a difficult time defeating her, and her guards followed her everywhere. Logically, no one should be powerful enough to kill her. They have a way to conceal their auras? Shi Feng fell into deep thought for a moment. He was aware of plenty of methods to conceal one's aura in God's domain, but none of those methods could hide one from a divine dragon, even for a short time. Mythology's people also asked me to relay a message. They've said that they will show up once more after the demon god's shrine has activated and hope that Zero Wing will have considered their proposal carefully. If Zero Wing refuses to cooperate, it will have to bear the consequences. Vithalia had a huge headache over the situation. The group of players Mythology had sent to the fortress was incredibly powerful, and they could completely hide their auras. If a fight broke out between them, the Starlight Fortress would pay the price. Chapter 2498. God's Heart. As Vithalia finished speaking, silence fell. Hell Rush frowned at hearing the news. Mythology is being too arrogant. Do they think Netherworld Empire is powerless? Thunderbeast, who stood nearly 3 meters tall, bellowed in rage. This was infuriating. Not only had Mythology extorted Zero Wing with its declaration, but it also ignored Netherworld Empire. The public had long since learned of Netherworld Empire's partnership with the Starlight Fortress. Every superpower on the Western continent knew of it. Naturally, there was no way a super guild like Mythology hadn't heard, and yet Mythology demanded 51% of the Starlight Fortress's shares. Not even Netherworld Empire had any of the fortress's shares. By demanding 51% of the fortress, Mythology had essentially declared that it was more powerful and important than Netherworld Empire. Vithalia, do you know who's leading the team from Mythology? Hell Rush asked in a frosty tone. It seems it's been so long since our last battle that Mythology's people have forgotten about the Hell Legion. The temperature around the group dropped as Hell Rush spoke. The ambient mana began to freeze as if reacting to his emotions. Obviously, Hell Rush's mana control was already considerable. Commander Rush, you mustn't act rashly. These people belong to a newly formed team from Mythology. Their leader is a young, silver-haired man. He only looks to be around 22 or 23, and he has already replaced Trembling Hand as the first vice-commander of Mythology's strongest trump card legion. All of his teammates are roughly the same age, but they're all incredibly strong. Not even our team's strongest assassin is as fast as they are. They move like ghosts. When they had appeared behind me, I hadn't noticed their presence at all. Vithalia elaborated when she realized that Hell Rush intended to pick a fight with these Mythology members. Their team will be especially difficult to take down in the fields. She understood Hell Rush's rage, but this team had a little over a dozen players, and they could all vanish without a trace. If the Hell Legion fought these players in the Starlight Fortress, they might be fine, but the Legion would only be running towards its death if it tried to take them on in the fields. With the complex terrain in the fields, not being able to sense one's opponent would leave one blind. Even if Hell Rush and the others were strong, those Mythology members were exceptionally fast. Pinning down just one of those players would require 5 or 6 peak experts at the very least. And there were over a dozen of those experts. When these players had attacked the dozens of peak experts under her command, she hadn't been able to stop them. These Mythology members targeted a single player before fleeing once they killed their mark. It was easy to imagine how formidable they'd be out in the fields. He's replaced Trembling Hand? How is that possible? Thunderbeast was astonished. Trembling Hand had been known as a genius ever since he had joined the virtual gaming world. He had fought in virtual games for over a dozen years now and had long since reached the domain realm. He had achieved just as much in the domain realm as Hell Rush, and the man was still in his 30s. He was currently at his prime, and he still had plenty of room for improvement. The various superpowers upper echelons all believed that Trembling Hand was the most likely player to become the commander of mythology's strongest trump card legion. And yet, he had lost his position as first vice commander to a youth. Even Hell Rush wore a grim expression after hearing the news. It's no wonder why they dared to spout such nonsense. It seems they're not all talk after all. Hell Rush thought, his eyes narrowing as he thought about how to deal with these people. If what Vithalia said was true, this would be a major problem. There were only a few members of the Hell Legion who could go up against Trembling Hand. None of the rest of the Legion's members would last very long against him. Meanwhile, the youth Vithalia mentioned could evade detection and was even stronger than Trembling Hand. If that were true, none of the Hell Legion's members would last more than a handful of moves against this silver-haired youth, unless the target had an invulnerability skill or spell. Not even Hell Rush could help before the youth executed 3 or 4 moves. Meanwhile, if this youth wanted to escape, they'd need at least 20 peak experts to stop him, and that was assuming that these experts didn't lose sight of the young man. "Commander Vithalia, do you have a record of their entry and exit from the fortress?" Shi Feng asked. "No. They seem to have just appeared, and based on their behavior, they had no issue slipping past the gate security. Not even the Tier 3 NPCs noticed them," Vithalia said, shaking her head. Divine Tribe had stationed some of its Tier 3 personal guards to manage the Starlight Fortress's front gate, but when she had checked the NPCs' records, there was no mention of the players from mythology. It was as if these people had appeared out of thin air. Stopping these players at the fortress's gate wasn't even possible. "This is interesting," Shi Feng said, smiling. "Interesting," Vithalia could not help but roll her eyes. For a moment she wondered if Shi Feng understood the severity of this situation. With the ability to enter and leave the Starlight Fortress freely, no one could stop these players from causing chaos within the Starlight Fortress. The Starlight Fortress had just taken off. If chaos ensued inside, it would spell tragedy for the fortress's development. Nobody wanted to remain in an unsafe location, especially when important resource transactions were involved. Of course, leave the rest to Zero Wing. Although I will have to continue to trouble you regarding the fortress's daily security, Commander Vithalia, Shi Feng said as he nodded confidently. If this had happened before he had obtained a god's heart, these ghost-like experts would have been a huge headache for him. Without the ability to instant kill these players, they could disappear to any random comer of the fortress, and that would be the end of the story. He would have no choice but to let these people leave. However, the situation had changed. He now had a god's heart, a source of eternal energy that rivaled the value of divine artifacts. Not only could one use this god's heart as a power core, but one could also release the eternal energy it contained and use it to learn new concepts. It was the best item when trying to comprehend new information. Eternal energy was an even more powerful energy than mana. Only the gods could use and gather the energy, and even they struggled to collect it, since the gods had long since removed themselves from the world. Finding eternal energy had become incredibly difficult in God's domain, even for Tier 5 NPCs who stood at the apex of this world. A single small drop of concentrated eternal energy would be enough to incite an all-out brawl between Tier 5 NPCs and Tier 6 God-ranked players. Meanwhile, the god's heart in Shi Feng's bag was a condensed form of eternal energy, which not even an empire's entire wealth could buy. Initially, Shi Feng had wanted to learn the rest of the memory crystal's content once he had returned to the eastern continent, and found an ideal venue for studying the information. Tier 3 players' foundations were their mana bodies, and only by unlocking his epic mana body's potential could he display his full strength. He'd then be able to explore the maps that contained Solomon's sword's remaining fragments. He needed a location that could help him gain the most benefit from the Eliade's memory crystal. However, now that he had a god's heart, he wouldn't have to go to such great lengths to learn the crystal's contents. Once he found enough privacy to take the god's heart from his bag without exposing it to others, he could create his own venue, the best in God's domain. Fortunately, the fortress lord's mansion was the perfect location. Shi Feng then parted ways with Phythalia and the others, making his way to the mansion. Phythalia was dumbfounded as she watched Shi Feng and Zero Wing's members walk away. She couldn't fathom what was going through the swordsman's mind. At such a crucial moment, Shi Feng had reacted similarly to Hellrush, intent on taking his anger out on these mythology players. "What should we do now, Commander?" the Tier 3 shield warrior beside Phythalia asked. "The ruckus mythology caused has already scared plenty of merchant players away. If mythology causes another scene, I'm afraid everyone in the fortress will panic. Controlling the situation won't be easy. Forget it. I don't care anymore. Let mythology's people cause a scene if they want. Once Zero Wing's people realize how severe the situation is, we should be able to curb mythology's experts as long as our 3 guilds work together," Phythalia said as she massaged her forehead. She had already learned that trying to dissuade Shi Feng from doing anything foolish was a waste of time. She might as well let him try whatever he had planned. Once he failed, he'd approach Divine Tribe to work on a solution together. "There's no need for such pessimism, Commander Phythalia. Who knows? Guild leader Black Flame might actually be able to show these mythology members who's boss. Zero Wing's strength is the real deal. Even if Zero Wing's players can't stop mythology's experts completely, they should be able to give them a run for their money," Hellrush said, attempting to console Phythalia. Hellrush didn't think Zero Wing had enough power to take out this team from mythology by itself either, but with experts like Firedance and her comrades, they should be able to give mythology a huge headache for their trouble. Now it was just a matter of waiting to see who lasted longer. While Phythalia and Hellrush conversed, Shi Feng had reached the Fortress Lord's mansion's core room. He used the Fortress Lord's token to activate the room's defensive magic array before carefully retrieving the crystal that emitted a faint trace of divine might from his bag. Chapter 2499, Epic Mana Body Unlocked. As Shi Feng pulled the god's heart from his bag, faint mana pulsed throughout the dark and quiet core room. It wasn't a lot of mana, but it had enough power that space within the room trembled. When the pulse encountered the room's magic barrier, it, too, began to tremble, almost failing to block the mana. Sure enough, a god's heart is intensely powerful. I only took it out of my bag, and it nearly felled the room's magic barrier. Shi Feng stared at the magic barrier around the room, astonished. Fortunately, he was within an ancient fortress's core room. This magic barrier was far stronger than ordinary versions. Even mythic monsters would have an extremely hard time trying to destroy it. Had he retrieved the god's heart in any other location within the Starlight Fortress, the barrier wouldn't have been able to contain the mana pulse. The energy would have escaped and caught the attention of everyone within the fortress. However, this pulse of mana had also substantially increased the mana density in the room. A gentle layer of mist now filled the core room. If players trained here, they'd likely be able to practice bronze combat techniques without rest. They could train to their heart's content, following which Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes to appraise the god's heart. Augustus's damaged heart, inferior divine artifact rank material. This is the barbarian god, Augustus's heart, and crystallization of eternal energy. When Augustus had fallen, the demon god Atlok had secured his heart and repeatedly modified it. Once one is activated, the magic array engraved on the heart, the user will be exposed to dense eternal energy for 12 hours. The magic array will require 3 months to recover after each activation. Restoring the magic array's eternal energy is possible by sacrificing 1 god crystal. Amazing. Atlok had transformed a consumable god's heart into a tool that can supply endless eternal energy. When Shi Feng read Augustus's heart's description, he was shocked. God's hearts were typically one-time use consumables. When players released the eternal energy contained within, the god's heart would release all of its energy. Eventually, the god's heart would run out of eternal energy and fade from existence. Only a few Tier 5 NPCs could control the release of eternal energy from a god's heart, allowing them to use the item multiple times. Even so, they couldn't change the fact that the god's heart would vanish when it ran out of eternal energy. And yet Atlock had successfully modified Augustus's heart, transforming it into a tool that could offer endless eternal energy. Shi Feng had certainly hit the jackpot this time. It was no wonder why Atlock was so determined to kill him, even using a demon god's legacy as bait. Although one could only use the modified Augustus's heart for 12 short hours, it was more than enough time for players. The only major flaw was the 3-month cooldown. Even so, Augustus's heart was unbelievably amazing. Players would encounter countless roadblocks on their road to higher tiers in God's domain, and it wasn't possible to overcome all of these roadblocks at once. Players would have to face them one after another. The Tier 3 mana body and Tier 4 mana control were 2 examples. However, Shi Feng could overcome them all with Augustus's heart. Moreover, he could use a god crystal to circumvent the cooldown. He was immensely satisfied with his latest endeavor. If word of Augustus's heart spread, all of God's domain would go into a frenzy, including both players and NPCs. Shi Feng took a moment to suppress his excitement and began to activate the magic array within Augustus's heart. He was prepared to accept the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana body legacy. However, Shi Feng frowned when he examined the array. This magic array was more complex than any he had encountered before. Manipulating it would be intensely challenging, even now that he had become an intermediate master magician. A basic master magician would have no chance of activating this magic array. Sure enough, the main god system won't just hand players so much power. Shi Feng gave the magic array a bitter smile. He had wanted to use the god crystals he had on hand to help Kola and the rest unlock their mana body's full potential once he had done so himself. The sooner they did so, the more they would benefit in the future. However, it seemed that that wouldn't be possible. Activating Augustus's heart's magic array would be absolutely impossible unless one had become an intermediate master magician. His dream of forming an army of powerful experts had just shattered. Becoming a master magician in God's domain was far easier than becoming a master forger, yet very few players were capable of accomplishing the feat. Naturally, reaching every subsequent rank after becoming a basic master magician was incredibly difficult, even more so than rising through the ranks after becoming a master forger. In all of Zero Wing, only Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had high chances of becoming basic master magicians. Everyone else would still have a long road ahead of them, and 2 players simply weren't enough to form an army. Shaking his head, Shi Feng banished his thoughts and began to focus on learning and decoding the magic array. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. As he completed the final strand of Mana's trajectory, Augustus's heart lit with a colorful glow. Streams of purple mist then flowed from the item and into Shi Feng. Suddenly, Shi Feng felt incredibly comfortable, and his mind was unprecedentedly clear. The eternal energy proved many times more effective than the densest mana wasting. No time. Shi Feng retrieved the memory crystal Ileade had given him and started to study her legacy on the mana body. The goddess's mana body technique was more complex than her mana technique legacy. Not only did it contain information on mana and the methods to control it, but it also contained concise information on the structure of mana bodies. According to Ileade's research, the higher a mana body's rank was, the more complex it would be. Subsequently, one would need a more complicated mana control method to use their mana body. An epic mana body was on par with a super large-scale magic array consisting of several hundred smaller arrays. There were many ways to control this super large-scale magic array, but only one would give a player full control over the entire array. They'd have to construct a simple magic array that would allow the user to control multiple core arrays. The more core magic arrays this simple array could control, the more power the super large-scale magic array could exhibit. If Shi Feng had tried to process all of the information within the memory crystal before he had obtained Augustus's heart, none, even the densest mana, would save him from the headache. Fortunately, the eternal energy around him was amazingly beneficial. Not only did it boost his comprehension and memory, but it also allowed him to try to create the simple magic array that was necessary for controlling the flow of mana within his mana body. For a time, Shi Feng radiated stronger and weaker mana at random intervals. At his strongest, he radiated dense enough mana to rival that within Stone Forest City, and at his weakest, he radiated roughly the same density as the mana found in ordinary NPC cities. During the process, Shi Feng rapidly unlocked more of his mana body's potential, 40%, 55%, 70%. However, as Shi Feng continued to unlock his epic mana body, his progress slowed. By the time the memory crystal's duration ended, Shi Feng had only reached 82% of his potential. He was still far from 100%. In the 9 hours since he had activated Augustus's heart, he had only unlocked 91% of his mana body's potential. Just as the 12 hours were almost up, an intense wave of mana exploded from Shi Feng's body, forming a mist in the core room. The mist was light, easy to miss if one weren't paying attention, but it was undeniable that Shi Feng exuded mana that was so dense it condensed into its liquid form. Finally, success. Shi Feng's eyes flew open, flashing with excitement as he observed the mana that automatically flowed throughout his mana body. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com, Chapter 2500, Frightening Improvement. In God's domain, Tier 3 NPCs were considered powerhouses that could protect NPC cities. However, players only became powerhouses once they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. Only with a fully unlocked mana body could players enter and leave certain locations freely. If they tried to do so without unlocking their mana body, only death would await them. The Star Tomb Regional Dungeon's entry requirements were actually quite low. Even Tier 3 players that hadn't fully unlocked their mana bodies could explore the area, albeit barely. In comparison, certain unique areas were full of incredibly corrosive energy, and Tier 3 players wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in these areas without unlocking their mana body's full potential. Unlocking their mana bodies was the only way players could protect themselves against the corrosive energy. This was why players were only considered powerhouses once they had fully unlocked their mana bodies. Most importantly, the skills and spells players used would be far stronger once they had unlocked their mana bodies than those who hadn't. So, this is an epic mana body? Astonishment colored Shi Feng's features as he sensed the dense mana radiating from his body. He had never dreamed that an epic mana body would be this powerful. Normally, a mana body relied on its own mana to function, but his mana body could attract ambient mana and use it to strengthen and nourish itself. His epic mana body had also coated his body with a thin barrier of mana. The barrier was easy to miss if one weren't paying close attention. It almost felt like a skin-tight suit. It trapped a significant portion of the mana radiating from him, drastically reducing the amount of mana wasted. Not only did this mana barrier improve his recovery, but it also ensured that the mana around him was far denser than normal. The addition of this mana barrier alone doubled or tripled his survivability in the fields, especially in low mana environments. When he fought in such harsh environments, he wouldn't have to worry about losing a significant portion of his combat power. Shi Feng tried to manipulate his mana body, guiding the mana around him into his hands. He instantly felt like a black hole as the ambient mana gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, a faint layer of mana mist formed on the surface of his palms. Shi Feng's fist then shot out as he punched the empty air. Peng! Space exploded around his fist as if the punch had created a vacuum. Space around him trembled at the power of the strike, and the core room's magic barrier shuddered. With this power, I can now likely solo a mythic monster of the same level, even without my berserk skills. Shi Feng gasped when he saw the results of his punch. He had merely executed a normal punch, and he didn't even have his weapons equipped. The difference between a player's attack power with a weapon and without one in God's domain was massive. With Killing Ray equipped, his prior punches had only been able to break the sound barrier. He had only been able to make space tremble and create spatial tears when he used the secret technique, Lightning Flash. Yet now, without any techniques or weapons, he could exhibit power on par with when he wielded Killing Ray. An epic mana body provided horrific power. In his opinion, although mana bodies massively boosted players' strength, they didn't provide this much power. The benefits of unlocking his mana body thus far could already rival that of a fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, he had only unlocked 100% of his mana body's potential. If he could push beyond that, his strength would rise to a whole new level. After 100%, every additional percent would provide tremendous power. As far as Shi Feng knew, players had only reached 120% of their mana body's potential in the past. It was easy to imagine how frighteningly powerful 120% of an epic mana body's potential would be. Even transcending tiers would be possible. Elated, Shi Feng started to practice Iliade's mana technique. He had now unlocked 100% of his mana body's potential. Going beyond that would take some time, and it would be as difficult as creating a master magic array for an apprentice magician. Fortunately, unlocking more than 100% of his epic mana body wasn't the only way to transcend tiers. He could also rely on the help of a mana technique. He had experienced Iliade's holy annihilation personally, and despite suppressing herself to Tier 3, the Heavenly Blue Saint's attack could instant kill or heavily injure Tier 4 beings. If Shi Feng could master Iliade's holy annihilation, the mana technique would prove significantly helpful. He hadn't been able to learn the technique earlier since he hadn't unlocked his mana body fully yet, but now that he had, he could truly practice the holy annihilation. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques. Combat techniques consumed the user's stamina and concentration, but mana techniques, on the other hand, only consumed concentration. Players generally avoided using combat techniques in harsh environments, trying to conserve their stamina due to the heavy burden the environment placed on them. However, with a few exceptions, these harsh environments did not affect players' concentration consumption. God's Domain's experts that had grasped mana techniques, whether self-taught or learned from the system, had an easier time exploring the world, especially the maps with harsh environments. Now that Shi Feng had achieved his goals in visiting the Western continent, he needed to search for Solomon's sword's remaining fragments to maintain his advantages and pave a smoother path for Aqua Rose and his other comrades as they aimed for Tier 4. If he put the task off, it would only be a matter of time before the various superpowers, with how fast they were developing, would overpower Zero Wing. If he could learn Iliade's mana technique now, not only would he have a much better chance of securing the fragments of Solomon's sword, but he could also teach the technique to Aqua Rose and the others. As Shi Feng tried to mimic the way Iliade had executed the first sword, Light Shadow, the more the Heavenly Blue Saint amazed him. Iliade's mana technique even seemed slightly stronger than the mana techniques the demon god Atlok had used. The first sword, Light Shadow, used all 7 elements, and executing the strike proved even more difficult than Lightning Flash, a bronze combat technique. Shi Feng needed to channel and gather his mana for several seconds before he could attempt to execute Light Shadow. Atlok had also needed some preparation time before executing his mana technique. The demon god had spent several seconds preparing the black hole, the last attack he had used against Shi Feng. Even though Atlok had executed the mana technique through his phantom, that phantom had still been at the Tier 5 standard. The goddess, on the other hand, had executed Light Shadow, Holy Devour, and Holy Annihilation without any preparation time whatsoever. On the contrary, it has seemed as if she had been able to pause her technique, releasing her attack when she needed to in a systematic manner. When Shi Feng thought about that fight, he realized the intervals between each of her attacks had been exactly the same. Even at the Tier 3 standard, Iliade had accomplished the feat. As Shi Feng continued to practice Light Shadow, however, he was able to reduce the time he needed before executing the technique. Initially, he spent nearly 8 minutes preparing his strike. But now, he could do so after around 5 minutes. The more Shi Feng practiced, the more he understood about mana control. 2 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. While Shi Feng was immersed in his training, he received a call request from Phythalia. Guild leader, Black Flame. Mythology's people are back. They're all gathered in the Starlight Bar, and I think they've found a way to deal with your divine dragon. More of them have arrived as well. Now, there are more than 30 players in their group, Phythalia reported with a somber expression. Dealing with the dozen-plus experts had already been a struggle, but now more than double had shown up in the Starlight Fortress. Even if Zero Wing, Divine Tribe, and Hell Legion gathered all of their peak experts in the fortress, suppressing these mythology players would still prove difficult. They've returned so soon, Shi Feng muttered in surprise. However, when he glanced at the time, he realized that he had been training for over half a day. It had felt like time had passed even more quickly than when he had worked to unlock his mana body. He then sheathed his swords and grinned. "All right, I'll be right there." With that, Shi Feng disconnected the call and left the core room. Volume 26, Chapter 2501, Mythology Arrives, Starlight Fortress, Starlight Bar. Chapter 2501, Mythology Arrives, Starlight Fortress, Starlight Bar. The Starlight Bar was usually the most popular bar in the Starlight Fortress, but right now the bar, which was half the size of a football field, was silent as everyone stared at the group of players in black, drinking quietly in the middle of the establishment. No one even dared to breathe too loudly. The rest of the crowd wasn't simply reacting in such a way because the black-clad players had appeared like a group of magicians. Rather, their reactions were due to the fact that every one of those players wore Mythology's guild emblem. So, they're the rumored experts from Mythology. Amazing. I see them, yet I can't sense their presence. How did they do it? It seems that even Mythology can't help but get involved now that the demon god's shrine had appeared. Once everyone had gotten over their shock at seeing these players, they quietly chatted amongst themselves. Some players were afraid, while others were excited. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds in the virtual gaming world. Every player on the Western continent was familiar with its reputation. News of Mythology's black-clad players causing chaos had already spread throughout the fortress. Not only had these players avoided the Divine Dragon's wrath, but they had also managed to slay quite a few of Divine Tribe's experts. Even Phythalia, the commander of one of Divine Tribe's trump card legions, had lost her life in battle. In response, Divine Tribe had dispatched even more experts to patrol the Starlight Fortress's streets. It had even sent plenty of Tier 3 personal guards to join the patrols. However, not only had Mythology's experts snuck into the city again, but more of them had come as well. Now they even congregated in the Starlight Bar, the fortress's most popular bar, drinking like normal customers. They treated the Starlight Fortress like they would their own hometown. Mythology is amazing, boss. They're completely disregarding the fortress's divine dragon. It seems the Starlight Fortress will soon have a new owner, the ruthless man from the Stormheart Adventurer team admired as he watched the black-clad players from Mythology. When he had encountered the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon, he had only felt fear. Players had no chance against it in his opinion, yet these black-clad players acted as if the divine dragon didn't even exist, coming and going from the fortress as they wished. Mythology's foundations were simply frightening. Mythology certainly is stronger than the other superpowers. Aside from those players' ability to conceal their presence, their combat standards are impressive. They're all bona fide peak experts. Several of them are even stronger than I am. I don't even know how I would fight that silver-haired youth leading the group. I don't think he's even human, Crow said as he observed Mythology's members, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. If they decide to cause a scene in the fortress, there will be a mess, and no one will be able to do anything about it. With the situation as it is, even Zero Wing, with all its advantages, will have to make concessions for them. Crow knew that the various superpowers were no match for the 5 great super guilds, but he had never imagined that the gap between them would be this massive. Mythology's black-clad players were at least level 107, but their auras were even powerful enough to make an expert like him feel uncomfortable. The weakest member of the group had basic attributes to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Fighting just one of those players would pose a huge problem for him. If he had to face 2 or 3 simultaneously, there was a very high likelihood that he'd fall. To make matters worse, there were over 30 of these experts in the bar, and all of them could completely conceal their auras. This was just a nightmare. There was also the silver-haired leader to worry about. Although Crow could not sense the youth's aura, his instincts told him that if he came within 30 yards of the young man, his life would be forfeit. While the bar's patrons quietly watched Mythology's experts, the group in question acted as if none of the surrounding players existed at all, chatting with each other and utterly carefree. "Commander, the higher-ups are being really stubborn. They still want us to negotiate with Zero Wing as a show of respect for Netherworld Empire. Why should we have to show anyone any respect? We should just capture the Starlight Fortress. With the fortress, the mythology can claim the demon god's legacy once the demon god's shrine activates. A tall, slim woman carrying a warhammer and sturdy shield grumbled. As far as she was concerned, Netherworld Empire had only partnered with Zero Wing because it wasn't strong enough to take the fortress for itself. But mythology was a different story. Capturing the Starlight Fortress wouldn't be difficult for her team, especially now that they had grown stronger. Not even taking out Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion would be an issue, let alone capturing the Starlight Fortress. They had no reason to fear the Guild. I concur. We'd be better off giving Zero Wing a beating and taking the Fortress Lord's mansion. We shouldn't need to go to the trouble of targeting Divine Tribe to get at the Eastern Guild. If we don't teach him a lesson, Black Flame will think the West is just like the Eastern continent. A young assassin carrying 2 short swords added, nodding in agreement. Mythology's power was limited on the Eastern continent, and thus what it could accomplish there was limited, but in the West, squashing Zero Wing would be child's play. Not even the Divine Dragon's protection could save Zero Wing's players. Mythology's foundations on the Western continent were just that far beyond what Zero Wing could imagine. Don't get careless. Netherworld Empire has its reasons for working with Zero Wing. Based on recent reports, Zero Wing already has 5 members with fully unlocked mana bodies. Those players are extraordinarily strong. If they show up, follow the backup plan. Activate your battle arrays and face them in 4-man cells. The rest of you will continue as we initially planned. If the Divine Dragon approaches, retreat immediately. The silver-haired team leader ordered, watching his impatient team members. Rest assured, Commander, aside from the dragon, these players are nothing. I don't know how those Zero Wing players unlocked their mana body's full potential so quickly, but so what? The assassin youth loudly and fearlessly proclaimed. If Zero Wing's members really do show up, I'll make sure none of them leave alive. The rest of Mythology's team nodded. Fully unlocking one's mana body might substantially increase one's combat power, but their advanced battle array was no trivial matter. As long as they activated their battle arrays, they could combine the strength of 4 players. The player that received all this power would be even strong enough to take down a mythic monster of the same level, much less Tier 3 players. If Zero Wing's members dared to show their faces, their team could slap them down with ease. Is that so? I'd like to test your claim, then. Suddenly, everyone in the bar heard a deep voice, and the speaker immediately caused an uproar. Every player in the Starlight Bar spun toward the speaker, assuming whoever had been so bold must be crazy. This player had just directly challenged Mythology's experts. They must be suicidal. 2 people, a man and a woman, walked into the bar. The woman was the beautiful, elegant Phythalia, while the man felt as dark as night. Chapter 2502, Silent Starlight Bar, as Shi Feng and Phythalia entered the Starlight Bar, interrupting the black-clad Mythology members' conversation. An uproar broke out among the spectating patrons. Crap! Isn't that Beauty Phythalia, the commander of one of Divine Tribe's trump-card legions? It seems they're going to start another fight. A fight? This'll be a war. I hadn't thought I'd get lucky enough to watch this unfold personally. Many of these players were experts with vast information networks. They were more or less aware of the struggle between the various superpowers over the Starlight Fortress. Now that Mythology had taken the initiative to pick a fight with the Starlight Fortress, a war between the various superpowers was unavoidable, although none of them had expected it to begin so soon. Clashes between experts, particularly those from the various superpowers, were extremely rare learning opportunities in God's domain, especially for the players that got to watch the fights personally. They'd be able to learn far more than from watching a recording of the battle. This was precisely the reason that the various powers constantly tried to gain entry tickets to the various superpowers' Dark Arena. Unfortunately, without adequate connections, normal players didn't even qualify to enter the Dark Arena. However, compared to the battle unfolding right before their eyes, the Dark Arena's battles were nothing. The various superpowers participants in the Dark Arena never went all out, but this situation would be different. To secure the right to rule the Starlight Fortress, all parties involved would fight with everything they had. While the bar's spectating patrons became excited, Mythology's members turned to give Shi Feng cold looks. Every one of them was restless, eager to get the fight started. Sensing these black-clad players' hostility, Thalia felt a headache brew. She had tried to convince Shi Feng to gather some manpower before confronting Mythology's members, but Shi Feng had headed for the Starlight Bar the moment he had heard about their arrival. Shi Feng was the only player that had a claim over the Fortress Lord's mansion. If anything happened to him, defending their hold on the fortress would become far more difficult. The various superpowers had already stationed plenty of experts in the Starlight Fortress. If the fortress suddenly lost its owner, they'd cause a huge commotion. Not even Divine Tribe's forces would be able to stop them. In the end, she had no choice but to follow Shi Feng to the Starlight Bar, contacting the players under her command to meet them there on the way. Shi Feng, however, had done the unexpected again and picked a fight with Mythology before the backup she had called could get there. They were currently facing over 30 peak experts. And these weren't any ordinary peak experts. Not only could they hide their auras, but they were all incredibly fast. If these peak experts decided to attack as one, the consequences would be dire. "You're quite daring, you bastard," the short sword-wielding assassin youth said, sneering at Shi Feng. "Show me whether or not you have the strength to support that courage." Just before the assassin could step forward, however, the silver-haired youth beside him extended a hand, blocking his path. "Commander?" the assassin asked, confused about why his leader had stopped him. But the silver-haired player hadn't offered an explanation. Rather, he smiled at Shi Feng. "So, your guild leader, Black Flame," the silver-haired youth said, smiling. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Silver Ghost, the first vice-commander of Mythology's #1 trump card Legion. Is he the player that foiled Vice-Guild leader Cold Shadow's plan? It's no wonder why he spoke so boldly earlier. He's really brave. He actually came here without any backup. Does he intend to offer a compromise?" After Silver Ghost's introduction, realization dawned on the rest of Mythology's members. Their goal was to seek out Shi Feng and negotiate. "Since Commander Thalia has come with you, I'm sure she told you about my offer. What do you think about it, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Silver Ghost patiently asked, glancing at Thalia before returning his gaze to Shi Feng. Silver Ghost had fought Thalia personally, so he knew that she was a monster-level expert. She also had a party of peak expert bodyguards. Normally, she and her bodyguards shouldn't have any issue defeating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts. Unfortunately, his team wasn't here for Thalia. Even with her strength, she had no chance against 3 or 4 of his subordinates. She'd be doomed if over a dozen of his teammates attacked at once. The only real threat in the Starlight Fortress was Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion. Not only did the Hell Legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but they were all extraordinarily strong as well. However, if his team intended to cause chaos in this fortress, not even the Hell Legion was powerful enough to stop them. "I have no reason to consider it. Since Zero Wing is strong enough to capture the Starlight Fortress, it's strong enough to hold it. If you want to fight, bring it on," Shi Feng calmly stated, eyeing Silver Ghost. "How unfortunate." Silver Ghost could only sigh at Shi Feng's reply. "Why are you still wasting your time with him, Commander?" The assassin youth sneered. "Let my group deal with him. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll continue to assume that Mythology is powerless against him. That's right. If we don't show him our strength, he'll likely assume that we left earlier because we were afraid of him." The rest of Mythology's team nodded. Their previous visit to the Starlight Fortress had merely been a form of greeting. Now that Shi Feng had rejected their goodwill, they had no reason to hold back. In fact, if they continued to act passively, Shi Feng would treat their guild as a joke. "All right, your group can deal with him, but make it quick. Everyone else, pay attention to your surroundings. Retreat as soon as the Divine Dragon approaches," Silver Ghost said, granting the assassin youth permission to take action. "Thank you, Commander. I'll make sure to end the fight quickly," the assassin youth replied with a hungry expression. He turned toward Shi Feng and continued, "You've been pretty arrogant, bastard. Let's see if you can back up those words." Suddenly, divine runes lit up all across the assassin's body and enveloped another 3 mythology members behind him. A powerful aura began to radiate from the assassin youth, growing stronger by the second. After just 3 seconds, his aura was so intense that a sense of dread overcame everyone in the bar. How is his aura so powerful? It's almost as intense as a Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level. The bar's patrons gaped at the young assassin. Is this a sample of mythology's foundations? The situation shocked the ruthless man from Storm Heart. Although it wasn't possible to determine a player's strength based on their aura, that aura would at least hint at their strength. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players still struggled to defeat great lords of the same level, and in Star Valley, players couldn't use their berserk skills. If a player had the strength of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level, they'd be able to move through Star Valley unhindered. With that kind of power, even killing Tier 3 MTs would be as easy as swatting a fly. They hadn't actually used their full strength earlier. Thalia watched on with a grim expression. When she felt the assassin's violent aura, she was overcome with despair. She had hoped that the Hell Legion's experts and Zero Wing's 5 experts, those that had fully unlocked their mana bodies, would be enough to suppress mythology's invading experts. But seeing these black-clad players now, she found the idea laughable. A peak expert that was as powerful as a Grand Lord ranked archaic species could even toy with a Tier 4 summoned creature. After all, players' combat techniques allowed them to push their combat power to its limits, perhaps even beyond them. Aside from the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon, no one in the fortress could stop the assassin before her. An advanced battle array? Shi Feng muttered when he saw the divine runes coating the assassin youth's body. You seem to know a lot, bastard, but that won't change anything. Licking his lips, the assassin youth continued, Now, I'll teach you just how foolish your decision was. The assassin then took a step forward, instantly vanishing. Neither he nor his aura could be found within the bar. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. I guess Zero Wing's guild leader is going to die, Crow, Stormheart's commander said, closing his eyes. Not only did that young assassin have basic attributes that could rival a Grand Lord ranked archaic species, but he could also completely conceal his presence. Crow couldn't even sense the youth's life aura. With such capabilities, that assassin was practically invincible among players. Fights between experts were typically so fast that they were impossible to follow with the naked eye. Thus, experts usually had to rely on all 5 senses during combat. Otherwise, their opponent would quickly overwhelm them. Now that the assassin youth had vanished, players couldn't rely on their sight to keep up with his ghostly speed. Trying to keep up was a joke. How was one supposed to find an enemy they couldn't even detect? However, at the moment mythology's assassin had vanished, Shi Feng unhurriedly unsheathed Killing Ray and slashed the empty air to his right. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal filled the Starlight Bar, and an intense impact shattered the ground. All players within 30 yards of the swordsman stumbled back from the shockwave. Almost as everyone heard the first collision, another loud bang followed. A figure then slammed into the wall to Shi Feng's right, indenting the wall. It was none other than the assassin youth that had only disappeared a moment ago. Chapter 2503, First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2503, First Sword, Light Shadow, Silence, Terror. For a time, everyone in the Starlight Bar became dumbfounded. Shi Feng had deflected the young assassin, who seemed as strong as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and was fully capable of concealing his aura with a normal attack. Who would ever believe this? Is he really a Tier 3 player? The ruthless man from Storm Heart was stunned when he saw the assassin embedded in the bar's wall. The assassin youth still had most of his HP remaining, but that was precisely what frightened the ruthless man. If Shi Feng had merely noticed the assassin's movement and found an opportunity to strike the youth's weak point, it would have still shocked the man, but he would have more or less understood how Shi Feng's attack and thrown the assassin. However, seeing that the assassin had only lost a small amount of HP from the hit, it made it clear that Shi Feng's sword hadn't struck the assassin directly. The youth had actually blocked the attack with his own blades. In a battle of brute force, the young assassin had lost. The assassin youth's basic attributes rivaled that of a Grand Lord, ranked archaic species of the same level. Not even ordinary Tier 3 players with active berserk skills were that strong. And yet Shi Feng had emerged victorious in a battle of strength. Moreover, the swordsman had done so without relying on skills or tools. He hadn't used a berserk skill either. He had merely executed a normal attack. When mythology's other members saw the assassin embedded in the wall, they too were dazed. Sandstorm lost? How is that possible? Did he fail to control the battle array's power? All of these mythology members knew just how powerful a player was after the boost from the advanced battle array the assassin youth Sandstorm had used. Sandstorm would even have the strength to take on Tier 4 mythic monsters, not to mention Tier 3 players. Using the advanced battle array was expensive, so they couldn't use it casually. The only reason that Silver Ghost had agreed was to prove mythology's strength to Zero Wing. None of them had expected this outcome. Shi Feng had sent Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. For a moment, they wondered if Sandstorm had been careless and failed to grasp the battle array's power. How is he so strong? Pythalia, on the other hand, stared at Shi Feng's back with wide, astonished eyes. Although she had heard McCaffrey and the others claim that Shi Feng was a monster-level expert, she had assumed that was only the case against ordinary Tier 3 players. However, she had just watched him throw one of mythology's experts, whose strength had been enhanced by an advanced battle array with one normal strike. Just what was going on while everyone wrestled with their shock over the situation. Silver Ghost turned to Shi Feng, guessing, "So, you've unlocked your mana body's full potential already." In his opinion, Shi Feng's strength was secondary. What was more impressive was the fact that the swordsman had kept track of Sandstorm's movements. No ordinary Tier 3 player should be able to sense Sandstorm's aura, and with the assassin's speed, keeping track of him visually should be impossible. The only explanation Silver Ghost could think of was that Shi Feng had fully unlocked his mana body and relied on his mana body's incredible mana to create a mana field around himself. Shi Feng had then relied on the mana field to locate Sandstorm. They could conceal their auras thoroughly, but their physical existence remained. Their ability didn't hide them from mana, which was how Shi Feng could rely on his mana field to locate the assassin. Silver Ghost's statement caused an uproar within the Starlight Bar. What? He's already unlocked his mana body's full potential? I haven't even heard of a single expert among the various superpowers to accomplish that feat, have you? Any player capable of visiting the Starlight Fortress was an expert, and many of them had already reached Tier 3. Naturally, the topic of Tier 3 mana bodies had long since become a hot topic among players like them. It had already become common knowledge that players wouldn't be able to exhibit the full power of a Tier 3 class after completing their Tier 3 promotion quests. They still needed to unlock their mana body's potential. Unfortunately, that wasn't an easy task. Most players didn't even have a clue about how to go about unlocking their mana bodies. All they could do was work to improve their mana control. And yet, while players were still trying to figure out how to start unlocking their mana bodies, they learned that Shi Feng had already completed the task. Why wouldn't they be surprised? It's no wonder why he dared to provoke mythology. Realization dawned on Crow when he heard Silver Ghost's statement. He had wondered why Shi Feng was confident enough to make an enemy of mythology. These mythology experts were incredibly powerful, and after they activated their battle array, they'd become monsters that current players stood no chance against. Only the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon could suppress them. However, even after he realized what Shi Feng had accomplished, Silver Ghost didn't panic. He actually smiled. The combat power boost from a fully unlocked mana body is certainly amazing. I hadn't considered that Sandstorm wouldn't be a match for you, even after activating his advanced battle array, Silver Ghost told Shi Feng. However, I wonder how you'll fare against 8 experts on Sandstorm's level. As Silver Ghost finished speaking, the mythology members behind him promptly activated their battle arrays as well. In total, these players activated 7 more battle arrays, and the combined aura of the array's beneficiaries was so powerful that none of the Tier 2 players in the bar could move. As for the Tier 3 players, their legs began to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, Sandstorm pulled himself from the hole in the wall and sneered at Shi Feng. "Punk, I'll admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough to kill us. We can easily brush off your attack's damage with our enhanced recovery. This battle array even triples our stamina and concentration recovery rates." "How long do you think you can last against us?" Sandstorm growled contemptuously. The advanced battle array didn't just increase his basic attributes, it also boosted his maximum HP and defense. Right now, his defense was twice as high as Tier 3 MTs of the same level, and he had more than 2 million HP. Shi Feng's attack might have had a lot of impact, but he had only taken a little over minus 10,000 damage. It wasn't even enough to itch. The spectators, who had relaxed after Shi Feng's counterattack, fell silent again, and Fithalia continued to watch with a grim expression. She had never dreamed that mythology had prepared so many advanced battle arrays. Shi Feng was likely at his limit dealing with one expert empowered by an advanced battle array, but now he'd have to take on 8 of these experts. Moreover, every one of his opponents had incredible defense and HPs. They could easily whittle Shi Feng down until he died. "Let's see you try," Shi Feng indifferently replied, sweeping his gaze over mythology's members. His comeback only incited another uproar within the bar. What? He's actually going to fight such a force? Cool, too cool, as expected of the expert that took down the Starlight Fortress. Very few players in God's domain can match his courage. They had all assumed that Shi Feng would try to run from mythology's experts. Now that they had activated 8 advanced battle arrays, only the fortress's divine dragon could stop them. However, Shi Feng chose to stay and fight. He was practically a hero from legend. "Are you crazy?" Fithalia hissed at her companion. "They're not going to fight you one-on-one. They're going to come at you together." Shi Feng had repelled Sandstorm with a normal attack, but that was all. The outcome of an actual fight between the two wouldn't be over that quickly. If Shi Feng could only deal a little over minus 10,000 damage, there was no way he could kill the assassin. The advanced battle array doubled Sandstorm's battle recovery, which meant that the assassin could easily chip away at Shi Feng's HP while recovering his own. If 8 experts like Sandstorm attacked Shi Feng together, Zero Wing's guild leader would be lucky to stay alive for a while, much less defeat these experts. Before Fithalia could try to dissuade Shi Feng, however, Silver Ghost laughed. "Very good. You're truly brave. It's no wonder why you dare to make mythology your enemy," Silver Ghost said, smiling. He then turned to Fithalia and said, "I'm a generous person. Why don't you both try to take us on? I'll even wait until your reinforcements arrive." "That won't be necessary. You should really face me together. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as you claim," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Bastard," Sandstorm snarled, enraged. He immediately charged at Shi Feng again, as the assassin moved. The 7 other empowered experts did the same, dashing toward Shi Feng like a violent gale. All 8 of mythology's experts were in perfect sync as they attacked Shi Feng simultaneously. As long as Shi Feng tried to attack one of them, the other 7 would strike at his vitals. This was the same method they had employed to take down Fithalia. While they charged at Shi Feng, however, he raised Killing Ray above his head and shut his eyes, patiently waiting for Sandstorm and his companions to reach him. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. Just as the assassin youth and mythology's other experts were about to strike, Shi Feng's eyes abruptly opened, and he swung his sacred sword in a downward arch, first sword light shadow. Chapter 2 Overthrow 4, The Power of Mana Techniques. Chapter 2 Overthrow 4, The Power of Mana Techniques. When Killing Ray descended, the mana around Shi Feng immediately gathered to form a phantom greatsword around the sacred sword. Immediately afterward, the phantom greatsword, which was 20 meters long, tore apart space. Those looking at the phantom greatsword from a distance noticed a pitch-black trail in the phantom greatsword's wake. A skill? When Sandstorm and the others saw the phantom greatsword ripping even space itself, they were sure that the greatsword's power was at the Tier 4 standard. They instinctively thought to dodge the attack. After all, although they possessed basic attributes rivaling Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level, they were still a far cry from the Tier 4 mythic standard. However, Shi Feng's attack had appeared too suddenly and was too fast. Moreover, the attack had a very large AoE. Evading it was simply impossible. They had no choice but to receive it directly, block it together. Sandstorm shouted, following which, under Sandstorm's lead, all 8 experts from mythology executed Tier 3 skills simultaneously. Triple Shadow, Spatial Severance, Thunder's Wrath. All 8 melee players used their strongest offensive skills without hesitation, every one of which was executed at a completion rate of 90% or better. For a time, over a dozen attacks could be seen striking the descending greatsword. Boom. The instant the attacks of both sides collided, a powerful storm blew, sending all Tier 2 players within a 50-yard radius stumbling back. A small crater even formed on the ground directly beneath the point of impact. As the dust settled, a gash that was over 20 meters long and 2 meters deep appeared in the middle of the bar. As for Sandstorm and the others, although they were not bashed into the floor, they were still forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before they managed to stabilize their footing, each step they took shattering the tiles beneath them. The force from the impact also left their hands trembling violently, and every one of them lost over 100,000 HP. For a time, shock and confusion reigned in the entire bar. Previously, everyone had already found it unbelievable that Shi Feng had sent Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Now he had actually overwhelmed Sandstorm and 7 other experts of similar strength with a single move. Shi Feng's combat power was simply heaven-defying. Skills executed with a fully unlocked mana body are actually so powerful. Crow's eyes brimmed with shock when he saw that Shi Feng remained standing at his original location, despite clashing with 8 of mythology's empowered experts. Although everyone had gained a general understanding of the mana body after reaching Tier 3 and knew that the mana body could provide a player with a huge boost in combat power, he had never imagined that the boost would be this amazing. At this moment, aside from Crow, many other Tier 3 players also grew excited upon seeing this scene. Now, their desire and eagerness to fully unlock their mana bodies waxed even higher. After all, Shi Feng had just proven to them that it was possible for a Tier 3 player to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. This meant that they could clash against mythic monsters of the same level. They might not be able to kill mythic monsters yet, even with that kind of power, but they would at least have the foundations to raid mythic monsters. Mythic monsters. At this stage of the game, level 100+ mythic monsters were bosses that generally only first-rate powers or above could raid. However, players could get rich overnight from the loot these bosses dropped. Meanwhile, Phythalia, who stood behind Shi Feng, was also momentarily stunned by this scene. She never thought that Shi Feng's strength had reached such frightening heights. He had actually managed to overwhelm 8 of mythology's empowered peak experts single-handedly. With this kind of strength, Shi Feng alone would most likely be more than enough to safeguard the entire Starlight Fortress. Nobody would be capable of threatening the Starlight Fortress so long as he was present. However, just when Phythalia and the other spectating players thought that mythology would retreat after this exchange, Silver Ghost, who had quietly watched the exchange from a corner of the bar, suddenly started clapping his hands. Amazing, truly amazing. It's no wonder Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow praised you so much, Silver Ghost said, his joyful reaction making it seem as if the loss of Sandstorm's group had nothing to do with him. Chuckling, he continued, unfortunately, the moment Sandstorm and the others activated their battle arrays, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Even if you can exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard, you still can't stop us. As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, the healers that were powering up the battle arrays started casting healing spells on Sandstorm and the others. Not only did Sandstorm and the others recover all of their lost HP instantly, but their trembling hands also reverted to normal. Upon seeing this scene, Phythalia, who had previously breathed out a sigh of relief, wore a grim expression once more. Due to Shi Feng's frightening display of strength, she had forgotten that this wasn't some official competition between experts, but a brawl between Shi Feng and mythology's experts instead. Victory would be decided only when one side was annihilated. Meanwhile, in a team battle, it was very normal for melee players to rely on healers. "You were pretty good before, huh, punk? Let's see how you're going to keep it up." Sandstorm, who had fully recovered, sneered as he looked at Shi Feng. The swordsman's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, the 8 of them weren't having a duel with Shi Feng right now, but a fight to the death. If Shi Feng couldn't kill them, this battle would not end. Meanwhile, current Tier 3 players had a very limited number of Tier 3 skills and spells at their disposal. Moreover, unlike Shi Feng, Sandstorm's side had healers. Just like Silver Ghost had said, the outcome of the battle between both sides had been decided since the very beginning. Is that so? Shi Feng smiled. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, he held Killing Ray with both hands and raised the sacred sword overhead once again. The mana inside the bar immediately swarmed toward the sacred sword. Impossible. Sandstorm fell into a daze at this extremely familiar scene. The cooldown of skills and spells generally increased, the stronger and higher tiered they became. Since Shi Feng had exhibited power at the Tier 4 standard with his attack, the skill he had used should have had a cooldown of several minutes or at least a few dozen seconds. However, only about 6 seconds had passed since Shi Feng executed his attack, yet he was using the same move again. This shouldn't be possible, however. Before Sandstorm and the others could snap out of their daze, Shi Feng's Killing Ray was already chopping at them once more. Just like before, a gigantic phantom greatsword appeared out of thin air and descended on Sandstorm's group like a mountain. However, after all was said and done, Sandstorm and the others were peak experts who had fought on many battlefields before. They immediately responded to the attack with Tier 3 skills of their own. Boom. When the attacks of both sides collided, another powerful storm blew. However, due to the Tier 3 skills used this time being weaker than the ones they used before, Sandstorm and the others ended up in a much more miserable state. Every one of them also sustained more than 130,000 damage. Even so, for Sandstorm and the others who possessed more than 2 million HP, this amount of damage was negligible. Just as the slightly miserable Sandstorm was about to ridicule Shi Feng once more, he suddenly sensed the mana inside the bar rushing toward Shi Feng yet again. Moreover, the swordsman was gathering mana at a much faster rate than before. Before Sandstorm and the others could say anything, Shi Feng's Killing Ray chopped at them anew. Boom. This time, Sandstorm and the others reacted too slowly to Shi Feng's attack, so they failed to defend themselves using their Tier 3 skills. As a result, every one of them suffered over minus 300,000 damage. Bastard! I've already said that the outcome of this battle has been decided from. Although Sandstorm, who was close to kneeling on the ground, tried to retaliate with mockery, before he managed to finish his words, Shi Feng swung Killing Ray down again. Once, twice, thrice. For a time, explosions rocked the entire Starlight Bar, one after another. Aside from this sound, nothing else could be heard inside. Finally, after Shi Feng executed his 11th attack, the world around him fell silent as Sandstorm and the 7 other empowered experts from mythology collapsed on the rubble, their HPs zeroed out. Now they exhibited neither aura nor mana. Chapter 2505, One-Man Army. Chapter 2505, One-Man Army. As the bodies of mythology's 8 empowered experts started disintegrating into particles of light, time inside the Starlight Bar seemed to freeze as everyone stared at Shi Feng's figure in stunned silence. Only much later did everyone snap out of their daze. So strong. So this is the true power of a fully unlocked mana body. When everyone looked at the gash before Shi Feng, which was 4 meters deep and extended over 30 meters, they no longer had any words to describe their current feelings of shock and admiration. Although every one of mythology's empowered experts was ridiculously strong and more than capable of annihilating all the spectating players inside the bar, in front of Shi Feng, mythology's 8 empowered experts were as frail as little children. They didn't even manage to put up any resistance whatsoever before getting annihilated. The strength Shi Feng displayed thoroughly shattered everyone's understanding of the strength of Tier 3 classes. At the same time, all of the independent experts present gained newfound hope. Originally, in a fight between Tier 3 players, the outcome would generally be determined by the number of Tier 3 players each side possessed. Individual Tier 3 player couldn't change the outcome of a team battle involving Tier 3 players. Hence, everyone believed that if Tier 3 independent players wished to avoid getting suppressed, they had no choice but to join a superpower. However, Shi Feng had thoroughly shattered this belief. In front of him, feared and revered Tier 3 players were nothing. Even a group of Tier 3 experts would fall to him in just a few moves. Shi Feng had proven that even if one was alone, one could still play the role of an army. Just like the heroes of legends, he had the strength to change the fate of an entire kingdom or even an empire. Meanwhile, so long as they fully unlocked their own mana bodies, they too could replicate Shi Feng's feats. Commander, with that kind of combat power, don't you think that Black Flame is stronger than the 5 great super guilds' true monsters? The ruthless man from Stormheart asked Crow, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Shi Feng. Since Shi Feng had single-handedly defeated 8 peak experts with combat power rivaling Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level, his strength could definitely rank at the top among the experts on the Western continent. The feat he accomplished today would start a new chapter of development in God's domain, and maybe even the virtual gaming world. Throughout the long history of the virtual gaming world, the various superpowers had constantly oppressed the experts belonging to non-superpowers. There was no way to reverse the situation. This was especially true with the 5 great super guilds that stood above even the various superpowers. The 5 great super guilds were not existences that individuals could hope to challenge. However, Shi Feng had broken this curse time after time. First, Shi Feng had made Netherworld Empire concede by using a divine dragon. Now, he had defeated mythology's monstrous team with his own strength. Such amazing battle records would definitely be immortalized in the annals of the virtual gaming world. I don't know whether he is stronger than the 5 great super guilds' true monsters or not, but after today's battle, Black Flame's name will most likely spread throughout the Western continent. No one would dare have any ideas about the Starlight Fortress anymore, Crow said, excitement flashing across his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. The 5 great super guilds were the absolute titans of the virtual gaming world. Many newly risen superpowers might have challenged the 5 great super guilds before, but it had been over 2 decades since a non-superpower had dared to do so. Now, not only did Shi Feng challenge mythology's prestige, but he had even routed the great super guild. Just this point alone was more than enough to make Shi Feng the topic of discussion for the Western continent's independent players and shake the foundations of the entire continent. This was because Shi Feng's feat had illuminated the path for players that did not belong to the various superpowers. Moreover, with the strength Shi Feng had just displayed, Crow believed that no one could threaten the Starlight Fortress so long as Shi Feng was present. In fact, Crow suspected that even if today's matter spread, no one would believe it. The benefits provided by a fully unlocked mana body are actually that excellent, while the spectating players inside the bar were filled with shock and excitement over this matter. Vithalia was gaping at Shi Feng in surprise and confusion from behind him. In God's domain, any powerful skill or spell possessed a long cooldown, even Tier 0 skills and spells. However, Shi Feng had executed the same devastating attack 11 times in a row with almost no gap between each attack. He couldn't have executed a combat technique, as combat techniques relied on the movements of the physical body to execute powerful attacks. Moreover, combat techniques would not attract mana or make it manifest as a giant greatsword. The only explanation Vithalia could think of for this situation was that Shi Feng's attack was a special effect resulting from fully unlocking his mana body. If that was the case, then what Divine Tribe needed to do from now on wasn't to devote its efforts to raiding super large-scale team dungeons or increasing the number of Tier 3 experts it had, but figuring out how to unlock the mana body of players. Otherwise, just one expert with a fully unlocked mana body could dictate the direction of a guild war. In fact, just the presence of one such expert might make raiding current super large-scale team dungeons possible. Meanwhile, the mythology members still inside the bar were momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. They had never imagined that Shi Feng would actually be powerful enough to destroy Sandstorm's group with just 11 attacks. Storm and the others each boasted more than twice the defense of ordinary Tier 3 MTs. Their HPs also exceeded 2 million. They could survive against actual mythic monsters for quite some time, however. Shi Feng had taken no more than 8 seconds to finish them off. He defeated Sandstorm's group so quickly that the rear line healers couldn't save them. Vice Commander, 8 of our advanced battle arrays have already shattered. We only have 1 remaining. Should we continue fighting? A Tier 3 Ranger asked Silver Ghost. The advanced battle arrays they prepared were no ordinary items. Not only did producing these battle arrays require a lot of precious materials, but using them was also remarkably expensive. This time, the Guild had decided to supply their team with 9 sets of advanced battle arrays, only to ensure that they secured the Starlight Fortress and gained the initiative when the Demon God's Shrine activated. Meanwhile, they had used 8 sets right off the bat, leaving only 1 set for Silver Ghost's use. Every mythology member present knew full well how strong Silver Ghost was. In the entire Trump Card Legion, aside from the commander, nobody else was a match for Silver Ghost. In fact, even Trembling Hand, the ex-first vice commander of the Legion, lasted only 20 moves against Silver Ghost. Everyone else couldn't even last 10 moves. Silver Ghost's presence was also the reason for their confidence in the success of the operation this time. However, the combat power Shi Feng displayed was simply too frightening. They could not help having doubts. Just as Silver Ghost was about to reply, a deafening roar that shook everyone down to their very souls suddenly sounded from somewhere far away from the Starlight Bar. "It's come already? What a pity! Save the battle array for now. We're retreating," Silver Ghost said, sighing as he glanced at the shattered roof of the bar. He then turned to Shi Feng and said, "Mythology will give up on the Starlight Fortress this time. However, we will meet again, Guild Leader Black Flame." As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, a spatial tear opened up before him. Even though the Divine Dragon had already used spatial imprisonment on the space around the Starlight Bar, it actually failed to stop the spatial tear from forming. When the spatial tear appeared, Mythology's members promptly hurried into it and disappeared from the Starlight Bar. Meanwhile, shortly after Silver Ghost left, a large group of Tier 3 experts suddenly turned up around the Starlight Bar. These Tier 3 experts numbered more than 400, and their appearance made the players inside the bar nervous. "It seems we came a little too late," Hellrush said, cursing silently when he saw that no Mythology member remained inside the miserable Starlight Bar. To be certain of dealing with Mythology's 30-plus experts, he had gone to great lengths to gather more Tier 3 experts from Netherworld Empire. However, he never thought that he would still arrive a step too late. "You did arrive a little late. The battle just ended, and Mythology's experts have left already," Fithalia said, nodding. "However, I believe they won't come to harass the Starlight Fortress anymore, at least not in the near future." "They won't come back soon?" Hellrush was a little confused by Fithalia's words. From what he understood of mythology, the Guild definitely wouldn't rest until it achieved its goals. You can see what happened yourselves." Fithalia did not wish to dwell on the matter. Instead, she sent Hellrush and the others the battle video she recorded. This was because even she herself couldn't understand many aspects of this battle. It would be much better for Hellrush and the others to watch it themselves. In the video, Shi Feng could first be seen sending Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Then he could be seen thoroughly overwhelming Mythology's 8 empowered peak experts. Throughout the whole exchange, he looked like a god, an existence that players could not resist. Whether it was Hellrush and the other Hell Legion members, or McAfee and Crimson Witch, who had made contact with Shi Feng shortly after he arrived on the Western continent, every one of them nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets. For a moment, they all wondered if the Shi Feng portrayed in the video was the same person they knew. It had only been a while since they last met Shi Feng. Yet not only did Shi Feng manage to fully unlock his mana body during this period, but he had even gained enough strength to defeat 8 peak experts possessing the strength of Grand Lord ranked archaic species all by himself. Was he still human? Meanwhile, during the time Hell Rush and the others were flabbergasted over this matter, battle videos showing Shi Feng's fight in the Starlight Bar started spreading like the plague. These videos soon landed in the hands of the Western continent's various superpowers. What's going on? Mythology was defeated. Chapter 206, Fame Spreads. Chapter 206, Fame Spreads. News of mythology's defeat was like a magnitude 8 earthquake. None of the various superpowers could believe it. Previously, Netherworld Empire's concession had already been plenty shocking to them. However, Netherworld Empire's decision was still understandable, as the Divine Dragon really wasn't an existence that players could oppose. Now, despite mythology having gained a method to evade the Divine Dragon's detection, it had still failed to gain control over the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, mythology's failure wasn't even due to the Divine Dragon but Shi Feng, a Tier 3 player. How could they possibly bring themselves to believe this news? This was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds they were talking about. It had already been many years since an individual player could resist the assault of one of the 5 great super guilds. Every person who had attempted to do so had been thoroughly suppressed, left with no choice but to submit to the will of the 5 titans. Now, however, not only did Shi Feng stand in mythology's way, but he had even single-handedly killed 8 of mythology's monstrously strong experts. The various superpowers' upper echelons immediately took action. They not only abandoned all plans to make things difficult for the Starlight Fortress, but also forbade the expert teams they had dispatched to Star Valley from causing any trouble inside the Starlight Fortress, especially when Shi Feng was known to be present inside the fortress. The reason for their decision wasn't just Shi Feng's repulse of mythology's assault, but his monstrous strength. Let alone killing a few Tier 3 experts, even annihilating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would be child's play for him. Shi Feng was truly a one-man army and an existence that had to be feared. In addition, the Starlight Fortress was currently the only captured fortress in Star Valley. If the various superpowers wished to develop properly in the Forbidden Land, then having access to the Starlight Fortress was a must. If they ended up barred from the fortress, they would definitely die of regret. As for taking direct action to capture the fortress, that was utterly impossible. After all, if even mythology was helpless against the Starlight Fortress, what could they possibly do? For a time, the various superpowers experts that arrived inside the Starlight Fortress could be seen behaving obediently like harmless sheep. Meanwhile, inside the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion, Shi Feng was currently swamped with work. Due to mythology's defeat and the various superpowers becoming meek, the number of players willing to visit the Starlight Fortress had skyrocketed. These new visitors included many merchant players. Some trading firms had even sought to partner with Zero Wing and offered to rent the Starlight Fortress's shops at a high price. The entire Starlight Fortress became very crowded. Guild Leader, according to our latest statistics, the Starlight Fortress's player population is nearing 500,000 already. Rough estimates put us at a daily net profit of over 250,000 magic crystals, Aqua Rose reported, her eyes practically glowing as she looked at the latest statistics report in her hands. At this rate, it will only take us a few more days before we can repair the large battlefield inside the Fortress Lord's mansion. Then our people will be able to use it for all sorts of combat training and greatly improve their control over mana. Although the Starlight Fortress was an ancient fortress, it couldn't be expanded. In other words, it was impossible to raise the population limit of the fortress. However, it was still possible to conduct repairs on the fortress's basic facilities and increase the fortress's abilities. Among the various facilities available inside the Starlight Fortress, the one that was most useful to players was the large battlefield. Unfortunately, it cost 1.5 million magic crystals to repair it. Originally, it should have been impossible for Zero Wing to repair the large battlefield in the near future. However, now that the Starlight Fortress had such a large player population, the amount of time it would take to gather funds for repairs should be significantly shorter. The large battlefield was something like a special dungeon on the first underground floor of the Fortress Lord's mansion. Inside this large battlefield, players could fight against all kinds of simulated monsters in the Starlight Fortress's ancient environment. By training inside the large battlefield, Players could make tremendous progress in improving their mana control. After all, fighting in a life-or-death battle was many times more efficient than sparring with other players in a combat room. So long as this large battlefield was repaired, Zero Wing could continuously transfer its core experts over from the Eastern continent to undergo training here, allowing them to unlock their mana bodies several times faster than experts of the various superpowers. The population has increased to such an extent already? Shi Feng was a little surprised by Aqua Rose's report. Although he had long since known that his battle with mythology and the activation of the demon god's shrine would trigger a period of rapid development for the foreseeable future, he never thought that the fortress would develop this quickly. It's a pity that the Starlight Fortress is only a small fortress. Otherwise, we would earn many more magic crystals, Aqua Rose said with some disappointment. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to current players. This held true even on the Eastern continent. The reason for this was the demand for magic crystals for the production of high-level weapons and equipment. Now, despite Zero Wing having gained an opportunity to earn a large amount of magic crystals, this opportunity was restricted due to the Starlight Fortress's limitations. A small fortress is already more than enough for us. After all, our foundations on the Western continent are too shallow. Even if a medium or even large fortress were presented to us, we wouldn't be able to manage it, Shi Feng said when he saw the disappointed look on Aqua Rose's face. I understand this as well. The limitation of sending only 10 players to the Western continent per week is really restricting. It would be great if we could increase that number slightly, Aqua Rose said. She had experienced the Western continent's benefits already. The development of mana control here was especially excellent compared to the Eastern continent. If possible, she really wished she could transfer all of Zero Wing's main force members over. With the help of the Starlight Fortress, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its Tier 3 members lacking strength. Let's not rush the matter of sending more people over for now. Since we can activate the large battlefield soon, have Yan Tianxing's side make the necessary preparations to start an Adventurers Alliance branch here. Members of the Alliance can accumulate points by completing Alliance-issued quests. Afterward, they can use these points to exchange for time inside the large battlefield or other items. In fact, if their rank in the Alliance is sufficiently high, they can even exchange their points for a private house inside the Starlight Fortress, Shi Feng said. It would take too long for Zero Wing to send an adequate number of members over to the Western continent. Moreover, as players continuously leveled up, more Tier 3 players would fully unlock their mana bodies. Shi Feng might be able to defend the Starlight Fortress all by himself now, but he couldn't do so forever. After all, he had plenty of other matters to attend to. He couldn't stay cooped up in a single location for long. If he wanted the Starlight Fortress to experience long-term stability or Zero Wing's development on the Western continent to accelerate, he needed sufficient manpower and resources. Previously, he had still been troubled as to how to go about doing so. However, with the Starlight Fortress's current popularity and the soon-to-be-repaired large battlefield, attracting a large number of independent experts to join or ally with Zero Wing was definitely feasible. Meanwhile, with a sufficiently large number of experts on its side, Zero Wing would have an easy time establishing itself on the Western continent and securing a sizable chunk of the Western continent's resources. Guild leader Hellrush just sent a message stating that Netherworld Empire's higher-ups have agreed to our offer. They are willing to accept our employment, but they have one condition we absolutely must meet. All of the Hell Legion's members should fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month. Otherwise, they want 20% of the Starlight Fortress's shares as compensation, Aqua Rose reported, frowning. Fully unlocking one's mana body was easier said than done. She and the others had managed to accomplish this feat only because they had the fortune of entering the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate and Legacy Room. Meanwhile, Netherworld Empire was asking Zero Wing to help the Hell Legion fully unlock their mana bodies. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply impossible. It seems they have finally thought things through. Shi Feng smiled when he heard Aqua Rose's words. All right, agree to their conditions. Originally, he had considered Netherworld Empire's agreement to his offer unlikely. After all, the Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump card legion. Not only did the Legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but these players were experts among experts. Fortunately, it seemed that the performance he had put on with mythology was quite effective. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was incredibly powerful. Just the first sword, Light Shadow, already allowed him to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. However, the complexity of Light Shadow was far greater than even bronze combat techniques. The burden it placed on its user's concentration was likewise much greater than that of a bronze combat technique. After executing Light Shadow 11 times in a row, he had expended more than half of his concentration already. Had he executed Light Shadow a few more times, he might have entered a state of mental exhaustion, then his opponents could have slaughtered him. Guild leader, we're talking about helping them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month, Aqua Rose said worriedly. If Netherworld Empire's demand were simply to upgrade the Hell Legion's level or equipment standard, she wouldn't have been too concerned. However, players mainly had to rely on themselves to unlock their mana body. There were too many variables that could affect this process. Meanwhile, as more time passed, the number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing possessed would continuously increase. There was no need for Zero Wing to be in such a rush to gain Tier 3 experts, using even the Starlight Fortress as a wager. Relax. The process of unlocking the mana body isn't as difficult as you think, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Aqua Rose. Moreover, many matters in God's domain need to be done sooner rather than later. A delay would mean missing out on many opportunities. In any case, now that Netherworld Empire has agreed to our offer, it's time we return to the Eastern Continent. If it were before he had fully unlocked his epic mana body, he really wouldn't be confident of fulfilling Netherworld Empire's condition. However, after absorbing the bountiful knowledge in Eliade's memory crystal, helping the Hell Legion's experts fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month wasn't a difficult task at all. After all, every one of the Hell Legion's experts was a genius, even in the eyes of the various superpowers. Chapter 207 Returning to the Eastern Continent. Chapter 207 Returning to the Eastern Continent. We're returning so soon? But we just managed to stabilize the situation here. The Starlight Fortress has also just entered a phase of rapid development. If we leave now, I'm afraid problems will crop up in no time at all. Aqua Rose could not help being confused when she heard Shi Feng say that they were returning to the Eastern Continent. The Starlight Fortress aside, what should we do about the Hell Legion's 300 experts? Do you intend to have them guard the Starlight Fortress Guild leader? Currently, the importance of the Starlight Fortress was not the slightest bit inferior to the Eastern Continent's Stone Forest City. In fact, the fortress was generating a much larger income in magic crystals than Stone Forest City. It would be a huge waste if they simply packed up and left after making a quick buck. However, the most important aspect of the Starlight Fortress wasn't the magic crystal income it generated, but its environment. The Starlight Fortress's ancient environment made it the best location for developing one's mana control on the Western Continent. Although the Starlight Fortress can bring us a ton of wealth and resources, it is just a tiny area on the Western Continent. If we wish to have a truly stable foothold on the Western Continent and gain a constant supply of resources from it, we need a kingdom or empire of our own. With just the number of players the Starlight Fortress is capable of attracting, securing a place of our own on the Western Continent will be a pipe dream, Shi Feng explained, smiling. Therefore, before the Eastern Continent's superpowers shift their development focus toward the Western Continent, we need to occupy as many teleportation portals on the Eastern Continent as possible and send our members over. Otherwise, with just the one portal we currently possess, securing our hold over the Starlight Fortress will be our limit. Originally, he had not planned on extending Zero Wing's development to the Western Continent, merely on gaining some additional resources for the Guild. After all, travel between the two main continents was simply too difficult. With Zero Wing's current ability, developing on both continents simultaneously was impossible. However, after acquiring the Starlight Fortress and the Silver Divine Dragon, as well as witnessing the power of mana techniques, he had changed his mind. During his previous life, the various superpowers had not placed much importance on mana techniques. Hence, he had thought that mana techniques were nothing to write home about. However, after witnessing and learning the heavenly blue Saint Eliades mana technique, he understood just how much help mana techniques could provide players in challenging their future promotion quests. This was especially true for the Tier 4 promotion quest. Mastering a proper mana technique should reduce the difficulty of players' Tier 4 promotion quest by at least 30%. Even if players failed to master a mana technique, the knowledge they gained should still improve their combat power by a significant margin. After all was said and done, Tier 3 was only a transitional phase for the various powers of God's domain. Ultimately, the ones who would truly decide the strength of a power would be the experts standing at the peak of the game. This was also the reason why first-rate powers could never compete with the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the Starlight Fortress was currently the best location for players to develop their mana control. However, the current teleportation portal Zero Wing controlled only allowed a maximum of 10 players to be teleported to the Western continent each week. Just transferring all official and reserve members of Zero Wing's main force to the Western continent would take several months. By then, everything would be too late. Time waited for no man. With God's domain's current popularity, the development of powers was absurdly fast. This was especially true for the superpowers. With the number of experts and territories the various superpowers occupied, so long as they had sufficient funds and resources, their development speed could be far superior to the current Zero Wings. What Shi Feng needed to do now was occupy more teleportation portals on the eastern continent, thereby increasing the number of players Zero Wing could send to the western continent. That way, the guild would be able to secure resources and advantages from both continents. At that time, the development speed of its experts would easily outstrip that of the various superpowers experts. Aqua rose, his eyes glowed with excitement at Shi Feng's words. If Zero Wing truly became capable of teleporting a large number of experts over to the western continent, then the guild would no longer have to worry about clashing with the various superpowers in the future. It might even become a true superpower. After all, the various superpowers might be superior to Zero Wing when it came to the number and quality of expert players. But in terms of guild resources and income, Zero Wing was not the slightest bit inferior to ordinary superpowers. Guild leader, in that case. Why do we need to employ the Hell Legion? In any case, the Starlight Fortress shouldn't face any problems in the short term. During this time, so long as we can continuously transfer large batches of players over to the western continent, including the 10 of us here, we won't need the Hell Legion to defend the Starlight Fortress at all, Aqua Rose explained. She did not doubt Shi Feng's ability to find more teleportation portals. After all, he had created plenty of miracles before. However, she still felt that employing the Hell Legion was a huge waste. After all, the Hell Legion operated only on the western continent. Meanwhile, unlocking the mana body was a difficult task. Rather than waste time helping other people unlock their mana bodies, it would be much better to help their own guild's Tier 3 experts instead. That way, the guild would receive even greater benefits. The Hell Legion is currently one of the strongest legions in God's domain. How can I possibly waste their strength on guarding a fortress? I plan to bring them back with us, Shi Feng explained, chuckling when he saw the look of confusion on Aqua Rose's face. There was no need for him to worry about the Starlight Fortress's security for the near term. After all, he had just defeated mythology. Before the various superpowers gathered sufficient power, they wouldn't dare do anything against the Starlight Fortress unless they no longer wished to mingle in Star Valley. They're returning with us? Aqua Rose was momentarily stunned when she heard Shi Feng's words. But we can send back only 10 people each week. The Hell Legion has 300 members. They were talking about 300 players. They would need 30 weeks just to get the entire Legion to the eastern continent. Of course. Why would I employ them otherwise? Shi Feng retorted, smiling. The ancient teleportation portal might be our only way of traveling from the eastern continent to the western continent, but we're not limited to just one method of travel if it's the other way around. Other powers could only rely on ancient teleportation portals to travel between the two main continents. However, Zero Wing was a different story. If that weren't the case, he would never have made such a promise to Netherworld Empire. Is it really possible? For a moment, Aqua Rose felt as if Shi Feng was joking. Relax. However, there's also no need for us to rush to return right now either. We still need to wait for Divine Tribe to finish collecting the rare materials we need, Shi Feng said confidently. After witnessing the Starlight Fortress's effects and obtaining the Heavenly Blue Saint's legacy, he had given this matter careful thought, although he didn't know why traveling between the two main continents was incredibly difficult. However, for some reason, players in the various other worlds had a very easy time traveling to the two main continents. Taking advantage of this point, he was fully capable of bringing everyone to another world first, then returning to the eastern continent via said other world. Opening a path to another world might be difficult for other people, but it was a simple task for Shi Feng. This was because he possessed the legendary item Molok's Ring. With Molok's Ring, he could open a gate of darkness and arrive at the central area of the Dark Den. The Gate of Darkness did not place a limit on head count. It merely had a time limit of 3 minutes, which was definitely enough to let 300 players pass through the gate. Originally, Shi Feng had wanted to avoid using Molok's Ring. After all, the more times he used the ring, the stronger it would become, and the less time he would have to prepare before it tried to devour him. However, if using the ring once meant that he could bring 300 Tier 3 experts back to the eastern continent, he would be more than happy to do so. Following which, Shi Feng spent another day or so waiting inside the Starlight Fortress. During this time, he not only signed an employment contract with Netherworld Empire, but also had Yan Tianxing and Yi Luofei familiarize themselves with the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's Mansion and various other matters. He planned to have the two of them remain behind to manage the Starlight Fortress. As to why he made such a decision, it was so that Zero Wing could manage the Starlight Fortress properly, as well as ensure the development of the Adventurer Alliance branch that would be established here. After all, when it came to managing adventurer teams, the two of them had a much better understanding than he did. While he was doing all that, Vithalia and many other Divine Tribe experts had brought a ton of rare materials and non-bag space materials unique to the Western continent over to the Starlight Fortress, the value of this batch of materials exceeding 3 million magic crystals. Shi Feng stored all of them inside his epic spatial bag. Once he brought these things back to the Eastern continent, he would definitely make a killing. Guild leader, the Hell Legion, and Fire Dance's group have already gathered, Aqua Rose reported as she met Shi Feng on the second-floor hall of the Fortress Lord's Mansion, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Even now, she still couldn't bring herself to believe that Shi Feng could transport over 300 players back to the Eastern continent. All right, let's return to the Eastern continent. Shi Feng could not help smiling when he saw Aqua Rose's expression. He then started incanting and summoned a gate of darkness in the second-floor hall. After the gate opened, he ushered everyone into it. In no time at all, the crowded second-floor hall emptied out. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark Den. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark D, and in a rainforest at the periphery of the Dark Den's central area, a huge gate made entirely of black fog suddenly appeared. The frightening amount of energy the gate radiated prompted the demonic creatures nearby to retreat, involuntarily as they stared nervously at the 6-meter-tall gate. After the gate opened up, figures of players walked out of it in quick succession. What kind of place is this? The gravitational force here is so strong, it practically rivals the Star Tomb's first floor's Thunder Beast, who had just set foot into the rainforest, exclaimed in surprise. The dense power of darkness enveloping this rainforest aside, just the high-gravity environment here was more than enough to have a Tier 2 player's combat power. Even Tier 3 players, like Thunderbeast himself, were affected quite significantly. The mana here is also very dense, close to 50% of the mana found inside the Starlight Fortress. If we can engage in combat here long-term, it'll definitely provide significant help toward honing our mana control, a Tier 3 elementalist said excitedly. Although the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana was much denser than this rainforest's, combat was prohibited inside the fortress. However, in God's domain, if players wish to improve themselves, the fastest way to do so would be by participating in life-or-death battles. Fighting in mana-dense environments was particularly effective, as players would have a much easier time controlling their mana. which would, in turn, allow them to practice and familiarize themselves with their mana control more efficiently. At this point, the eyes of the Hell Legion's members glowed with excitement. This was because the rainforest teemed with monsters above level 100. This place was an excellent location for not only training their mana control, but also grinding for levels. Hell, Rush, and the others immediately understood why Shi Feng was so confident that he could help them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month. If they could fight in such an excellent environment, fully unlocking their mana bodies in 1 month would indeed be feasible. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who had followed Shi Feng to the Dark Den, was similarly surprised by this situation. She never thought that Shi Feng had actually kept such an excellent training ground hidden. The monsters here might not be very strong, with the majority of being level 100 chieftains and the strongest being level 100 plus great lords. But the environment here made it the perfect location for newly promoted Tier 3 experts to train in. Guild Leader, you're too biased. You actually saved such an excellent location for others. If Zero Wings members had grinded here as soon as they hit level 100, we might have been able to double the number of Tier 3 experts we have by now, Aqua Rose grumbled. Aqua Rose's complaint rendered Shi Feng, who had just set foot into the rainforest, at a loss for words, because this place was completely different from the central area he knew. Previously, when he used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den's central area, he had arrived very close to the world summit. Now, however, he couldn't even see the world summit from where he stood. Moreover, his surroundings abounded with demonic creatures. The mana density here was also considerably high. In addition, the world here seemed to have built up some resistance toward him, as he found that he currently couldn't exhibit his full strength. Does the teleportation gate change destinations according to my tier or level? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng concluded that his hypothesis was very likely to be correct, because he had arrived at different locations during his first and second use of the Gate of Darkness. Only the difference was not particularly obvious, as he was teleported close to the world summit on both instances. On the third instance, however, he was teleported to a completely foreign location, although still in the Dark Den central area. Shi Feng quickly shook his head, dismissing this matter. He was using the Dark Den as a transit point to travel to the eastern continent. As they were going to leave the Dark Den very soon, it did not matter what kind of location they arrived in. Unlike the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness, Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness was a two-way teleportation gate. In other words, so long as he opened Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness, anyone who was a part of his team could move freely between the two locations connected by the Gate of Darkness. Hence, what he needed to do next was simple. He just had to use White River City's return scroll in the Dark Den and return to White River City. Afterward, he would use Gate of Darkness once more and let Hell Rush and the others, who did not possess White River City's return scrolls, cross over to White River City. Even if this method wasn't viable, he could still use the Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness had a 30-person limit, it was still a better option than relying on ancient teleportation arrays. Right now, however, as Moloch's Ring was still on cooldown, Shi Feng had the Hell Legion's members grind the surrounding demonic creatures and explore the rainforest. Although they wouldn't be here for long, the Dark Den was still a place created by gods, even without the world summit. There were still plenty of treasures and opportunities here that could not be found in the outside world. If they were lucky, they might gain a significant harvest. At the very least, it would be much better than sitting around doing nothing for an entire day. Guild Leader, there's a town that's protected by a magic barrier right outside the rainforest. By the looks of it, quite a lot of players are gathered there, Fire Dance, who was scouting the vicinity, reported through the team chat. A town protected by a magic array? Fire Dance's report piqued Shi Feng's interest. Is it one of the Dark Den's shelters? From what he knew, the Dark Den should have only shelters, not towns or cities. Shelters operated differently from the NPC towns and cities found in the outside world. Every shelter had its own unique abilities and produced its own specialty products. The higher ranked a shelter was, the better its specialty products. Meanwhile, with a shelter Fire Dance reported being in a level 100+ map, its rank was definitely very high. Moreover, aside from specialty products, the Dark Den was also rich in gemstones, which were in short supply on the main continent. "Guild leader, should we head over?" Fire Dance asked.
Of course, Shi Feng said, nodding.
"This is an opportunity to make a fortune." Previously, Shi Feng had been incredibly busy. In addition, the Bible of Darkness was necessary to suppress Moloch's ring, so he couldn't pass the Bible of Darkness to somebody else. As a result, aside from the occasional offline reports he received from Blue Frost and the others, it had been a very long time since Zero Wing had direct contact with the Dark Den. Shi Feng had earned a lot of magic crystals and coins via the Starlight Fortress. Just the magic crystals he currently had on hand exceeded 600,000, while his coins totaled over 200,000 gold. He could use this opportunity to purchase a bunch of items to resell on the Eastern continent. Moreover, attribute gemstones were much more valuable than magic crystals and also much more useful to players. Following which, Shi Feng led Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing toward the shelter Fire Dance found. The Hell Legion's members showed no interest in the shelter at all, opting to remain behind. They only wanted to continue grinding and honing their mana control. After all, Shi Feng had already told them that they would be leaving this precious training ground soon, hence they needed to cherish this opportunity and improve themselves as much as possible. The shelter Fire Dance found was at the foot of a mountain range, with mountains at 3 of its 4 cardinal directions. Since shelters were under constant assault from demonic creatures, it was undoubtedly strategically located. As Shi Feng's group arrived within several hundred yards of the shelter, he finally got a clear look at it. Although this shelter wasn't particularly large, only the size of an advanced town in the outside world, the defensive magic array protecting it was incredibly powerful, capable of resisting the attacks of Tier 4 monsters for a very long time. In a level 100+ map, a shelter with a defensive magic array of such caliber would definitely be considered a very safe location. This was also the reason why plenty of players resided in this shelter. Shi Feng estimated that the shelter could easily accommodate over 200,000 players. A player population of 200,000 might not be anything significant compared to the towns found in the outside world, but in the Dark Den, with its low player population, this was a very frightening number. Moreover, the residents of this shelter were very strong. Even the lowest level player Shi Feng had spotted was level 104. At level 106 and level 107, the higher level ones could rival the levels of the various superpowers peak experts found in the outside world. The shelter's players were also considerably well equipped, with the weakest piece of equipment on them being level 100 mysterious iron rank and the majority being level 100 secret silver equipment. Some experts were even fully geared in level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, for some reason, most of the weapons and equipment of these players stopped at level 100. Extremely few players sported level 105 equipment. In fact, even level 105 mysterious iron equipment was incredibly rare. When Shi Feng's group arrived at the shelter's entrance, a level 106, Tier 3 female swordsman, who looked both beautiful and capable, suddenly approached them. "I believe you are Vice Guild Leader Blue Frost's teammates. I have been waiting for you for a long time now," the female swordsman said excitedly. "May I know when Vice Guild Leader Frost will arrive?" Blue Frost. Shi Feng could not help growing confused at this situation. The female swordsman before him was considerably strong. Not only was she at the Flowing Water Realm standard, but she was also just one small step shy of the Void Realm standard. When the female swordsman saw the confusion on Shi Feng's face, she pointed at the 6-winged emblem he wore and asked strangely, "Are you not Vice Guild Leader Frost's companions?" At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players were still incredibly rare, and Tier 3 players wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem were even rarer. Hence, she had concluded that Shi Feng's group should be Blue Frost's companions. "We are indeed companions, but probably not in the way you think we are," Shi Feng explained. So, Vice Guild Leader Frost's team still couldn't make it in time. The female swordsman grew a little dejected when she heard Shi Feng's words. Meanwhile, as soon as this female swordsman finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from a short distance away. Graceful, I told you long ago that rather than inviting Zero Wing's Blue Frost, it would be much better to invite Crimson Emperor's Vice Guild leader Fantasy. Yet you refused to listen. Now we're doomed. Chapter 20509, Struggle Over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Chapter 20509, Struggle Over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Purple, why are you here? When the female swordsman named Graceful Monarch turned toward the clear and pleasant voice, joy and surprise flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, a beautiful level 107, Tier 3 female elementalist, dressed in light blue robes and holding a dark purple wooden staff, walked over to Graceful Monarch. Similar to Graceful Monarch, this female elementalist was almost at the void realm. However, in the female elementalist's presence, the surrounding mana was much tamer than before, looking as if it had found its owner. The appearance of this female elementalist immediately caught the attention of the surrounding players. Everyone turned to look at her, many of the female players present eyeing her with awe and worship.
What? Purple Rakshasa? She actually came here?
It seems our extreme light shelter has hope of protecting our bronze teleportation gate this time. That's only natural. After all, Purple Rakshasa is one of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists, just like Shelter 1's Blue Frost. Although she just got promoted to the position recently, she's not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Frost. With her youth, she might even surpass Blue Frost and become the #1 elementalist in the Dark Den. As the various experts present looked at the luxuriously dressed Tier 3 female elementalist, they broke into a heated discussion among themselves. The originally tense atmosphere enveloping the shelter also lightened considerably due to her appearance. Purple Rakshasa? When Shi Feng looked at the female elementalist who looked like a prideful female leopard, he too was surprised. He never thought that he would meet her, one of God's domain's famous 12 sacred elementalists. During Shi Feng's previous life, Blue Frost had served as one of the capable generals of Fantasy Shrine and received the first-rate guild's full support. This was the reason why he had managed to become a Tier 5 expert in God's domain. Purple Rakshasa, however, had spent her entire career in God's domain as an independent player. Yet, not only did she manage to reach Tier 5, but she had even become one of the publicly acknowledged 12 sacred elementalists. Back then, aside from Tier 6 God-ranked experts, there was nobody capable of doing anything against Purple Rakshasa. The only unfortunate thing was that Purple Rakshasa had not come across sufficient fortuitous opportunities. Otherwise, she might have become a Tier 6 mage god. While Shi Feng's group was observing Purple Rakshasa, the latter had simply glanced at Shi Feng's group before returning her attention to Graceful Monarch, mindless of the fact that Shi Feng's group of 10 consisted entirely of Tier 3 players. Currently, Tier 3 players might still be very powerful, but they were no longer as rare as before. Moreover, there were stark differences between players even after reaching Tier 3, unlike when players were still at Tier 2. The reason for this was the difference in mana body rank. If players merely completed the most basic trial when challenging their Tier 3 promotion quest, their strength would not increase by much. Meanwhile, the majority of the Tier 3 experts she normally saw had gotten promoted to Tier 3 using this method. Such Tier 3 experts might be unreachable existences in the eyes of ordinary players, but for experts of her caliber, such Tier 3 experts were no different from ordinary Tier 2 experts. They merely had a few more basic attributes than their Tier 2 counterparts. The Extreme Light Shelter's bronze teleportation gate is our lifeline to the outside world. If we really let guilds from the outside world monopolize it, then local players like ourselves will be doomed. I naturally have to put in some effort into defending it. Purple Rakshasa said as she faced Graceful Monarch. I understand, but both Blue Frost and yourself are elementalists. The combat power you two can exhibit in a team battle is several times greater than what physical classes like myself are capable of. If we have the two of you helping us, the Extreme Light Shelter will have a much greater chance of successfully defending the bronze teleportation gate, Graceful Monarch said, sighing. If the upcoming battle were merely a small-scale team battle, she would be confident of the Extreme Light Shelter emerging victorious. Unfortunately, the battle over the Bronze Teleportation Gate's management rights was a large-scale war that would involve hundreds of thousands of players. It was not a battle that melee players like herself could hope to make a difference in. However, it was a different story for magical class players. This was especially true for Blue Frost and Purple Rakshasa, two of the Dark Den's three great elementalists. Both of them possessed plenty of Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, which would be extremely valuable in the upcoming war. It was no exaggeration to say that just one of them could contribute as much as several dozen melee experts like Graceful Monarch herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought out Blue Frost to manage the Bronze Teleportation Gate together. Blue Frost's team is indeed very strong. This is especially true if those several lunatics are participating as well. However, if you think you can win against the outside world's superpowers in the upcoming war by relying just on them, you're in for a rude awakening. You don't know how powerful the outside world's superpowers are, Purple Rakshasa said, shaking her head. Even with my current self, I can barely hold my own against 2 or 3 peak experts belonging to superpowers simultaneously. As for the various superpowers domain realm monsters, I'd have trouble surviving against one of them. However, each of these superpowers has several domain realm monsters. They have several experts that even you can't defeat. Graceful Monarch's eyes widened in shock when she heard Purple Rakshasa's words. After all, Purple Rakshasa could trounce over a dozen Tier 3 experts by herself. Even the peak experts of first-rate guilds were no match for her. Graceful Monarch found it truly hard to believe that the outside world's superpowers had multiple experts that surpassed Purple Rakshasa. I met a lot of experts during my last visit to the outside world. I have to admit that the combat standards there are much higher than the Dark Den's. We only have an advantage when it comes to Tier 3 skills and spells, as well as level 100 weapons and equipment. Purple Rakshasa said humbly. What should we do then? If what you say is true, our shelter doesn't stand a chance, Graceful Monarch said, frowning. Although she had long since known that the outside world's superpowers were not simple, she never thought that they were this strong. Hence, like I said before, partnering with Vice Guild Leader Fantasy is our best option. With Crimson Emperor's help, we can easily secure our hold over the Bronze Teleportation Gate and gain more time for preparations, Purple Rakshasa advised. She then glanced at Shi Feng's group before continuing. Otherwise, even if Shelter 1's experts arrive, we will still lose the gate. It seems we have no choice but that, Graceful Monarch said, consenting to Purple Rakshasa's suggestion. She knew that the elementalist never lied. Hence, when she saw the serious expression on Purple Rakshasa's face, she understood that the chances of the Extreme Light Shelter winning without Crimson Emperor's help was minuscule. Following which, Graceful Monarch had Purple Rakshasa contact Crimson Emperor's side before turning her attention to Shi Feng's group. I apologize for mistaking your identities before. I also hope that you don't take Purple Rakshasa's words to heart. She's not looking down on Zero Wing. It's just that the Extreme Light Shelter's future is at stake right now. As compensation, I can represent the Extreme Light Shelter in offering you a 20% discount on all expenditures inside the shelter today. However, as the Extreme Light Shelter will be fighting a war soon, I advise you not to stay for too long. Otherwise, you're likely to get embroiled in the fight. If that happens, you'll have a difficult time leaving, Graceful Monarch said in an apologetic tone to Shi Feng. Meanwhile, just as Shi Feng was about to say something, Purple Rakshasa suddenly walked over with an excited look on her face. Graceful, good news. Vice Guild Leader Fantasy and her team has arrived already. She says that she'll be here soon. At that time, you can negotiate the partnership with her, Purple Rakshasa said, looking at Graceful Monarch. Shortly after Purple Rakshasa finished speaking, a group of players appeared on the street some distance away. Standing at the head of this group of players was a female cleric with a charming appearance. The arrival of this group of players caused an uproar among the nearby players. This was because every member of this 100-man team was actually a Tier 3 player. The number of Tier 3 experts in this team almost equaled the total Tier 3 player population of the Extreme Light Shelter. Chapter 20510, Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame 100 Tier 3 Experts, Chapter 2510, Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame 100 Tier 3 Experts. So this is the strength of a super first-rate guild? That cleric walking in the lead is amazing. Not only is she geared in a complete set of level 105 fine gold set equipment, but she even has 3 epic weapons and equipment. With this kind of equipment, she can probably suppress Purple Rakshasa with basic attributes alone. When the residents of the Extreme Light Shelter saw Crimson Emperor's members, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets from shock. Aside from all 100 members of Crimson Emperor's team being Tier 3, just the weapons and equipment Crimson Emperor's members sported were enough to blind the eyes of everyone in the shelter. After all, not to mention level 105 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment, barely any level 105 weapons and equipment existed in the Extreme Light Shelter. Moreover, the majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. However, even the weakest piece of equipment on Crimson Emperor's members was level 105 secret silver rank. Unprecedented shock filled Graceful Monarch's heart at this scene. At the same time, she finally understood why Purple Rakshasa had strongly recommended that the Extreme Light Shelter partner with Crimson Emperor. The Extreme Light Shelter was one of the top 10 shelters in the entire Dark Den, with a large number of expert players based in it. However, when compared to Crimson Emperor, the Extreme Light Shelter was like a candle flame before a raging firestorm. The difference in Tier 3 experts aside, just the difference in combat standards was already more than enough to instill despair in Graceful Monarch. From what she could tell, even the weakest expert among Crimson Emperor's team was at the Flowing Water Realm, with many of them experts at the Void Realm. In fact, Graceful Monarch couldn't even fathom the depths of the female cleric at the lead. However, her instincts told her that this female cleric was definitely far stronger than herself. She doubted she could last more than 5 moves against this female cleric. Graceful Monarch had to admit that Purple Rakshasa was right. It really would be meaningless even if Zero Wings Blue Frost arrived. After all, they could most likely resolve the struggle over the bronze teleportation gate this time with just Crimson Emperor's people. A short moment later, Crimson Emperor's members arrived before Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa. The combined aura released by 100 Tier 3 experts was enough to stifle the breath of the surrounding players. Graceful, let me introduce you. This person here is Illusory Words, a Vice Guild Leader of Crimson Emperor. Previously, it was only thanks to Vice Guild Leader Illusory that I managed to complete that epic quest of mine. Without her help, I wouldn't have been able to develop as quickly as I did. Purple Rakshasa said in a respectful tone. So long as we have Vice Guild Leader Illusory's help, we definitely won't have a problem defending the bronze teleportation gate. Purple Rakshasa had personally witnessed Illusory Words' strength before. Back then, with just her own strength, Illusory Words had suppressed a Grand Lord of the same level. If not for the excessive HP of level 100 plus Grand Lords, Illusory Words would have been more than capable of soloing it. Illusory Words' strength was something Purple Rakshasa had been seeking to attain all this time. Compared to Illusory Words, the Dark Den's top-ranking experts, such as Blue Frost, were nothing. Greetings. I am Graceful Monarch, the commander of the Extreme Light Shelter's #1 adventurer team. Graceful Monarch said, introducing herself. I believe you already know about the struggle over the bronze teleportation gate. On behalf of the Extreme Light Shelter's various adventurer teams, I hope that you can assist us in defending our bronze teleportation gate. The Extreme Light Shelter is willing to offer 30% of the gate's slots to Crimson Emperor for the successful defense of the gate. May I know what you think of this proposal, Vice Guild Leader Illusory? The main function of the bronze teleportation gate was to facilitate travel between the Dark Den and the outside world. However, the gate limited travel to a maximum of 1,000 players daily. It naturally held an incredibly huge temptation for the Dark Den's players and the players of the outside world. As a result, the gate had become the Extreme Light Shelter's main source of income. However, as luck would have it, powers in the outside world had somehow obtained a key that could control the bronze teleportation gate and gained the right to contest for the gate's authority. Fortunately, the extreme light shelter was the one responsible for activating the bronze teleportation gate and held a dominant position over it. Hence, the extreme light shelter could send as many players as it wanted to defend the gate. On the other hand, the key allowed its user to send only a maximum of 5,000 players to contest for the gate. Originally, Graceful Monarch had been relatively confident that the extreme light shelter could protect the bronze teleportation gate all by itself. She had recruited the help of Shelter 1's Zero Wing merely as a precaution. However, after seeing Crimson Emperor's team, she came to understand how mistaken she was. In front of a true superpower, the 100-plus Tier 3 experts the extreme light shelter possessed were nothing but a joke. As for Tier 2 players, they were nothing more than cannon fodder before Tier 3 players. The most they could do was whittle down the stamina of the enemy's Tier 3 players. However, if the extreme light shelter's Tier 3 experts couldn't stand up to the enemy's Tier 3 players, then the efforts of the shelter's Tier 2 players would be for naught. After Graceful Monarch finished speaking, she looked at Illusory Words nervously. Conceding 30% of the gate slots was already the Extreme Light Shelter's various adventurer teams' bottom line. After all, aside from the slots for the various adventurer teams, the shelter had to sell some to earn the resources and coins for its own development. However, Crimson Emperor would be pivotal to a successful defense of the bronze teleportation gate. The Extreme Light Shelter wasn't the only shelter with a teleportation gate connecting the Dark Den with the outside world. However, its bronze teleportation gate was currently the sole teleportation gate to have a key fall into the hands of a superpower in the outside world. The keys for the other teleportation gates had yet to be discovered. Meanwhile, for a teleportation gate that had its key discovered, the shelter that ruled the gate would face a power struggle once a month. Moreover, the timing of the struggle was the same for all teleportation gates. In other words, Crimson Emperor would be able to help only one shelter at a time. The Extreme Light Shelter might be the only shelter available for Crimson Emperor to partner with right now, but that wouldn't be the case in the future. It was only a matter of time before a power in the outside world discovered the keys of the teleportation gates of the other shelters. At that time, Crimson Emperor would have more and possibly better partners to choose from. During the time, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were quietly waiting for Illusory Words' reply. The latter actually had her eyes directed behind Graceful Monarch. To be precise, she was looking at the departing backs of Shi Feng's group. Vice Guild Leader Illusory. Is something wrong with those people? Purple Rakshasa asked when she noticed Illusory Words staring at Shi Feng's group with a strange expression. It's nothing. I just felt that those people looked somewhat familiar. However, it shouldn't be possible for them to appear here, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. She felt that she was overthinking things. According to her guild's investigation, Shi Feng's group was currently on the Western continent, with the Western continent's resources at hand. Why would they come to such a small world to compete for resources? Are you talking about them? They are experts belonging to Shelter 1's Zero Wing. They should be here to trade with the Extreme Light Shelter, Graceful Monarch said, as she turned to look at Shi Feng's group, which had already moved over 300 yards away from her position. Previously, I invited Blue Frost, Zero Wing's Vice Guild Leader, to help in defending the bronze teleportation gate. Unfortunately, it seems that Vice Guild Leader Frost got pinned down by some problems on his side. Otherwise, with the help of his team, we'd have a much easier time defending the gate. Shelter 1's Zero Wing has only a few noteworthy experts. Everyone else is not worth mentioning whatsoever. If Zero Wing's members really participate in the defensive battle this time, they'll be fortunate to stay alive, Purple Rakshasa said nonchalantly as she glanced at Shi Feng's group. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing's Tier 3 experts to bring about any significant changes to the defensive battle this time. In normal times, Tier 3 experts would indeed be very amazing. However, the defensive battle this time would be extraordinary. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would be no different from Tier 2 experts. No, that might not be the case, Illusory Words objected, shaking her head. Wearing a look of admiration, she continued, if it's that person from Zero Wing, then Zero Wing can easily win the defensive battle by itself. Does Zero Wing really possess such an expert? Graceful Monarch asked curiously. Graceful Monarch had a relatively good understanding of Shelter 1's Zero Wing. among the guild's members. The strongest was Blue Frost. However, he was only slightly stronger than the current purple Rakshasa. In front of illusory words, he wouldn't last more than 10 moves. Hence, Graceful Monarch found it very difficult to believe that Zero Wing possessed an expert capable of turning the tide of the defensive battle this time, all by themselves, and earning the admiration of an expert of illusory words' caliber. Purple Rakshasa similarly wore a skeptical look at illusory words' statement. Upon seeing that neither Graceful Monarch nor Purple Rakshasa believed her, Illusory Words chuckled and said, "Of course it does. That person is Zero Wing's current guild leader, Black Flame, Chapter 2511. Shocking appearance at the shelter. Is Zero Wing's guild leader really so amazing?" Chapter 2511, Shocking appearance at the shelter. Is Zero Wing's guild leader really so amazing? Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa could not help the skepticism on their faces when they heard Illusory Words' statement. They felt that the cleric was joking. Both of them were familiar with the strength of Shelter 1's Zero Wing. They also knew that Zero Wing was a large guild in the outside world. Naturally, the guild leader of Zero Wing should possess extraordinary strength as well. Otherwise, an expert of Blue Frost's caliber wouldn't have joined it. However, no matter how they thought about it, they simply could not imagine one individual being capable of turning the tide of the upcoming defensive battle. After all, the defensive battle this time was a large-scale war, not some simple skirmish out in the fields. The opponents they had to face wouldn't be limited to just expert players, but would include powerful war weapons and tools as well. In the face of powerful war weapons and tools, Tier 3 players were no different from Tier 2 players. Unless players had an invulnerability skill, they would almost certainly die upon getting attacked. He is very amazing. It's no exaggeration to call him a true monster, Illusory Words said, nodding. Upon seeing Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshasa's skeptical looks, she smiled helplessly and continued, "With my present skills, I wouldn't last more than 3 moves against him." "Even you can't last more than 3 moves?" Both Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were astounded at this revelation. Although they couldn't fathom Illusory Words' strength, instinct told them that they had only one viable option if they went up against the cleric. Escape. Aside from escaping, no other option would keep them alive. In fact, the outcome would be the same even if both of them went at her together. However, a monster like Illusory Words was actually saying that she couldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wing's guild leader. How could this be possible? "If you meet him one day, you'll naturally know whether I'm telling the truth or not," Illusory Words said, chuckling. She did not bother elaborating. In response, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa still maintained a dubious attitude to Illusory Words' statement. However, they did not pursue this matter. Instead, they shifted the conversation to the details of the upcoming defensive battle. During the time Graceful Monarch and the others were discussing among themselves, Shi Feng had left the extreme light shelter together with Fire Dance and the others, completely ignorant of the words that Illusory Words had said about him. "Guild leader, are we leaving so quickly? I saw many attribute gemstones on sale at very low prices here. There are even Tier 3 skill and spell books available." "It's a huge waste to leave this place so soon," Aqua Rose said, when she noticed that Shi Feng had no intention of lingering in the extreme light shelter. It would have been fine if she hadn't entered the extreme light shelter. However, after entering it, she discovered that the shelter was a treasure trove. Not only were attribute gemstones 50% cheaper than on the eastern continent, but even Tier 3 skill and spell books, which were incredibly rare on the eastern continent, were available. Although these Tier 3 skill and spell books were all for ordinary skills and spells rather than control or AoE skills and spells, if put up for auction in the various kingdoms and empires, they would still cause a huge uproar. Tons of people would vie to purchase them. After all, the power of Tier 3 skills and spells were significantly stronger than their Tier 2 counterparts. They would be of great help to players when dealing with both players and monsters. "Yes, we need to leave at once. Those attribute gemstones and Tier 3 skill and spell books might be precious, but we have much more important things to do," Shi Feng said. The Dark Den was a special otherworld. Originally, he thought that it would still be some time before the main continent's various powers started extending their hands toward the Dark Den. He never imagined that not only had the main continent's powers discovered the Dark Den so soon, but there was even a means of travel between the Dark Den and the main continent already. Others might not realize the implications of this matter, but Shi Feng, who had a profound understanding of God's domain, knew just how frightening this matter was. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the various powers would go crazy upon realizing the Dark Den's benefits. Skill and spell books at the Tier 3 standard and above were incredibly rare in the outside world. Players wouldn't necessarily obtain one even if they raided level 100+ super large-scale team dungeons. Most other worlds shared the same problem. However, the Dark Den was an exception, let alone Tier 3 skills and spells. Even Tier 3 taboo skills and curses were relatively easily obtainable here. Meanwhile, aside from unlocking the potential of one's mana body, the next fastest way to improve one's combat power would be to learn more Tier 3 skills and spells. Nowadays, competition in God's domain was intensifying, and the various powers were all frantically searching for ways to increase their own strength. With such a perfect opportunity to elevate the combat power of their Tier 3 experts, the various powers would naturally go crazy. While there still weren't many passages linking the Dark Den and the main continent in existence, Shi Feng needed to occupy as many advantages in the Dark Den as he could and accelerate Shelter One's development. Only by doing so would he be able to provide Zero Wing's experts with a continuous supply of Tier 3 skill and spell books. Currently, although Shelter One's development was progressing relatively smoothly, it barely ranked within the top 10 shelters of the Dark Den. It was quite inferior even to the Extreme Light Shelter. Normally, it was incredibly difficult to accelerate the development of a shelter as it depended on the effort and contribution of the shelter's residents. To accelerate a shelter's development, one had to raise the quality of the players residing in the shelter. For other powers and players, this might be quite a challenge. For the current Shi Feng, however, it wasn't a difficult task at all because he was already an intermediate master magician, with the ability to construct and strengthen town and city magic arrays. So long as he strengthened Shelter One's magic array and improved its defensive capabilities, the shelter would become a much safer place for players. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking talented players developing in Shelter One. While Shi Feng was trying to find a secluded location to use the Seven Luminaries ring to teleport to Shelter One, a series of explosions came from outside the Extreme Light Shelter. They were so loud that they echoed throughout the entire Extreme Light Shelter. What's going on? Shouldn't there still be several hours before the defensive battle starts? Look over there. A group of people seems to be fighting there. Isn't that hovering elementalist Shelter One's Blue Frost? Who are those people around him? They're so amazing. They actually managed to reduce one of our Dark Den's 3 great elementalists to such a miserable state. The players, standing guard on the walls of the Extreme Light Shelter, gaped in shock as they looked at a nearby plane. This was because Blue Frost and 24 or so other Tier 3 experts were currently surrounded by a force of several hundred players. Moreover, not only was Blue Frost's side at a complete disadvantage, but by the looks of it, it was also only a matter of time before Blue Frost's side got annihilated. Those were Tier 3 players they were talking about. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players were existences capable of instant killing Tier 2 players. This was especially true for a Tier 3 expert like Blue Frost. He could instantly kill a group of Tier 2 players if he wanted to. Now, however, Blue Frost and his team were actually on the defensive and didn't even have any room to retaliate. Since when did the Sentinel Shelter's people become so strong? Graceful Monarch, who had hurried her way to the top of the shelter's walls, was surprised when she saw the players attacking Blue Frost's team. Others might not be familiar with the several hundred players attacking Blue Frost's team, but she was. These players were experts belonging to the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventurer team, whom she had clashed with recently. However, back then, the overall strength of this adventurer team was significantly weaker than Blue Frost's team. The adventurer team also had only a little over a dozen Tier 3 experts. There was no way it could match up with Blue Frost's team at all. Now, however, every one of the Tier 2 experts from the Sentinel Shelter had seemingly activated a Berserk skill. They not only possessed frightening basic attributes, but could also fly for short periods. Blue Frost's team couldn't shake off these Tier 2 experts even if they wanted to. Wait, that's not right. All those people from the Sentinel shelter are demonized. Moreover, their demonized ranks are considerably high. Purple Rakshasa revealed a somber expression when she saw this scene. Demonized players were extremely rare in the Dark Den. After her Tier 3 promotion, she had come across a demonized player only once. Although the demonized player was also Tier 3, his combat standard was only at the refinement realm standard. However, she had ended up fighting a bitter battle and had even nearly lost her life to the demonized player. Now, however, the Sentinel shelter actually possessed several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts and over a dozen Tier 3 demonized experts. The Sentinel shelter originally possessed relatively great strength already, ranking among the Dark Den's top 15 shelters. Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel shelter's #1 adventurer team, was even one of the rare few peak experts in the Dark Den. As for the remaining Tier 3 experts belonging to Troubled Times' adventurer team, even the weakest among them was at the refinement realm standard. With all of these players demonized, Purple Rakshasa couldn't imagine how Blue Frost's team could survive this battle. While everyone from the Extreme Light Shelter was discussing this matter, Blue Frost and his teammates continuously lost HP. "Frost, have you still not come to your senses?" A level 108, Tier 3 Berserker asked, as he quietly watched Blue Frost frantically fending off one attack after another. "The higher-ups have a very high opinion of you and your teammates' potential. Hence, they specifically instructed me to avoid harming you all. Why do you think the Tier 3 players on our side still haven't made a move until now?" Troubled, I admit that you're far stronger than us now, but don't even think about getting us to submit. Moreover, we have long since joined Zero Wing. Why must you keep on targeting us?" Blue Frost retorted as he looked at Troubled Times. "That's right. Zero Wing has treated us well. How can we possibly betray Zero Wing to join you?" Evening Lotus, the female cleric standing beside Blue Frost, said in a determined tone, "It seems you people have resolved yourselves to die." Troubled Times frowned when he heard Blue Frost's and Evening Lotus's words. He then started walking toward Blue Frost and said, "In that case, I'll let you all know just how laughable Zero Wing's strength is before us." After saying so, Troubled Times' body expanded in size, and his skin blackened. 2 horns also suddenly sprouted from his forehead, and the aura his body exuded turned violent. Upon sensing the change to Troubled Times' aura, Graceful Monarch and the others spectating from a distance gasped. They never thought that Troubled Times had actually grown this strong. Just the aura he released already surpassed that of ordinary Grand Lords. Right now, he most likely could wipe the floor with a 100-man team of ordinary Tier 3 players. However, as Troubled Times walked towards Blue Frost's team, a deep voice suddenly appeared from the void. "It seems you're very confident in your strength. In that case, let me see if you really are as strong as you say you are." As soon as this voice appeared, everyone turned to look at its origin. Everyone's eyes landed on a spatial gate that had appeared in midair. To be precise, everyone was looking at the cloaked man carrying 2 long swords walking out of the spatial gate. Chapter 2512. You're not qualified. Chapter 2512. You're not qualified. Who is that guy? He actually arrived here via a spatial gate. How extravagant. Is that guy tired of living? Can't he see that even an expert like Blue Frost is getting cornered? Does he think Troubled Times is a reasonable person? The spectating players inside the Extreme Light Shelter were stunned when they saw Shi Feng suddenly appear in the middle of the battlefield. They never imagined that such a situation would occur. Even from several yards away, everyone could clearly sense the frightening aura Troubled Times exuded. The strength he possessed had definitely reached inhuman levels. There was no doubt that the current Troubled Times could defeat Blue Frost in just a handful of moves. In fact, Troubled Times was most likely more than capable of soloing Blue Frost's entire team, yet there was actually someone who experienced Troubled Times' domineering strength and still dared to provoke him. A measly Tier 3 player dares oppose our commander? Bastard, you're 100 years too early. I'll let you know now what true strength is. The level 108, Tier 3 shield warrior standing behind troubled times bellowed in anger, then raised his shield and axe and charged at Shi Feng, determined to let the swordsman know just how powerful the sentinel shelter was. This person actually dares provoke troubled times just so that he can become famous. With this, nobody in the entire dark den can save him. The sentinel shelter definitely won't stop hunting him down until he's back to level 0. Wait, that's not right. That person seems to be wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem too. He should be here to rescue Blue Frost's team. What's the point of coming out now? Can't he see just how frightening troubled times is right now? Let alone Blue Frost's team? Even our Extreme Light Shelter's #1 adventurer team would be no match for troubled times. What can a lone person like him possibly hope to accomplish? At this moment, some players with good eyesight noticed the silver six-winged emblem pinned on Shi Feng's black cloak. However, even after seeing this guild emblem, nobody felt optimistic about this situation. Everyone merely sighed at or ridiculed Shi Feng's actions before today. With Zero Wing's help, Shelter 1 definitely had a chance to grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. However, now that Shelter 1 was faced with the overbearing Sentinel Shelter, it was fated to fall into oblivion. He shouldn't have gone, graceful monarch, who was spectating atop the Extreme Light Shelter's wall, muttered to herself. She was initially surprised when she saw Shi Feng making an appearance on the battlefield. Afterward, however, she could not help but shake her head and sigh. In the eyes of Tier 2 experts, Shi Feng, who was a Tier 3 player, would indeed be considered very strong. However, his current opponents were the Tier 3 demonized experts from the Sentinel Shelter. It seems he has quite the backbone. Purple Rakshasa was surprised as she watched Shi Feng land before troubled times. However, if even Blue Frost is struggling against the Sentinel Shelter, what can that guy possibly hope to accomplish? Nobody had a better idea of exactly how powerful demonized players were than she did. Demonized players' basic attributes and physique far surpassed those of regular players of the same tier. One could say that, at this point in time, aside from illusory words, nobody in the entire Extreme Light Shelter could pose a challenge to the Sentinel Shelter. Unfortunately, there was no reason for someone of illusory words' stature to interfere in such an affair. However, when Purple Rakshasa turned to illusory words, who stood beside her, she noticed a heavy and shocked expression appear on illusory words' face. It was as if the cleric had just seen a ghost. Why is he here? Illusory words muttered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Right now, the shock she felt was obvious even to the ordinary players present. Vice Guild Leader Illusory? Purple Rakshasa could not help growing curious as she looked at illusory words. Previously, illusory words had maintained her composure when bathed in troubled times' imposing aura. Now, however, illusory words actually looked shaken after seeing an ordinary Tier 3 swordsman who exuded not the slightest bit of aura. This situation was simply unbelievable. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, do you know that person? Graceful Monarch asked. She too could clearly sense illusory words losing her composure. Previously, Graceful Monarch had already carefully observed Shi Feng and understood that he possessed considerable strength. However, it was not at a level where experts of her caliber needed to pay much attention. The only thing she found noteworthy about Shi Feng was that he was an expert of Zero Wing. However, if even Blue Frost, a Vice Guild leader of Zero Wing, had failed to gamer illusory words' interest, how could a measly Tier 3 expert from Zero Wing possibly do so? I do. Of course I do, Illusory Words said, a smile blooming on her face when she saw the curious gazes Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were directing at her. He's the person I told you about before. He's Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. As soon as Illusory Words mentioned the name of Black Flame, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were momentarily stunned. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, you're saying that he is Zero Wing's guild leader? Purple Rakshasa instinctively denied the truth of Illusory Words' statement. How was that possible? I met him before. let alone the aura of a Tier 3 player. Even the mana fluctuations he is giving off are very weak for a Tier 3 player. How can he possibly be the monster you mentioned? In God's domain, all expert players would exude an aura of strength. After they reached Tier 3, the mana fluctuations their bodies caused would also become much more difficult to hide. Moreover, even if a player managed to conceal those mana fluctuations, an expert's instincts would still warn them if they were standing before an opponent with monstrous strength. Take Illusory Words, for example. Despite Illusory Words having concealed her strength completely, Purple Rakshasa's instincts still warned her against fighting the cleric. However, Purple Rakshasa could not sense anything from Shi Feng. In her mind, Shi Feng was the textbook example of an ordinary Tier 3 player. So, he is that rumored guild leader of Zero Wing? Graceful Monarch muttered doubtfully as she looked at the distant Shi Feng. Similar to Purple Rakshasa, she found Illusory Words' statement incredible and suspected it was a joke. The black flame Illusory Words mentioned was Zero Wing's guild leader. Even if he wasn't as strong as Illusory Words said he was, he should at least be stronger than Blue Frost and his teammates. Otherwise, with the personalities of Blue Frost and the others, they definitely wouldn't be willing to submit themselves to his command. On the other hand, someone of Illusory Words' stature had no reason to play jokes on experts like them. While Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch were half doubting Illusory Words' statement, Blue Frost suddenly exclaimed in bewilderment, "Guild leader!" Although Blue Frost did not speak very loudly, his words swept through the battlefield, and subsequently the extreme light shelter like a typhoon. What? He really is? Zero Wing's guild leader? Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch goggled in shock upon hearing Blue Frost's words. They never thought that Shi Feng, who looked like the average passerby, would actually be the person responsible for recruiting experts like Blue Frost and his teammates, as well as the monster that Illusory Words admired. Originally they thought that with the several hundred yards separating Illusory Words and Shi Feng, the cleric might have recognized the wrong person. However, such a mistake was definitely impossible for Blue Frost. Setting aside the fact that Blue Frost possessed the extraordinary body of a Tier 3 player, he was one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. He might as well resign from his position if he couldn't recognize his own guild leader at that proximity. Everyone from the Sentinel shelter was also dumbfounded at this scene. They never thought that this rude intruder would actually be Zero Wing's guild leader. Are you kidding me? How can this weak bastard be Zero Wing's guild leader? They knew very clearly what kind of strength and potential Blue Frost and his teammates possessed. In their opinion, the person responsible for recruiting Blue Frost's group had to be a dragon among men. Otherwise, how could that person have persuaded an expert of Blue Frost's caliber to join Zero Wing? Upon sensing the skeptical looks everyone was giving him, Shi Feng could not help a bitter smile. Previously, he had become so famous that everybody knew about him. Now, however, this group of people was actually questioning his identity. So you're Zero Wing's guild leader. However, what about it? Whether it is you or Blue Frost's group, none of you will be leaving this place alive. The level 108, Tier 3 shield warrior who was charging at Shi Feng remained unfazed even after finding out Shi Feng's identity. Instead, he proceeded to activate Brutal Collision and rammed his shield at Shi Feng. However, before the level 108 shield warrior could reach Shi Feng, a lithe figure suddenly appeared behind the shield warrior, catching him unawares. The snowy short sword this lithe figure wielded then transformed into a black streak of light that pierced through the shield warrior's armor and stabbed straight into his heart. By the time the shield warrior reacted to the attack, a bloody rose had bloomed on his chest. Damage exceeding -400,000 also appeared above his head, the attack plundering all of his HP. You're not qualified to fight our guild leader. Chapter 2513, Power of One Strike. Chapter 2513, Power of One Strike. When the level 108 When The level 1088 Tier 3 Shield Warrior's body collapsed to the ground and disintegrated into particles of light. The entire world seemingly froze momentarily as silence enveloped the battlefield. Only after some time had passed did everyone react to the situation. He died? Impossible. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the lithe figure standing behind the Shield Warrior's corpse. This was especially true for the players from the Sentinel shelter. Their mouths were hanging wide open in shock because nobody knew better than they did just how much HP and defense the fallen Shield Warrior possessed. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a Tier 3 Berserker were allowed to freely attack the Shield Warrior using skills, the Berserker would need at least 10 attacks to kill the Shield Warrior. Now, however, let alone 10 attacks, the Shield Warrior had failed to sundave even one. The Sentinel shelter's healers didn't even have a chance to heal the Shield Warrior. That's a Tier 3 demonized Shield Warrior we're talking about. Is she even human? Purple Rakshasa could not help her astonishment as she stared at Fire Dance, who was slowly walking up to Shi Feng. Purple Rakshasa had clashed with a Tier 3 demonized expert before, so she knew exactly how powerful Tier 3 demonized experts were. Their high defense and HP aside, just their physique granted them reaction speeds far superior to Tier 3 human players. However, Fire Dance had attacked and instantly killed the demonized Shield Warrior without the Shield Warrior even reacting. Fire Dance's reaction speed and attack power were simply unheard of. She's actually so strong. When Graceful Monarch looked at Fire Dance's distant figure, shock and excitement flashed across her eyes. Power, violence, the suffocating strength Fire Dance displayed was something Graceful Monarch was constantly seeking to attain. Graceful Monarch never thought that she would get to witness this domineering display in person. Moreover, the monster that had carried out this display of power had actually been standing beside Shi Feng all this time. At this moment, let alone Graceful Monarch and the other distant spectators, even Blue Frost and his teammates who stood behind Shi Feng, were stunned by this situation. They never imagined that the people from Zero Wing's main branch would be this powerful. Meanwhile, Troubled Times, who had been silently observing Fire Dance all along, similarly wore an astonished expression on his face. I truly did not expect Zero Wing to have such an expert hidden. No wonder you dare to hinder us, Troubled Times said as he shifted his gaze back to Shi Feng. However, if you think you can stop the Sentinel shelter with just this much strength, I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. As soon as Troubled Times finished speaking, the 17 Tier 3 experts behind him promptly took on a demon form. The frightening aura they released enveloped the entire battlefield and evoked dread even in experts like Blue Frost. Although these Tier 3 demonized experts numbered only 17, the combined pressure they gave off easily surpassed that of the Sentinel shelter's several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts. It seems Troubled Times is getting serious. A somber expression appeared on Purple Rakshasa's face when the Sentinel shelter's Tier 3 experts demonized. The Shield Warrior that previously took action was only at the refinement realm. His combat standard was also the weakest among the Sentinel shelter's Tier 3 experts present. Meanwhile, if every one of the Sentinel shelter's Tier 3 experts attacked together, even Fire Dance would not be a match for them. After all, this was a team battle, not a one-on-one duel. Not only could players reduce their defensive blind spots by working with teammates, but they would also have a much easier time striking at the enemy's weak points. Not to mention, the assassin class was at its strongest when it was in stealth. So long as an assassin was discovered, their combat power would be halved. Meanwhile, at this point, Troubled Times and the others had already noticed Fire Dance's existence. She wouldn't have another opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In the next moment, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts rapidly closed in on Shi Feng's group, their positioning leaving Fire Dance no chance to fight them one-on-one. At the same time, every one of them used their trademark moves. Tier 3 spell, Shadow Puncture. Tier 3 skill, Chaotic Slash. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Raid. Tier 3 spell, Flame Dragon Bind. Over a dozen skills and spells flew at Shi Feng's group. Seeing all these powerful attacks approaching them, Blue Frost and the Zero Wing members with him could not help but despair. Not only did every one of these skills and spells possess power close to the Tier 4 standard, but these skills and spells also overlapped into a perfect assault that had no holes to exploit. It simply wasn't an attack that players could block or dodge. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance did not use Vanish or Wind Steps to defend herself even after seeing these perfectly coordinated attacks. Instead, she simply stood beside Shi Feng, showing no intention of taking action whatsoever. It was as if the coordinated attacks of the Tier 3 demonized experts did not exist in her eyes at all. Just when the demonized experts' skills and spells were about to reach Shi Feng and Fire Dance, Shi Feng suddenly took action. Sword's orbit. Galaxy of stars immediately appeared, with Shi Feng as the center, the stars striking down the approaching skills and spells one after another. From afar, the attacks seemed to disappear automatically upon reaching within 10 yards of Shi Feng. Let alone damaging Shi Feng, none of them managed to cause him to stumble by even one step. Impossible. He blocked them all. Upon seeing Shi Feng shattering their assault, the Tier 3 demonized experts were dumbfounded. After all, not only did their attacks carry great power, but there were also more than 20 of them timed to hit Shi Feng and Fire Dance simultaneously. Every one of these attacks was also aimed at the pair's defensive blind spots. Unless Shi Feng and Fire Dance used an invulnerability skill, they should have taken damage. It's my turn now. Since the Sentinel Shelter's players had stopped attacking, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and brandished the magic weapon at the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. Lightning flash. In the next moment, pitch-black sword lights wrapped in dense mana struck the demonized experts like pitch-black lightning arcs. Peng, peng, peng. A series of explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield. At the same time, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts went flying backward, each of them losing over minus 100,000 HP. When they landed, their hands and weapons they wielded trembled uncontrollably. Is he a monster? The spectating players gasped upon seeing this scene. Those were 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. If they moved together as a team, no existence in the Dark Den could hinder their advance. Even the mighty Tier 4 mythic monsters were no exception. Now, however, Shi Feng had actually repelled all these experts with a single move. Moreover, he had even injured them quite heavily. Before everyone could snap out of their daze, Shi Feng brandished Killing Ray once more. This time, though, he directed his attack toward Troubled Times over 30 yards away. First sword, Light Shadow. Immediately, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword appeared in midair. When it descended on Troubled Times, it looked as if a mountain was falling toward the berserker. The AoE of the attack was so large that evasion was impossible. Moreover, space shattered wherever the gigantic sword passed. Troubled Times's complexion turned grim when he saw this attack. He hurriedly raised his war axe and met the oncoming attack head-on. Shatter. Tier 3 taboo skill. Heaven Breaker. In the next moment, Troubled Times's axe also cut space and landed directly on the phantom greatsword. Boom. Along with the sound of an explosion, the ground shook violently, and as if a violent storm had just passed, dust filled the air, preventing those standing on the battlefield from opening their eyes. When the dust settled and the situation on the battlefield became clear again, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the almighty Troubled Times came into view, partly embedded into the ground, his kneecaps no longer visible. At the same time, the ground within a 10-yard radius of the berserker had also sunk by over a meter. As for Troubled Times himself, he had also lost more than 1/5 of his HP. Chapter 2005-14, not to be trifled with. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the watching players from the extreme light shelter, who had assumed that Shi Feng's group was in for a bitter battle, were dumbfounded as they stared at Troubled Times embedded in the ground. Is he really a Tier 3 player? They had all felt Troubled Times' aura after he had taken on his demon form. It was strong enough to rival Grand Lords of the same level. Combined with the Berserker's profound combat techniques, he could kill Tier 3 experts with little to no effort. Tier 3 players had no hope against him. Only experts who had reached Tier 4 would have the power to suppress a monster like Troubled Times. And yet Shi Feng, who looked ordinary and didn't even have the aura of a Tier 3 player, had overwhelmed the berserker with brute strength. Everyone watching felt as if the main god system were joking with them. He's actually this strong? When Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch saw Troubled Times' embedded figure, their minds went blank. Although illusory words had told them that Shi Feng was monstrously strong, even going so far as to insist that she was no match for the swordsman, they hadn't believed it. First, Shi Feng had repelled 17 Tier 3 demonized experts with one move. Then he had used another move that tore space apart and left Troubled Times heavily injured. The man's strength was simply unheard of. With just this ridiculous strength, Shi Feng was more than capable of making fools of 100 Tier 3 players. When demonized, Troubled Times enjoyed inhuman basic attributes. If any other Tier 3 player had stood against Shi Feng's attack, they would have instantly perished. In other words, Shi Feng was powerful enough to instant kill Tier 3 players. There was almost no difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 before him. At most, Tier 3 players were slightly stronger ants. Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch now, more or less, understood why illusory words admired Shi Feng, declaring that he alone could change the tide of the upcoming war. Sure enough, he's grown stronger. While illusory words watched Shi Feng, who stood proudly among the Sentinel Shelter's players, she couldn't contain her bitter smile. After the battle on Dragonheart Island, the various superpowers had recognized Shi Feng as a peerless monster, one not to be provoked, but they had continued their development since then, adding to the fact that they had stronger foundations than Zero Wing. Illusory words had been sure that she should have caught up to Shi Feng a little. She had never imagined that the distance between her and the swordsman had grown. She had been humble when she had told Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa that she wouldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wing's guild leader. In truth, she had been confident that she shouldn't have any issues taking 5 or 6 hits from Shi Feng. She had recently obtained a bloodline, and her life rating was beyond that of an ordinary Tier 3 player after all. Her basic attributes had also substantially increased. But now she realized how sorely mistaken she had been. When Shi Feng's attack had torn apart space itself, she realized that his strike had Tier 4 power. Combined with the attack's large AoE and high attack speed, she knew she didn't have a prayer of dodging or blocking the attack without an invulnerability skill or spell. Naturally, Blue Frost and his teammates were dazed after seeing the outcome of the exchange between Shi Feng and Troubled Times. They didn't react like Zero Wing members at all. Blue, is that really our guild leader? A level 108, Tier 3 Guardian Knight prodded Blue Frost. When they heard the question, several other recent additions to the guild turned to their vice guild leader with curious looks. Aside from Shelter One's good development prospects. They had joined Zero Wing because of Blue Frost's individual strength. They didn't view Zero Wing's larger branches in the outside world as important. Many of the Dark Den's shelters had allied with powers from the outside world too. Aside from financial support, Shelter One didn't receive any benefits from Zero Wing's main branch. Their connection was far weaker than the other shelters that had outside powers support. This was precisely the reason that they doubted the main branch's strength. After witnessing Shi Feng's display, however, even a fool could tell that Zero Wing was no simple guild. With such a powerful guild leader, they were confident that Shelter One would eventually grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. He's our guild leader, Black Flame, Blue Frost muttered, replying to his teammate's question. But as he stared at Shi Feng, he couldn't help but question his own memory. The power the swordsman had just used was too overwhelming. The man was nothing like the Shi Feng he remembered. When Shelter One's Zero Wing members heard the confirmation, their eyes lit with excitement. Before they could celebrate, however, Troubled Times pulled himself out of the crater around him, glaring at Shi Feng with a grim expression. If he hadn't blocked that attack with a Tier 3 taboo skill, he would have lost more than half of his HP. It seems that I've underestimated you, Frost. With such a guild leader to back you up, you're out of my reach. But don't think this one failure will be enough to stop the Sentinel Shelter's advance. Demon players will only grow stronger as time passes. Our next meeting will be the end of Shelter One, Troubled Times said, sneering at Blue Frost. He then shouted to his teammates, Everyone retreat. Following their orders, every player from the Sentinel shelter turned and fled. They gave Shi Feng and Fire Dance no opportunities to strike. When Blue Frost heard Troubled Time's warning, however, he paled. Meanwhile, the Extreme Light Shelter's members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. As Troubled Times had said, demon players and ordinary players were on different levels. Demon players could continue to upgrade their demon rank, bolstering their combat power as time passed. Shi Feng might be able to stop the Sentinel Shelter's demon players right now, but how long could he continue to do so? Moreover, Shi Feng was Zero Wing's guild leader. He couldn't stay in the dark den indefinitely. Once he left, Shelter 1, which constantly fought the Sentinel Shelter over resources, would suffer. You're not wrong, but that only holds true if you escape with your lives. Shi Feng growled, watching Troubled Times preparing to flee. Demon players could increase their combat power by raising their demon rank, but they had a fatal flaw. They couldn't afford to die. Once a demon player died, they'd lose a significant fraction of the strength and reputation they had built up. It was a problem that constantly plagued demon players. I admit that you're exceptionally powerful, Guild Leader Black Flame, but if we focus on escape, how many of us can you really kill? You're better off saving your energy. The moment Troubled Times finished his statement, he split into 5 clones of himself. All 5 clones then split up and fled in different directions. As he did, the rest of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts used their trump cards as well, either boosting their movement speeds or creating a group of doppelgangers to cause confusion on the battlefield. It was obvious that the Sentinel Shelter's experts were quite adept at escaping and surviving. None of them were afraid of Shi Feng or Fire Dance's pursuit. Is that so? Even as Troubled Times ran, Shi Feng showed no intention of chasing him down. Rather, he chuckled and asked, "What if we invite 2 Tier 3 magical classes to join the fray?" Suddenly, Troubled Times realized that something felt off. Magical classes were more suited for team battles than physical classes. They could exhibit far more combat power on the battlefield, which was why Graceful Monarch had gone out of her way to invite Blue Frost to the Extreme Light Shelter. Suddenly, space roughly 100 yards away from the battlefield began to blur. Translucent barrier of water then appeared, in front of which stood 2 women in elegant mage robes. All of the mana within 300 yards of the women gathered to them. The mana density around them became so high that it formed a thin layer of mist in the area. This is that a fully unlocked mana body? Chapter 2515, Apex Sword. Chapter 2515, Apex Sword. Seeing the mana on the battlefield gather around Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud, Troubled Times' expression darkened further. The mana body was the very symbol of Tier 3, and any player that reached Tier 3 understood one thing. They had no control over their mana bodies. They needed to learn about and adapt to their mana bodies first. Only then could they gain full control over their mana bodies and exhibit the true strength of a Tier 3 class. However, it wasn't easy to unlock a mana body's full potential. Very few Tier 3 experts had even begun, and yet 2 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies had joined the fight, and both were magical class players. What? This can't be true, can it? They've already unlocked their mana body's full potential. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Intense shock flashed in Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshasa's eyes as they stared at the distant Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. Zero Wing was already amazing to have a monster like Shi Feng, but now they learned that the guild had 2 magical class experts with fully unlocked mana bodies as well. What was up with this? Even at this stage of the game, it was incredibly unlikely that the various superpowers would have a single expert with a fully unlocked mana body, yet Zero Wing had 2. How did they do it? Even Illusory Word stared with wide, shocked eyes. She couldn't bring herself to believe what she was seeing. Since more of the various superpowers members had begun to reach Tier 3, these superpowers had shifted their focus toward helping their Tier 3 members unlock their mana body's potential, rather than nurturing more Tier 3 players. Controlling one's mana body wasn't like controlling the physical body, however. Players' mana control needed to be excellent to accomplish the task. Unlocking one's mana body required such high mana control that even magical class players who often manipulated mana only had a small edge over physical class players. Unlocking a mana body's potential was a gradual process. Players needed to conduct repeated experiments, slowly learning how their mana bodies operated. This process was impossible to skip since every player had a different mana body. The current top player in Crimson Emperor had only unlocked 35% of their mana body's potential, and the guild's remaining Tier 3 experts hadn't even unlocked 1%. As one unlocked more of their mana body, the process became more difficult. Based on Crimson Emperor's estimates, a Tier 3 player should need 2 or 3 months at least of relentless effort to unlock their mana body's full potential, notwithstanding any fortuitous encounters. And now Illusory Words learned that Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had both fully unlocked their mana bodies. How could she possibly believe this? Moreover, the mana the two women commanded was truly frightening. Despite standing several hundred yards away, Illusory Words could sense the torrent of mana flowing toward them. It felt like watching whales take a breath of air. Those two women were practically moving mana engines. Before anyone could recover from their daze, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had finished chanting the final verses of their incantations as they did. A blue twofold magic array appeared above the battlefield, covering a 100-yard radius. Meanwhile, several hundred silver magic arrays manifested around Violet Cloud, Tier 3 Super Spell, Frostburst Waterfall, Shadow Rage. With the help of their mana bodies, the women's spells drained all of the mana in a 400-yard radius. Suddenly, countless ice shards rained down from above, and as they passed, space froze. Any Tier 2 demonized player these ice shards encountered transformed into ice sculptures and died instantly. When the ice touched a Tier 3 demonized expert, they plundered 1/3 of their HP. While Aqua Rose's ice covered the battlefield, the Shadow Blade's Violet Cloud's Shadow Rage danced among the fleeing demon players. Not only had her mana body strengthened her Shadow Blades, but the fragmented legendary ranked Magic Light Pendant did so as well. 300 Shadow Blades with power approaching the Tier 4 standard struck the Sentinel Shelter's fleeing members. The blades were so powerful that not even Tier 3 experts could block them without taking some damage. The Tier 2 players didn't even have time to resist before they died. For a time, the several hundred fleeing players from the Sentinel Shelter transformed into ice sculptures or were shredded by the Shadow Blades. They all transformed into particles of light. Not even the running Tier 3 experts could escape death. Despite the world of ice and light the battlefield had become, none of the Extreme Light Shelter's spectating players found the scene beautiful. They only felt fear and dread as they gazed at the destruction. Everyone already knew that magical class players could exhibit far greater combat power on a battlefield than physical class players, but they couldn't help the shock they felt as they watched the two women destroy their enemies. Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had only used a total of 2 spells after all. Despite such a large-scale bombardment, not only hadn't the women's attacks harmed their allies, but they had also drastically reduced the number of players from the Sentinel Shelter. Only 4 seconds had passed since they had cast their spells, yet they had slain over 200 players. Moreover, the death toll climbed as more time passed. Not even a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would prove this effective. Every player that had come from the Sentinel Shelter was a demonized player. Even their Tier 2 members had combat power nearly on par with the Tier 3 players after transforming into their demon form. Just landing a hit was a struggle for Tier 3 players, much less killing them. Moreover, demonized players possessed far higher HP, defense, and magic resistance than human players. At most, a Tier 3 skill or spell would deal high damage to these players. It would take a lot more to instant kill them. However, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud spells had instant killed the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 2 players, giving the enemy healers no chance to help them. Moreover, the absurd damage the spells dealt wasn't the most frightening aspect about them. What truly amazed everyone was the fact that those spells seemed like they had a life of their own, always targeting players' blind spots. Only Refinement Realm experts and above had any chance of blocking them. Everyone else would have to bear the full brunt of the projectile's hits. Black flame. Troubled Time's eyes bulged as he watched one subordinate after another fall. Every player he had brought with him was an expert from the Sentinel shelter, and they all played crucial roles in the shelter. The berserker skidded to a stop and pulled a gigantic pitch-black crystal from his bag. Maddened, he shouted, "Since you won't let my people live, I'll take you down with us." With that statement hanging in the air, Troubled Times shattered the crystal. Suddenly, dark clouds formed above the plane, and a colossal spatial tear split the sky. Gigantic hand, as large as a mountain, then reached through the tear. Both Blue Frost's team and the players from the Extreme Light Shelter watched in horror.
What? The Demon King's hand? How does he have that tool? Is Troubled Times insane? Does he want everyone to die? It's over. We're all dead. The players from the Extreme Light Shelter cursed Troubled Times for his cruelty.
The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. Independent player had once gotten their hands on this tool, and to avenge his fallen comrades, he had used the Demon God's hand to destroy the shelter responsible. The Demon King's hand had only attacked once, crushing the shelter into dust. The attack was a massive AoE. Although Troubled Times had summoned the Demon King's hand several hundred yards from the Extreme Light Shelter, it was still well within range. Even illusory words felt the presence of death surround her, not to mention the shelter's residents. Unfortunately, it was too late to run. The spell had already taken shape, and even space would freeze under a Tier 5 spell's influence. She couldn't even use instantaneous movement to flee. Even if she could, she wouldn't have time to escape the spell's AoE. Instantaneous movement would only teleport her several dozen yards away. The Demon King's hand? Even Shi Feng's expression darkened when he saw the descending hand. He immediately activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4 before he leaped into the air, raising Killing Ray above his head with both hands. Block it. First sword, light shadow. Chapter 205-16, Legend of the Dark Den. As Shi Feng jumped into the air, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword encompassed his sacred sword. Shi Feng swung the ghostly weapon at the descending Demon King's hand, stupefying the spectating players who had begun to despair. Is he really trying to block the Demon King's hand? Graceful Monarch was shocked as she watched Shi Feng leap into the air. The Demon King's hand had Tier 5 power. Not even the Extreme Light Shelter's defensive magic array could stop that attack. At this stage of the game, this spell was unstoppable. It was why everyone had been overwhelmed with hopelessness the moment Troubled Times had used the Demon King's hand. Graceful Monarch had never expected Shi Feng to confront the Demon King's hand instead of fleeing. The man was simply ludicrous. The only thing anyone could do was shake their head as they watched. No player could hope to block the Demon King's hand attack. Players could only flee for their lives. The moment the Demon King's hand appeared, however, space within several thousand yards froze. Without a high-tiered magic scroll which could break through frozen space, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to escape. Of course, trying to cross several thousand yards on foot in a few short seconds was a joke. So what if you can suppress the Sentinel shelter? Against the Demon King's hand, you're nothing more than a pest. Troubled Times, shrouded in a black barrier, sneered as Shi Feng tried to attack the colossal pitch-black hand. You'll die alongside the Sentinel shelter's people. The Demon King's hand was his greatest trump card. He hadn't wanted to use it, but he could just let Zero Wing get away with annihilating his team. There was only one way to stop the Demon King's hand. One would have to kill the user before they shattered the black crystal. Once the crystal shattered, not only would the energy within summon the Demon King's hand, but it would also surround the user in a protective barrier, keeping the user safe from the wrath of the Demon King's hand. By the time Troubled Times finished his statement, the Phantom Greatsword had collided with a descending black hand. The Demon King's hand was the size of a mountain, and although the Phantom Greatsword was quite large, it was little more than a toothpick against the colossal palm. It was utterly insignificant. Boom. The instant the two attacks met, the sky shattered, and a massive spatial tear stretched for several hundred yards. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the map, and the intense shockwave shoved back the players below, making the stumble. Once the shockwave had passed, the watching players looked up and realized that the gigantic hand had come to a grinding halt, as if it had encountered an invisible wall. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor with enough momentum that the impact created a crater that was several meters deep and over 24 meters wide. Everyone froze in shock. They only snapped out of their dazes after 4 seconds had passed. He did it! He actually blocked it! But that's the Demon King's hand. It's as powerful as a Tier 5 attack. Is he even human? The Extreme Light Shelter's players cried out in shock. For a moment, they even forgot to celebrate the fact that they had just survived the Demon King's hand attack. So, that is Zero Wing's guild leader. Astonishment flashed in Purple Rakshasa's eyes as she stared at the pitch-black hand as it gradually faded out of existence. Shi Feng was simply too strong. She had met plenty of experts after leaving the Dark Den, but none were a match for Shi Feng. His strength was beyond words. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. When facing the attack, players could only wait for death to claim them. There was nothing else they could do, and yet Shi Feng had just stopped the Demon King's hand. No one would believe her if she told them about this incident, but she had seen it with her own eyes. Is he really Black Flame? Illusory Words was just as flabbergasted. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. They were talking about a Tier 5 attack. Not even one of the outside world's guild cities would survive such an attack, much less a stronghold like the Extreme Light Shelter. If the Demon King's hand had been successful, nothing would have remained of the city's defensive magic array and walls. However, Shi Feng had blocked the attack and saved them all. Only the 5 great super guild's true monsters were likely capable of accomplishing such a feat. Impossible. How can anybody block that thing? Troubled Times was dazed as he watched the Demon King's hand dissipate. His mind instinctively refused to accept the situation. A Tier 5 Demon King's attack could even vaporize Tier 4 players, much less Tier 3 experts. It shouldn't be possible for current players to block the attack. But no matter how hard the berserker rubbed his eyes, he couldn't change the fact that the gigantic pitch-black hand was fading away. It was obvious that the hand had exhausted the energy that had summoned it, and it couldn't sustain itself on this plane of existence. While everyone struggled with their shock and elation over the Demon King's hand's disappearance, a figure pulled itself from the massive crater in the middle of the battlefield. It was none other than Shi Feng, who had intercepted the attack. He was clearly in a miserable state. Not only was he heavily injured, but he also had less than 10% of his HP remaining. The sacred sword in his hand trembled violently as if crying in agony. He's not dead. He survived? How high are his defense and HP? Everyone's jaw dropped when they noticed Shi Feng emerge from the crater. The fact that the swordsman had stopped the Demon King's hand was already unbelievable. Yet now, they learned that he had actually survived the endeavor. He had just taken on a Tier 5 attack, which was even powerful enough to severely injure Tier 4 mythic monsters if they took it head-on. Current players should have no hope of surviving such a blow. Guild Leader. When Blue Frost and his comrades saw Shi Feng, they were elated and pride shone in their eyes. They had just witnessed a legend in the making, and their guild, Zero Wing, was responsible for it. Both Shi Feng and Zero Wing would become legendary names throughout the Dark Den as word of this spread. Chapter 2517, Fame Spreads Across the Dark Den. Chapter 2517, Fame Spreads Across the Dark Den. Everyone was astounded that Shi Feng had survived after countering the Demon King's hand, but the player in question only breathed a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Demon King's hand's power is barely at Tier 5. If it had been stronger, not even Void Shield would have saved me. Glancing at his HP bar, Shi Feng realized he had very nearly lost his life. Had an expert with a fully unlocked mana body summoned the Demon King's hand instead of Troubled Times, he wouldn't have even had a chance to resist. In God's domain, Magic tools' effects varied depending on the state of a player's mana body. When a player with a locked mana body used a magic tool, its effects would be minimized, but if a player used their mana body's mana to activate a magic tool, they could elevate its power. If a Tier 5 expert had used the Demon King's hand, they would have likely boosted its power to the peak of Tier 5. Fortunately, Troubled Times hadn't unlocked his mana body's full potential yet. With his disintegration armor's help, Shi Feng had forced himself to Tier 4, but his strength was nowhere near Tier 5, even after using Holy Annihilation's first sword. At best, his Light Shadow had peak Tier 4 power. To attack with Tier 5 strength, he'd have to master the second sword, Holy Devour. A large part of the reason for his miserable state was the fact that he hadn't yet perfected Light Shadow. Although he still wouldn't have wielded Tier 5 power even if he had perfected the technique, pushing it to its limits. It only would have saved him from most of the damage he had suffered in countering the Demon King's hand. But that counterattack was his current limit. Even after forcing himself to Tier 4, executing Light Shadow perfectly was practically impossible. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques, they focused on mana manipulation. With a combat technique, the stronger a player's physique was, the easier it would be to execute. In other words, higher-tiered players had an easier time using their combat techniques. However, the opposite was true for mana techniques. The higher-tiered a player was, they would have access to more mana to control, and as a result, controlling mana became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. Just using Light Shadow at Tier 4 had depleted more than half of his concentration. His consumption rate had been many times higher than when he used the technique at Tier 3. "Since you're done, Commander Troubled, it's my turn," Shi Feng snapped, shifting his gaze to the dazed berserker a short distance away. Shi Feng hadn't been loud, but when the Sentinel Shelter's survivors heard him, their scalps went numb as fear overcame them. Even Troubled Time's instincts screamed at him to run, and he took an involuntary step back for each step Shi Feng took toward him. This swordsman was monstrously strong. The man had actually survived a hit from the Demon King's hand. Troubled Times couldn't even imagine what he could do against Shi Feng. Although he knew that Shi Feng was on his last leg after countering the Tier 5 attack, and he could probably kill the swordsman with a normal attack, he was afraid. He was even terrified of trying. No one could guarantee that Shi Feng didn't have another trick up his sleeve. Moreover, demon players paid a much greater price than human players when they died, especially demon viscounts like Troubled Times. The crowd only gasped as they watched he can still fight in such a state. Graceful Monarch's mind was blown when she sensed Shi Feng's aura, which was growing stronger, not weaker. Even she was confident that she could easily defeat Shi Feng in his current state, not to mention the demonized Troubled Times. But when she looked at the swordsman as he slowly approached Troubled Times, her instincts warned her to flee. "Black Flame, I surrender. But don't you dare assume that Sentinel Shelter will just give up. It won't be long before our shelter takes Shelter 1 for our own." Troubled Times growled, mustering some courage. The berserker then pulled an ancient silver magic scroll from his bag and activated it without hesitation. The spell immediately rent space before him. Rather than an endless void, however, players saw a burning forest within the tier. They also caught glimpses of a city enveloped in darkness among the burning trees. A boundary breaker scroll. Shi Feng was slightly surprised to see the spatial tier. He had never thought Troubled Times would have such a precious scroll. The boundary breaker scroll was one of God's domain's super-rare ancient magic scrolls. As long as one had a location's coordinates, they could teleport to that location from anywhere in the game, even from another world or continent. The scroll would even prove effective in frozen space. It was an invaluable tool that players could even use to flee from Tier 5 monsters. Players and powers in the past had even spent 5,000 gold on a single boundary breaker scroll, and even then, very few players had been willing to sell their scrolls. "Just you wait, Black Flame. The next time we meet, your Shelter 1 will fall." Troubled Times promised, sneering at Shi Feng. He then jumped through the spatial tier, vanishing from the dark den. Every player from the Extreme Light Shelter and Blue Frost's team was stunned. None of them had expected troubled times to escape after his ruthless rambling. Moreover, he had fled without a second thought. Troubled Times was known for his courage in the dark den. If he had the slightest chance of victory, he'd continue to fight to the bitter end, and yet, was that really Troubled Times? His reaction wasn't unusual. If I were in his shoes, I would have fled from the guild leader as well. Not even a Demon King's hand could defeat Black Flame. What could Tier 3 players like us possibly do to him? Black Flame is amazing. With a guild leader like that, Zero Wing will never have to worry about its development. I wonder if Shelter 1's Zero Wing is still recruiting members. If it is, I'm definitely applying. After a brief moment of silence, a commotion erupted throughout the extreme light shelter as everyone discussed Troubled Times' escape. They also expressed their admiration for Shi Feng, and quite a few players who had been developing in the shelter for some time began to consider moving their bases to Shelter 1 and joining Zero Wing. Shi Feng's presence was even more than enough to deter superpowers from attacking Shelter 1. Furthermore, Shi Feng wasn't Zero Wing's only monstrously strong player. If they could learn from these monsters, they'd quickly grow stronger. He still got away in the end? Blue Frost frowned as he watched the spatial tear disappear, although he was surprised with how decisively Troubled Times had fled. The man's actions had been well within reason. Shi Feng's strength had just been that astonishing. There was nothing surprising about how much Troubled Times feared Shi Feng going so far as to run, even knowing that Shi Feng had almost no combat power remaining. While almost everyone viewed Troubled Times' ruthless promise as nothing more than an attempt to salvage his reputation, Blue Frost knew that he hadn't been joking. The Dark Den offered demon players an unimaginably advantageous environment, and now that Troubled Times had seen the depths of Zero Wing's strength, he would be absolutely confident of overcoming the guild the next time he attacked. Moreover, the fact that the Berserker had used one precious tool after another proved that a great power supported the Sentinel Shelter. If they didn't deal with this properly, Shelter 1 would face true danger. Escape? Do you think you can flee from me so easily? Shi Feng chuckled as he watched the spatial tier finally close. Chapter 2518, Kill No Matter the Distance. Chapter 2518, Kill No Matter the Distance. Have you locked onto him, Fire? Shi Feng asked, turning toward Fire Dance a short distance away. Players had many ways of escaping to live another day in God's domain, and when one wanted to hunt a fleeing player, they could rely on tracking scrolls, skills, and spells. Of all of the main classes, the assassin was the most adept at tracking and taking out targets. Once an assassin reached Tier 3 and unlocked their mana body's full potential, their tracking abilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. They could use their own mana to lock on to another player's mana signature. Unlike tracking scrolls, this method didn't add any debuffs to the target, making it nearly impossible to detect. Unless the targeted player could remove the mana the assassin had left on them, they couldn't shake off the tracker. Rest assured, guild leader, my mana is on him. Even if he runs to the edge of the world, I can find him, Fire Dance confirmed, nodding. She had locked on to every Sentinel Shelter member's mana signature, even before she had killed the Tier 3 Shield Warner. Even if Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud hadn't taken action, none of the Sentinel Shelter players participating in the fight had had any chance of escaping with their lives. Guild leader, do you really intend to chase after Troubled Times? The spatial tier's destination is a city enveloped in darkness energy. There's a 90% chance that it is in demon players' territory. Those demon players are extremely biased against other races. Even if you manage to make it there, you'll have a hard time reaching Troubled Times. Blue Frost hurriedly interrupted, attempting to dissuade Shi Feng from hunting down the Berserker in question. Although Troubled Times still posed a threat to Shelter 1, the Sentinel Shelter would need some time to recover from losing so many of its top experts. Meanwhile, Shelter 1 could use this chance to grow stronger. After today's battle, Zero Wing's fame would spread across the Dark Den, after all, and a large number of players would show up to join Shelter 1. The shelter wouldn't have to worry about its development speed. Once they upgraded Shelter 1 to a large shelter, Troubled Times would have a hard time threatening the shelter. Of course, These players have chosen to be one of Zero Wing's enemies, and I need to ensure that they know the price for doing so, Shi Feng resolutely declared. Another time he might have let the matter slide. But times had changed. As the Dark Den had more contact with the outside world, more superpowers would have designs on the other world. If superpowers wanted to develop in the Dark Den, they'd need a shelter first. But reaping the other world's benefits would take ages if they had to construct and grow a shelter from scratch. Hence, they would try to take over already developed shelters. Now that the Sentinel's shelter was the first power to target Shelter 1, he had to teach them a lesson and use them as an example, showing other powers that Zero Wing was not to be provoked. If he didn't act now, more powers would target his shelter in the future. I understand. I'll see to the necessary preparations. But now that the various powers are fighting over the bronze teleportation gates, traveling to the main continent is incredibly challenging. I'm afraid that we'll need some time before we can go after troubled times, Blue Frost said. Blue Frost understood what Shi Feng intended when he heard the man's reply. It was clear that Shi Feng wanted to make an example of troubled times, but traveling between the Dark Den and the main continent wasn't easy. Thus far, the bronze teleportation gates were the only reliable way to do so, but Shelter 1 wasn't a high enough rank to own such a gate. They would have to borrow a large shelter's bronze teleportation gate. Unfortunately, these gates' available slots were limited, and most had already been distributed. Traveling to the main continent any time soon wouldn't be a simple task. As soon as Blue Frost finished speaking, however, a crisp, pleasant voice interjected. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you wish to visit the Demon City, I can help you with that. A horned eagle slowly descended from above, and the pleasant voice had come from none other than Illusory Words. You know where it is? Shi Feng asked, surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew that demon players' territories were on the main continent, but they were akin to secret lands. Not only were they incredibly difficult to find, but their locations were also relatively unstable. Because of this, even the various superpowers had struggled to exterminate demon powers during his previous life. It would be more precise to say that I came from that city, Illusory Words said, smiling. If that's the case, what's your price? Shi Feng asked. He doubted that Illusory Words would help him for free. The woman was one of Crimson Emperor's Vice Guild leaders, after all, and although their two guilds weren't enemies, they weren't friends either. I don't need payment. Consider it Crimson Emperor's attempt to befriend Zero Wing, Illusory Words replied with a smile, shaking her head. All right. As long as Crimson Emperor doesn't provoke Zero Wing will avoid clashing with Crimson Emperor, Shi Feng agreed with a nod. I'll have to thank you then, Guild Leader Black Flame. I will report this to my superiors later, Illusory Words said. She breathed a sigh of relief the moment Shi Feng agreed to her proposition. Before you go there, however, I must warn you. Demon's Heart, an up-and-coming dark guild, rules over that demon city. The guild had been developing rapidly in the Ten Saints Empire. It's almost like it just appeared out of thin air. Even the super guild Battle Wolves has suffered heavy losses against Demon's Heart. Since Troubled Times has the city's coordinates, I assume that he has quite a close relationship with the Dark Guild. That Demon City happens to be Demon's Heart's main headquarters. Demons control the entire map, in fact. The demonic residents target and attack any non-demon player they find. You should avoid exploring too much of the map if you wish to slay Troubled Times. While Illusory Words had explained the situation, Blue Frost, who had initially approved of the hunt, revealed a grim expression. They might not have had an issue if Troubled Times' relationship with Demon's Heart had been only on the surface, but it'd be a different story if he were close with the Dark Guild. Even super guilds had a headache when it came to Demon's Heart. If Troubled Times hid within the Dark Guild's headquarters, trying to hunt him down would be suicidal. Demon's Heart? So that's why he was so confident. Realization dawned on Shi Feng. Demon's Heart had been one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain during his past. The entire guild consisted of demon players, and although it didn't have as many players as other superpowers, every member had extraordinary combat power. Ordinary players had had no chance against them. Many superguilds had suffered huge losses at the hands of Demon's Heart back then. The Dark Guild had even slain several superguilds' guild leaders. It was practically as powerful as the 5 great superguilds. As far as Shi Feng could remember, Demon's Heart had begun to grow stronger around this time during his previous life, too. If Troubled Times thinks he can take Zero Wing on just because he's got a powerful backer, he is sorely mistaken. When Shi Feng recalled Troubled Times' bold exit, he sneered. He turned to Illusory Words, asking, "Vice Guild Leader Illusory, how many people can you help me transport to the main continent?" "I don't have many slots available. May I know how many people you wish to take with you, Guild Leader Black Flame?" "If I don't have enough, I can borrow some slots from other guilds," Illusory Words offered after giving the matter some thought. "A little over 300. Chapter 2019, Descending Toward Demon Territory? Over 300. Chapter 2019, Descending Toward Demon Territory, over 300. Illusory Words could not help but be stunned when she heard how many players Shi Feng planned to take with him. As far as she was concerned, Shi Feng would be lucky to take 20 experts with him. They were talking about infiltrating demon territory, after all. Not only did powerful monsters wander the map, but there were also many powerful demons and demon players in the area. Human players wouldn't make it to the map without Demon's Heart's permission. Even Tier 3 experts would have a hard time surviving in the map. Once a human player was discovered, they'd be persecuted by an endless number of demon players. Meanwhile, one would have to be stealthy and wait for the opportune moment to strike if they wanted to slay a specific player in the map. Shi Feng, however, wanted to take over 300 players with him on his hunt for Troubled Times. Evading detection in demon territory would be nearly impossible with such a large group. "Are you not capable of transporting so many people?" Shi Feng asked when he noticed Illusory Words' astonished expression. Since he was heading back to the main continent, Shi Feng couldn't leave the Hell Legion stuck in the dark den. Moreover, he wanted to make an example of Troubled Times. If he killed the Berserker off in secret, the man's death wouldn't become the deterrent he wanted. He needed the kill to have enough fanfare that it would prevent other powers from targeting Shelter 1 in the future. Although demon territories were akin to forbidden lands for ordinary expert teams, his was no ordinary team. It was Netherworld Empire's one of the 5 great superguilds in God's domain, strongest trump card legion. The very idea that the Hell Legion couldn't move throughout demon territory was a joke. "It's possible, but I'll need some time." "Would you be willing to wait a while, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Illusory Words asked after snapping out of her daze. "How long will you need?" Shi Feng asked. "I should be able to arrange it within roughly 6 hours," Illusory Words confidently replied. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then, Vice Guild Leader Illusory." Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when Illusory Words said she'd only need 6 hours or so. Fire Dance had used her mana to lock onto Troubled Times, but the technique wouldn't last long. At most, her mana would remain on her target for 2 days. After that, her mana would leave Troubled Times, and hunting him down would be almost impossible. Once Illusory Words and Shi Feng had finished their discussion, the Vice Guild Leader left the Extreme Light Shelter atop her flying mount to see to the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Shi Feng led Blue Frost and the others into the shelter to rest while he waited for Illusory Words to contact him. While they rested in the Extreme Light Shelter, news of Zero Wing's battle with the Sentinel Shelter spread like wildfire. For a while, all of the Dark Den was in an uproar over the event. No one had ever thought a player could counter a demon god's hand and scare the Sentinel Shelter's strongest expert, Troubled Times, away. While this news spread, word of Shi Feng's hunt for Troubled Times shook the Dark Den's various shelters. It was a hot topic among countless players in the other world. What Zero Wing is going to hunt down Troubled Times? How ruthless! But I like it. If Zero Wing succeeds, the Sentinel Shelter is as good as finished. That shouldn't be possible. Troubled Times is no fool. Once he discovers a marker on him, he'll just wait in the city until it disappears. Zero Wing won't be able to reach him. That's why the guild is taking over 300 players on the hunt. I bet that Zero Wing won't hesitate to kill him even in a city. Troubled Times is pitiful. With so many experts going after him at the same time, he has no chance of surviving. I don't think Troubled Times will lose everything. I'm sure he'll take all of those experts with him to the grave. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wing is thinking by pulling such a crazy stunt. Zero Wing's generosity equally shocked and confused the Dark Den's players. They had never thought that Zero Wing was ruthless enough to gamble the lives of 300-plus experts just to take out a defeated general. Even if Zero Wing succeeded, the guild would suffer massive losses. Lava Valley, Demon City. Several middle-aged men, one of which was none other than Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventurer team, sat around a table in one of Demon City's high-class bars. Commander Troubled, the Zero Wing you spoke of, is insane. The guild actually plans to come here just to deal with you. It's just 300-plus experts. If they dare come to this city with so few players, they'll be wiped out before they even reach the city gates. I know, right? We're in demon territory. Zero Wing's experts won't even get past the several large adventurer teams in the surrounding area. Even if they're lucky enough to make it here, Demon's Heart controls this city. Even dragons would have to lay low here. When the middle-aged men around Troubled Times heard this, they all laughed. The Sentinel Shelter was no match for Zero Wing in the Dark Den, but it would be a different story in Demon City. Even if Zero Wing's 300-plus experts magically appeared in the city, they couldn't touch Troubled Times. Attacking a player in Demon City meant declaring war against Demon's Heart. Right, Elder Heart, when will Vice Guild Leader Light return? Troubled Times asked a level 108, Tier 3 Elementalist. Does he need anything of me? The Vice Guild Leader is currently meeting with an important person, so he told us to rest for now. He's already commissioned the city's large adventurer teams to deal with the Zero Wing issue. Rest assured, I doubt you'll even get to see Zero Wing's experts by the time this has been settled. The elementalist named Furious Heart replied, smiling. The city's large adventurer teams are getting involved. The news allowed Troubled Times to breathe a sigh of relief. Demon City's large adventurer teams wouldn't be able to harm Shi Feng in the outside world. At best, they might take out Zero Wing's other experts, but in demon territory. Non-demon players were severely suppressed. They wouldn't be able to use their berserk skills. In other words, the terrifying berserk skill Shi Feng had used in the Dark Den wouldn't be available to him. Shi Feng would have to face a large number of demon players and a few that had basic attributes on par with or greater than Troubled Times. While Troubled Times chatted with Demon's Heart's elders, a 5-meter-tall space-time gate appeared in a volcanic region within the Lava Valley's outer area. Numerous figures burst forth from the gate, and leading the group was none other than Shi Feng. I'm finally back. Shi Feng gave a rueful sigh when he felt the familiar mana around him. Sure enough, one can only fully exhibit their full strength in a familiar environment. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable both on the mana-deficient Western continent and in the mana-rich Dark Den. The instant he returned to his own continent, however, he felt his mana affinity improve. Everyone's through, guild leader. What should we do next? Blue Frost asked Shi Feng. He felt a little nervous around the Hell Legion's members who had concealed their appearances under black cloaks. Good. Since everyone's here, it's time we pay Demon City a visit. Shi Feng declared with a grin. He then had Fire Dance lead the way toward Troubled Times, Chapter 205-20, a group of monsters. Chapter 205-20, a group of monsters. The moment Shi Feng gave the command, the Hell Legion began to move into formation. Once everyone was ready, they boldly marched toward the nearby forest. Illusory Words and her teammates, who had just emerged from the space-time gate, were stunned at the sight. What do you think is going through Black Flame's mind, Vice Guild Leader? A Tier 3 male assassin from Crimson Emperor asked when he saw that the Hell Legion had no intention of hiding their movements. The Burning Forest is a main area for demon players, and he decided to go straight through it rather than around. At this rate, it won't be long before demon players discover his team, and without an invitation from Demon City, every demon player they come across will attack. The Burning Forest served as a natural barrier around Demon City. Not only were all of the forest's monsters above level 100, but almost every level 100-plus demon player in Lava Valley grinded in the Burning Forest. Demon players had incredible innate perception. They often noticed normal players long before normal players noticed them. In addition, demon players could earn demon reputation to increase their demon rank by slaying non-demon players of equal or higher levels. This was why demon players were so eager to target non-demon players. Moreover, non-demon players were invaders when in demon territories, and demon players would gain far greater rewards for killing them. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers didn't dare set foot in the Lava Valley's burning forest without a proper invitation. Demon players would avoid conflict with guests of Demon City. Attacking one of the city's guests was akin to declaring war against the city's various powers. Doing that would be disastrous for any demon player developing in Demon City. Of course, Shi Feng and his team hadn't received an invitation, and by marching into the forest, they were offering themselves up on a silver platter. It'd be a miracle if they even left the burning forest alive, not to mention reach Demon City. In general, over 100,000 players operated in level 100 maps, and the burning forest was the only level 100 map near Demon City. Far more players would be grinding in the area than in other level 100 maps. I don't know what he's thinking, but I know that the players with him are extraordinarily strong. They may have hidden their statistics and auras with black cloaks, but I can feel that they're all bona fide Tier 3 players, Illusory Word said, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she watched the Hell Legion march into the forest. In total, Shi Feng's group had over 300 Tier 3 experts. Not even Crimson Emperor had so many at this stage of the game. Zero Wing has that many Tier 3 experts? The male assassin's jaw dropped. Only super guilds had such a large number of Tier 3 experts at this point. How could Zero Wing, a guild that had only established itself in God's domain and had no backing whatsoever, have as many Tier 3 experts as a super guild? While Illusory Words and the male assassin shared their shock over the number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing had just sent into the burning forest. A young man in white robes and surrounded by the power of darkness stepped through the space-time gate, sneering when he overheard the two players' conversation. The fact that Zero Wing has over 300 Tier 3 experts is indeed surprising. Unfortunately, that force isn't nearly enough to get through the burning forest, the young man said, realizing that Shi Feng's group had already disappeared into the woods. This is just a repeat of Battle Wolves' attempt to invade Demon City. Not only had Battle Wolves dispatched over 300 Tier 3 experts, but it had also sent an army of over 100,000 Tier 2 experts. In the end, Battle Wolves' army had been annihilated before it had reached the city. I've also heard that Demon's Heart has hired the city's large adventurer teams to stop Zero Wing's force. Those adventurer teams don't have a lot of members, but every one of them is strong enough to deter superpowers. If they work together, Zero Wing won't stand a chance. Neither the male assassin nor Illusory Words tried to argue with the white-clad youth. He had only spoken the truth. In fact, the boy's evaluation of Demon City's large adventurer teams was a little humble. Battle Wolves' army had suffered tremendous losses against those large adventurer teams, and they had undoubtedly grown stronger since slaughtering the guild's members. As the white-clad youth and Illusory Words quietly discussed the situation, a party of demon players had discovered Shi Feng's team. Why have so many human players come to the burning forest? Are they the bounty targets? Demon's Heart announced. And here I thought Demon's Heart was joking. I hadn't actually thought that these human players would dare enter our territory. Quick, send word to the large adventurer teams. If we take too long to report this, someone else will and claim the reward. The Demon Party's members were ecstatic over discovering Shi Feng's group. They immediately reported their discovery to the large adventurer teams within the forest. Just as they were about to contact one of the adventurer teams, however, over 100 figures descended from above, landing a short distance from Shi Feng's team. They all wore jet black plate armor and wielded standard weapons. They also radiated dense power of darkness and emitted an intense pressure that even deterred Tier 3 experts from approaching. Crap. How is our luck so bad? I didn't know there was a demon patrol squad nearby. I guess we won't get credit for the discovery after all. When the Demon Party members saw the figures in black, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh dejectedly. The burning forest was demon territory, and demon squads patrolled the area. Every one of these squads consisted of up to 3 Tier 4 Great Demons and 100 Tier 3 Advanced Demons. They also maintained a 10-level gap above Demon City's mainstream players. They weren't a force players should take lightly. These Demon Patrol Squads were a large part of the reason that the Battle Wolves' crusade on Demon City had failed before it had even reached the city gates. Now that one of these squads had discovered Shi Feng's team, annihilation was almost certain. Furthermore, these demons had wings and were capable of flight. Even if Shi Feng's group could fly, they wouldn't escape. The watching demon players expected Shi Feng's group to turn and flee, but they didn't. Rather, they took the initiative to charge at the Demon Patrol Squad as if they had just found their prey. A Guardian Knight leading the charge bashed his shield into one of the level 115 Tier 4 Great Demons, which subsequently lost its balance and stumbled half a step back. That Guardian Knight's strength was unbelievable. A 3-meter-tall man and his emaciated companion proceeded to pin down the other 2 Tier 4 Great Demons. The Tier 3 Advanced Demons wanted to help, but other members of Shi Feng's team got in their way. Shi Feng's team suppressed the Demon Patrol Squad, which normally had an overwhelming advantage over players. The demons struggled against the players attacking them, unable to cooperate while their HPs visibly plummeted. In less than 30 minutes, the entire Demon Patrol Squad had been eliminated. Not a single demon had escaped with its life.